never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had it down until now. From the moment you came over, I'd be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So you're selling me a lie, la 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie, la 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie, la 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie, la 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. wanna show you, and I wanna give you everything you wanted, and I wanna see you, don't wanna leave you. I just wanna give you everything you dream, but hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me, and we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you.
Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me. Won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. me? What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would he even be himself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
No sleep. You'll never find me dreaming these days. Lonely. I had to get another set of keys made. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took her off the shelf, would she even be herself?
If I told you
That we could have a better life.
If I choke on the words in my mouth, will you help me get them out?
You know I'm always worried about. If I told you that we could have a better life,
Would you bring the old you?
or is that person still alive?
If you took him off the shelf,
Would she even this is the start of something new. Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to go my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to go my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. 'Cause this is my time. What I wanna do with my time. My time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time. My time is mine. And now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to go my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. My time. Time to go my key. 'Cause this is my time. My time. What I wanna do with my time. I don't know. Can't fight the feeling that it just won't flow. We've been deceiving everyone we know. Do we let the secret out and take it slow? You say it's time to let it go, but I just don't believe it. Choosing if you take me or you make me disappear. Before the end begins, we lose ourselves and take control again.
everyone, and welcome to South Africa. The best players from around the world have come here to fight for the title of 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour champion. After an incredible journey, Weisenhouse, Paris, Las Vegas, it all comes down to this. With this as our backdrop, you can really feel the energy of this place. It's powerful, just like freestyle chess, full of emotions, creativity, and surprises. From here, we're heading south to one of the most beautiful places on Earth. A place where luxury meets nature and where the 2025 champion will be crowned.
Welcome to Grootbos Private Nature Reserve, the home of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Season Finals 2025.
It takes your breath away. The perfect place for the grand final.
Where strategy meets beauty and champions are made.
Set between mountains, forest, and ocean, Grootbos is not just a location, it's a world of its own.
It's the perfect place to celebrate the beauty of nature and the brilliance of freestyle chess.
Who will win the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in South Africa? And who will be crowned the champion of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour?
Get ready!
Hi, welcome. Here we are on the second day for the finale of the Freestyle Grand Slam event. I'm Judith Polgar here from South Africa, and next to me, the legendary player and coach, and my co-host, commentator, Peter Leko. What do you think, Peter? Yesterday we've seen nearly 50 games played. Who did it favor? Which players? Did somebody get tired, or for some it was a warm-up?
Yeah, hello Judith, welcome everyone. Well, it was a very intense day. There was just well, it was a good warm-up, but it was so intense for all the players. Yeah, the 10 minutes freestyle chess. Craziness in all the games. We have seen it in the very first game when Sindarov just crushed Magnus Carlsen, then Magnus bounced back. Then we had the Sindarov story of Sindarov on his birthday beating everyone and going on with a crushing 5.5 out of 7 score in this incredible field. Levon also had a fantastic tournament. So I think those players were in brilliant form. But the format is such that we can't forget about everything that happened yesterday, because now we are reaching the knockout stages, and even Parham Magsolu had such a heartbreaking day. Yesterday will have his chances to bounce back.
Well, and today we are very happy to have you, Nicholas. You're a grandmaster, you're an expert on freestyle chess. You made a first expert course on that. What are your expectations today after seeing what was going on yesterday? Did it help the players? What will happen in the different time control today?
Thank you, Judith. Thank you, Peter. Hello and welcome. I'm very happy that I can join today as well here and support my two colleagues in the quarterfinals. And yes, I think it's a big question how the round robin affects the quarterfinals. Of course, we had the influence with the players being able to choose their opponents, and we're going to talk about the matchups in just a moment. But it is a different time control. Yesterday we had 10 plus 5, today we have 30 plus 15. So it is quite different, and I think we'll see quite different players and energies today than we did yesterday. And already I was talking to Peter over breakfast that, you know, Sindarov against Magsolu, it looks like it's a very clear matchup if you look at the day yesterday, but it could all play out quite differently.
Okay, before we go forward and dive into today's action, let's see the yesterday group stage graphics, how it was played out, and a little bit analyze on that. Because we see that Sindarov basically won pretty convincingly, we can say, even though in the last game it was a big match between Aronyan and Sindarov. And, well, the big drama was, of course, with Parham. That was just something like he was not here, only physically, right? And but we've seen the top 4, Magnus Carlsen. That was also kind of a mystery. How come he's only number 4 in this graphic? Don't you think so, Peter?
Yeah, and he also lost 2 games. If we look at the the statistics, yeah, for example, Sindel and Aronyan both went undefeated. They're just incredible because nobody was safe. There was no safety net on any player, and we got this amazing pairing between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, which is huge for the whole series, because in order for Fabi to catch Magnus eventually, he has to knock Magnus out. He has to win the event and then hope that the other guys will take care of the rest. So there is so much at stake today.
Yeah, and we could see also that, for example, Fabiana, he was not very happy with his play. His play was very up and down, and he called himself probably a bit rusty. Not so much on the mindset with the freestyle, because it is for the players. It's not so easy to switch their brain, right, from classical chess games to... And also, of course, the time control was quite fast for them and quite stressful, I must say. That's the way I've seen it. So maybe we can go already and check what's going to be tomorrow, the matchups. And let's see what's going to be the matches, because it was interesting that they had the opportunity to choose, right?
Yes.
So this was Sindarov was choosing
Parham. It was understandable, it's logical, but who knows if it was a clever choice.
Exactly, and for me it is very interesting that with this format, that yesterday, basically the big issue, the big thing was at stake. Who is going to be in the top seeds, also winning some extra points for the Grand Slam. At the same time also how important it is that you're number 1 or 2 or 3, so you're able to choose. You know, it was very interesting yesterday when during the dinner we had the drawing and the picking the players who they want to play. And I think there is quite some pressure also on the players. Sindarov won a very convincing game, celebrating his 20th birthday with quite in a style. And I've seen him when he was thinking, he was hesitating. And then he was a bit shy and called Parham to play with, right? He picked him.
Yes, exactly, because I think he also understood the psychological effect, yeah, that if you pick a player who lost all his games the day before, then everybody will be expecting you to win. And this is very tricky because Parham, if he would have won that first game against Fabiano Caruana yesterday, maybe would have had a completely different tournament. And also, as Niklas already highlighted, we have different time control, and the 10+5, it's not exactly rapid in my mind. It's almost like in classical chess we would call it bullet chess, because the players are losing their control. Nobody was really controlling their games, and today with the 30 minutes time control we have much slower action. It will give the players the chance to try to control the opening stage of the game and still not get into horrible time trouble. Yeah, that will be a difference. And Max Sodlu actually had a lot of chances to win games, not just a game, but many games. So I would not write him off. We also see the victim of this whole scenario, that Magnus Carlsen was the player who finished 4th and had no right to choose anyone. He was left with Fabiano Caruana, who nobody wanted to meet in the quarterfinals. And he, if you look at the combined tour standings, then you know, everybody knows that Magnus Carlsen is leading, Fabiano Caruana is 2nd. So this is incredible, a huge matchup. Then Levon Aronyan, who was 2nd, picked Hans Niemann. And Hans Niemann told to this, but Levon, you made my dream come true. And I can, I can really tell everyone, reveal the secret, that we had a lunch with Hans the day before, and we kind of discussed that whom would you pick, and he said, well, you know what, because I lost to Levon in the final in Las Vegas, I would like to play with Levon, and here's the match, the revenge match of that final from Las Vegas.
Yeah, here we can see the head-to-head. And Niklas, what do you think about their strengths and weaknesses? How big fight it's going to be?
It is definitely going to be a big fight. Hans Niemann is very motivated because he lost in the finals in Vegas against Levon. And we see they're both quite strong in attacking chess. That's the first one, 92 for Aronian and 93 for Niemann. So we can maybe hope for some exciting attacking chess. And it looks like the biggest difference is in intuition, with Levon having a very strong 94. By the way, the cards were made by Take's David Howell. He came up with the numbers and they're based on freestyle chess. So they also changed a bit this year based on the results of the players. And we see that Hans Niemann has an 88 in intuition. So overall, 91 score for Aronian, 88 score for Niemann makes Aronian a bit of a favorite. And he also had the better performance yesterday in the round robin. Peter, do you see Levon as the favorite in this matchup?
Well, with his experience, with his incredible play yesterday, maybe, but I would caution anyone, and I would like to highlight one very big factor, the time factor. And there you see that Hans Niemann with 92 is actually a favorite. Yeah, he's handling the clock very well. I remember from Las Vegas also that he was playing quite quickly, trying to put tremendous pressure on his opponents clockwise. And you beautifully highlighted that this attacking kind of style, that who gets the initiative from these players during the game will actually be maybe decisive factor, because I don't really see the other player neutralizing the other one if he really gets an attack going.
So let's go and check a little bit and analyze on the next pair. Arjun was picking Vincent. I mean, it's a tough match. Arjun is number 5 in the world. And he was picking, he had a choice between number 3, Fabi, or Vincent. And he picked Vincent. Is he going to be happy about it?
Well, let's see. One thing we know that already 2 players have picked Vincent Keimer. It was Alireza Firouzja in Weissenhaus, Jan Nepomniachtchi in Paris. We all know how those matches ended, but as Vincent revealed in yesterday's after the tournament interview, that he doesn't think that his performance yesterday was such that anyone would fear to pick him. Yeah, so he was very critical of himself. It was justified, I think, for Arjun that if you have to choose between Vincent and Fabiano, then clearly you pick Vincent, because okay, Fabi is just Fabi. Okay, he is just an incredible giant, and yeah, Vincent is great, everything, but still young. He is not as consistent as. So that's why Arjun probably feels that this is a better chance, but the scorecards tell us 90 versus 90.
Well, yesterday Vincent was not playing too well. He also expressed it that he was in such a bad shape for health reasons a bit, because when he played against Magnus, for example, he moved 3 or 4, he made something and he just practically blundered a pawn. He was not aware of it. In this Grand Slam series in February, when it all started, he was definitely an underdog. You know him very well, as you're his coach for almost a decade or something like that, or maybe more. So you know him very well. What was the special action he made, or you made? What was the magic that this year, basically, he was definitely an underdog, and he was, I don't know, he was in the top 50 already, but what is this? He's number 4 in the world by the end of the year. What has happened?
Yeah, well, actually, I think Weissenhaus happened. Yeah, that was like a fairy tale. Really, this freestyle event, the first Grand Slam event in Weissenhaus, opened his wings. He just realized that, wait a second, if in freestyle chess I can compete against the very best in the world, I can even beat them back to back, Alireza, Magnus, and then Fabi in the final, then what is my problem? Yeah, and I think it was also a psychological breakthrough. Clearly, you don't quality-wise become a much better player in 1-2 days. Yeah, that is a constant work. The work has been already done before as well, but the psychological, and then also typically when you have a streak, you start to play good, you start to believe more and more of yourself, your opponent starts to be more worried, they overthink things, yeah, everything works in your favor. But Arjun, as you said, yeah, he's number 5. I don't think that he's afraid of anyone. If you look at the numbers, and I think we should ask Nicholas.
I think we should move on to the next one, because the game between Magnus and Fabi, let's see the head-to-head cards also, because after all, many people are looking forward for that match specifically, right? And what do you think, Nicholas, about Magnus's play yesterday, how much he can bounce back? Basically, he cannot be happy with yesterday's play.
Yeah, definitely he cannot be happy. He also said that he was still suffering from a bug that is going around here a little bit. And Fabi also cannot be happy. They both didn't have a good performance in the round robin, and basically they both got the worst possible opponent they could get in the quarterfinals. But for Fabi at least, he has his fate in his own hands, because the only way that he can win the whole series, the whole tour, is by beating Magnus, winning the event, and hoping that Magnus will lose maybe one more match. Because I was looking at the tour standings, and Magnus is about 30 points ahead, 32 points ahead of Fabi. So the only chance is that Fabi wins this match and wins this tournament, and then he can maybe win the whole series. So in that way, it is a good matchup for Fabi, because he has it in his own hands. But if we look at the matches between them historically in the Freestyle Chess series, I believe 3 times already Magnus has beaten Fabi in Weissenhaus 2024, in Singapore 2024, and I believe also in Paris 2025. Every time he has beaten him. So it will be a very tough matchup for Fabi for sure, but he has a chance.
Well, yeah, it's a big match, right? And I'm just smiling that basically this is the leftover match. Because the first 3 players of the group stage, they were picking other players, and this was the leftover, like, okay, let them play against each other. And what do you think, Peter, about the opening preparation? Because Magnus chose to play white in the first game.
Yes, I don't think that we can here talk about any opening preparation, because, okay, who can prepare for what? We are about to get to know the starting position, but it's the typical Magnus kind of way, and I think it also signals a lot of confidence that he wants to get the white piece in the first game, put pressure on the opponent, try to win the first game so that he will be already comfortable with black. And I think so far the strategy has worked tremendously, because all the matches that also Niklas mentioned, I think Magnus started very well, and there was no real way back for Fabi. It's a huge game. If Fabi stops Magnus with the black pieces, with the draw, and then he gets a nice position to play with, because we know exactly that in freestyle, sometimes not exactly just mathematically speaking what the computer says that, what are the evaluations, but the human aspect that you feel comfortable with white or with black makes a huge difference.
Well, it's going to be a lot of action today, that's for sure, because new time control, fresh players are going to be playing, and they are just about a few seconds away to know what are going to be their next game position, and they will have only 10 minutes to figure out. And now I toss it to Fiona. Let's figure out what's their next position to play today.
Here in stunning South Africa, Grootboos. Yesterday we kicked off the action with a round robin. We witnessed a day of tremendous chess action. So let's take a look now at the highlights from yesterday.
Welcome to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Season Finals.
Welcome to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Season Finals in South Africa at Grootboos Private Nature Reserve. What a spectacular start to the 5th stop of the 2025 Grand Slam Tour. The round-robin phase delivered surprises right from the start. Magnus Carlsen had a difficult start against Javakir Sindarov, but recovered quickly and ended up in the upper half of the table despite the rough start. He beats his rival, Hans Niemann.
Magnus just signals, I'm so happy. I have everything under control. Burn your time, my friend, and I'm going to kick you in the next couple of moves.
And Magnus also prevailed against the Weissenhaus winner, Vincent, whose costly blunder in their game pushed him down to the lower part of the table by the end of the day.
I'm just surprised. That was one of the most bizarre blunders I've seen at this level.
At the top of the table, it all turned into a head-to-head race between Levon and Javakir Sindarov, a battle that would only be decided when they met in the final round. Going into the game, a draw was all Javokir, the birthday boy, needed to secure first place. And with a composed performance, Sindarov did exactly that, finishing the round robin ahead of Aronian, claiming the top spot and adding 8 Grand Slam points to his score. Get ready. It's time for the next round. After a thrilling preliminary round packed with 28 games, brilliance, and bold moves, the tournament enters its next intense phase, the quarterfinals. The top 4 players earn the right to choose their opponents, and the matchups are set. It's not a surprise that Javokir Sindarov selected Parham Magsudlu, the underdog who is relatively new to freestyle chess. Levon Aronian chose Hans Niemann, setting up a replay of the Las Vegas Grand Slam final. Arjun Erigaisi will face Vincent Keimer, and Magnus Carlsen goes head-to-head with Fabiano Caruana. From now on, every game matters. Every move could change everything.
Chess is hard, freestyle chess is harder.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the one out there having to play and just here to enjoy the game.
Stay tuned.
So the quarterfinals, the stage is set. We're about to find out the first position of the day, and I'm delighted to be joined by Ethan Ilfeld, the founder of Diving Chess and CEO of the Mind Sports Olympiad. And Ethan, we played diving chess at the Seiler Hotel in Cape Town. What was that experience like for you and to see the sport on the big stage?
I have to say it was so inspiring to see the best players in the world try diving chess with such a beautiful view. Cape Town is an incredible place, and this whole tour has just been incredible. And to see them take on this physical challenge and excel at it has been so inspiring. I'm blown away, and it's a real treat to be here today.
We're delighted to have you. We're delighted you brought diving chess to us, and you're about to draw the first position. Ready? Okay, you can give it a mix and pick a number. So the first position is position number 305. 305. Thank you so much, Ethan. As always, the players will have 10 minutes to prepare. Best of luck, gentlemen, and to the fans at home, have fun.
Usually, usually like this, it's equal because there's more margin because black's pieces are normally placed.
But d4, d5, c1 looks like something you could be able to.
Okay, but to d4 we cannot play c5. You always careful. No, I mean d5, e6 should be normal. Like, I don't believe.
Why?
e6.
Like maybe first b5, then e4, e6.
Yeah. You do have to be careful about this. I'm really careful about the h2 pawns for the moment.
You want to play c4? Take.
This looks fine.
This looks fine. e4, e6.
Yeah,
and bishop on a8 is so strong. d4, c5. I think.
c4 is logical. Let's just say like this. How this?
That has to be okay, right?
Yeah, it has to be okay.
You also play like f6, knight f7, maybe it's not a bad setup. Maybe because this is so vulnerable, right? I'd like to play f6.
I guess this is pretty...
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, you could also play knight c6 first, maybe. Some d4. But d4 is not a big take in d5.
I don't...
Okay, so why do we have to...
Yeah, I agree. Just play like this first.
Or e6 maybe.
The only thing is I'm worried about.
Wait,
F.
well,
What we have? This I don't like. Actually, F4 is a bit scary.
yeah, maybe just play e6.
Yeah, I like.
I mean, F6, knight F7 is also a good idea.
But e6 is hard.
What's white's next?
Okay, wait. This can't be e3 though. Nice. Sorry, get on e6.
If you go e3,
yeah, I just don't want to. It's just when it's symmetrical like that, it's fine. The thing is that
so we castle very quickly, right?
Could be something. Okay.
I don't know. I think.
Other moves? C5? D5, C5, D5, C4, D5, E3. Not that clear. Knight G6.
Yeah, but you're not really like C4. You're not really shutting anything down, yeah?
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to play for E6 and then fight for the D5.
I doubt it.
Yeah, this is wrong. I mean, I even have some move like this.
That I can respect.
Could be annoying, no? B5, E6. Quickly. Not too easy, I think, for white.
No. Right here is terrible. But you know, why not? There's something like E6.
You mean after E5 or right first move?
First move E6.
Yeah.
Castle.
I don't know. Or maybe just D5.
Or D4, I don't know.
Maybe just D5. This is, I really, in here?
So you're scared from F5?
Yeah, I don't know, this knight. Are we sure though? Because like, let's say...
Yeah, B6 and some F6,
F6,
E5,
G6
yeah.
eventually.
Or G6.
Because G2 is very weak with that point.
I think queen on C1 will be a problem.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, F4 will probably not the most likely. So E4 I think is...
E4.
Very low.
But then E5 is a big deal.
But maybe C5 then if we think it's fine with it. Or castle. B6.
Okay, maybe actually it has some... Does it have some sense to start knight G6? Because we were never
D4,
sure
C5,
whether...
yeah.
If we don't need to...
That's a fair point. D4, C5, D5 is a different version though.
Yeah, it's different version. It's completely different.
Bishop C7.
Castle...
Bishop F4.
Knight D2...
Yeah, I don't see that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, castle. I'm just curious, like, what's the problem with this? I mean, knight G6 is less flexible.
Solid. I thought it might be more.
G3.
Yeah, we were never sure whether white wants to castle quickly, and if we get C5, bishop C7, I thought maybe it might be nice to...
Yeah, but are we actually going to get that?
And if he doesn't castle...
But I'm a bit worried about bishop coming to G4, and then the queen is restricted.
What will be if you copy, like, also, I don't know.
Yeah. Also bishop G4, G6, yeah.
Although we have to...
It's just that with castles, and
I think this guy is...
No,
all the same.
But I have a question. To E4, we cannot play C5, B5. I mean, castle, B5. Like, at some moment, like, play F4, F6, knight, F7. It should be, like, very fine tonight.
But where do you castle?
What castle? Or I don't know. King on f8 also it looks.
F6, knight f7.
Let's check it.
Also, by the way, we can prevent
I'm not sure.
this for the moment.
Okay, this is more serious, okay? You guys are... We were bullshitting before.
I don't believe before, that's why I just want to look as... Okay, but let's look at the e4, e5, huh?
C5 is wrong, yeah?
Yeah, this knight g6 is a problem. Next move.
Knight f5 is preparing something, but I don't know what.
Don't know yet.
This is for me?
Of course.
Okay. I'm impressed.
Yeah. Okay, we should probably.
So, gentlemen, it's 2 minutes to the start. 2 minutes.
Why is a4 good? How about b4? I'll start with the c4.
Now we're starting to get serious.
Finally.
Like, yeah, I mean, okay, so d5, c4 should be good, yeah?
Yes. And b5, c4?
c4 is the most logical move. c4, b2.
Also c5.
C4, d4, yeah. But d4 is at c5.
No, d4, c5. I mean, c4, c5, then it's like something here. They should,
d4, c5?
Yeah.
Looked good. Get quick. Oh, phew.
So we will start in 1 minute.
Well, it was quite entertaining to follow the players chatting around, socializing with each other. I don't know how much we're going to be seeing on the board what they've played, but it was at the end when Magnus said also after b4 that, wow, we are right here. Now we're talking, right? And we see Aronian played b4.
Yeah, exactly. Aronian, like 2 minutes before the start of the game, came up, but guys, actually, what about b4? And then I must say, now we are talking, yes, because they have exhausted all the other possibilities. Probably they were not too happy about. And then the move b4, it's like in your pocket. You know that this is a good move. It opens up the bishop, grabs some space, it hinders black from playing c5. And you ask a question. It also has maybe this some kind of surprise element that the players might be more looking at c4, d4, e4, the central moves. Niklas, what are your thoughts? Did you manage to check something?
Yes, b4 is indeed the best move in the position, as we see Parham play a move that was not discussed at all. At least we did not see it. He plays f4, the bird, you could say.
But
that is quite a surprising move.
I think Sindarov was setting up something e4, f4 with castle and stuff like that.
Yeah, but also
the question is whether e4 is in his plans.
And Sindarov, I think I heard that he was saying that against e4, c5, castles b5, and if f4, I'm just going to go f6, knight f7, and I will have a good knight on f7. So based on this conversation, I very much feel that Sindarov's setup will be f6, knight f7. Yeah, so this is the way how he will get that knight into the game. He will probably castle short and will play in this to the king side, to the right side of the board, and play the Sicilian kind of setup.
And speaking of the Sicilian, we have a Sicilian on the board in Carlsen versus Karana, e4, c5. So we might head into a similar direction there. And already loving it, we have 3 different first moves on the boards. So this might go in quite different directions, as Erigaisi is still pondering his first move.
It was interesting that Magnus was supportive on b4 when Levon said it, but actually he changed. He played e4, so he was not so convinced.
Yeah, I actually very much like what we have witnessed during these 10 minutes, because it also just shows that 10 minutes are absolutely nothing in order to understand the position. Yeah, it's more about the players socializing with each other. They are trying to get in good fighting mood, enjoy the position, because probably even if you analyze 1 week the starting position, each and every one, you will still not know what's going on exactly.
And we see Erigaisi, who is still hesitating. He's taking the advantage of the fact that today they start out with 30 minutes and they have per move 15 seconds. So he has the time.
And he tries to drive Vincent crazy, like, because Vincent wants to think like, how do I react to my opponent's move? But there is no move to react to at the moment.
But we have a confessional booth by Aronia. So let's see what he has to tell us about the starting position.
When did he even go into a confessional booth? Well, let's see.
I managed to surprise Hans with my b4. We came to this idea like right before the game, and I think it's playable. It's at least creates this balance, and yeah, I feel it will be some sort of a sharp game, which is something that I'm looking forward to.
So he wanted to surprise Hans with his b4. Sharp game, what he's looking for. b6.
b6, yeah, it's the professional move. And I'm kind of laughing a little bit that Levon said I'm gonna have a sharp move, a sharp game. I thought like b4, b6, and then for example c4, c5, and we are in for the most solid things that can happen in the position. But knowing both these players, of course, things will heat up. But I'm just curious how it will happen. And Fabi played the move b6, which makes a lot of sense, opening up the bishop. From 8, it's kind of a close Sicilian. And Magnus rushes away. Did he make a move? Yeah, he castled. Yes, of course, you want to castle. This is the reason why he believes probably he wants to go f4 and...
And we have Erigaisi also playing f4.
Wow, that's a surprise. And we see that f4 was certainly not on the agenda, because Sindor is still thinking after Parham's f4 move.
No, he has played c5.
Ah, he has played c5. Okay, okay, good.
But we can see some interesting happenings. Parham f4 and e4. So we will be able to see something very classical kind of chess. Castling d3, b3, knight d2,
yeah,
right?
But yeah, and castle. But wait a second, Parham is falling into Sindor's preparation. Sindor said that f6, knight f7 is coming, guys, and I will have a good night. Nicholas, what are your thoughts? Is this f6, knight f7 really as strong as Sindor hopes to be?
Maybe we can dive into that game. What do you think?
let's get into it.
Yeah, let's have a look together. So f4 is the first move by Parham Maksudlu. Looks a bit risky because the king is on f1. However, white is ready to castle whenever he wants to, because king and rook are right next to each other. So f4 was played. Now c5 makes sense. Grabbing space in the center, opening up the queen. The knight can be developed maybe to c6 behind the pawn. e4, occupying more space in the center, and we see a Sicilian here in a way, opening up now with b5, the bishop. Bishop is hitting e4, which is still defended by the rook, and castle. And now this looks very harmonious with the rooks supporting the 2 pawns here on e4 and f4. And now it is Sindarov's move to play. Yeah, it is a bit of a question what to do with this knight on h8, whether it goes to g6 or, like Sindarov said and Peter mentioned, with f6 and knight f7. So that's definitely a big question to figure out. Maybe it is indeed possible to go f6, knight f7 at some point. I wouldn't do it right away. I think there are other moves first that come to mind. Castle, maybe knight c6, and then f6, knight f7, maybe put the bishop on c7. I think black can obtain quite a harmonious setup here, and objectively this looks quite fine. It seems to be about equal. Computer's first moves are castle and knight c6, and I think Sindarov is quite happy with the outcome so far, but probably Parham as well, getting a sharp Sicilian, getting definitely a complex position. And I want to ask you guys, Sindarov was the only one of the top 4 players who did not choose the white color for the first game, which, well, was maybe a bit surprising given that Parham had such a bad round-robin event, and you feel like you want to put some more pressure on the guy immediately with the white pieces. How do you feel about this decision from Sindarov, Judith?
Well, I think it can easily be the case that he thinks, let's play with black. If I win, great, then I have no problem, as much as can be no problem, right, in freestyle, that I'm on the safe side. So he tries the best what he can with his style with black. And accordingly, he can fix it if he has to. He goes for double or nothing, or just go stable as much as he can. I think there were some long time ago in classical chess, when there was these mini matches, best of 2. There was many times this discussion: what is better, to start with black the first game or with white? I think it depends also mainly about the character. Like Magnus is a character who wants to show that I'm the leader. I want to grab my first point. I show you who is the boss. And Sindarov just wants to win the match. He doesn't want to show yet that he's the boss of other things. But yeah, it is interesting to highlight that.
Yes, I perfectly agree with Judith what you are saying, that whenever I think about someone picking the black pieces, I think, that's old school. And I also always felt much more comfortable starting 2 games match playing with the black pieces. Just, okay, let me play a normal, nice game. If my opponent is aggressive, maybe I will even have the chance to, counter it and get a good possibility. And I still have my white game in the pocket. Yes, yes. This is how. But as you said, yeah, Magnus was the one who, I think, during the whole Champions Chess Tour, Magnus Tour, when it started, he became very famous of picking the first game with the white pieces. He won the first game, and he crushed his opponent, and he went on to do that. And then other people said, wow, this is a great strategy. Let's follow into Magnus's footsteps.
I'd like to jump to another position, and I'm asking you, Nicholas, what do you think about Levon against Hans? Because I think they made some commitments there already, because both of them castled. And it is an interesting position to check, I think, because it is kind of clear what their strategy is.
Yeah, let's have a look together, just going through the first moves. And b4 was indeed the computer's first recommendation, the best move in the position, where Levon said, it's playable. I want to surprise my opponent a little bit, but indeed it is the best move. By the way, c4 was the second best move the computer gave. However, c4 felt probably a bit too boring to players, since after c4, c5, b3, b6, you get this typical kind of symmetrical position where, well, white maybe has a tiny edge, but not much is going on. b4 is a bit more ambitious, also opening up the bishop, and now b6 makes a lot of sense, so you can answer c4 with c5 to apply there and not back down. c4 was possible, but what Levon does, playing castle, also makes a lot of sense. You need to play castle at some point. Now the king is perfectly placed. The rooks also look like in good shape. And Hans has just said, well, I can do that as well. Let's just stay flexible. And here e4, what Levon played is definitely a reasonable move. The computer also likes knight g3. f4 was also possible. A lot of different ideas here for white. Knight g3 was the favorite one. e4 and e5 makes sense. And now we see knight g3. And knight g6. So position stays quite symmetrical, with the only difference so far that this pawn is on b6 instead of on b5. Maybe now is actually a critical moment because it's white's move. And if black is to move, well, could maybe try to play c5. Could be an idea. And d4, I was just going to say, this is the moment to play d4, to strike first in the center.
Sorry
and d4, yes.
Nicholas. There is a breaking news from the point of view that the players are not only competing on the board, but also off the board in the confessional.
Ah, okay, all right.
Break it with, see what Hans had to say about their battle, and then we get back to you.
Yes.
Hello, I felt bad that no one used the confession booth in Vegas, so I thought that I should set an example. It's quite a complex position. We mainly checked c4 and d4, but I should have relatively simple play. Perhaps b4 will be an overextension. I could maybe gain a tempo with knight c6. So it remains to be seen whether that's space advantage, but if I develop normally, I have a pretty solid position, which is in our game in Vegas. I didn't really get out of the opening, so I'm quite happy, and we'll see how things go.
I was not sure which position he's still happy. Because after d4, it seems to me there is great energy from white perspective in this position.
Yeah, in freestyle chess, and this is also something that I covered in my freestyle chess masterclass, is that it is often a very important point who gets to break first in the center. Who is the first to play these pawn breaks? It's a lot in freestyle chess in the opening phase is about pawn play, and here, clearly, white was able to break first with d4 and now putting black on the defensive, because you cannot mirror here. This is another big question usually in freestyle chess. Can you mirror the opponent or not? And here it would just not work out. E takes d5, and I think at the end of the day, just black is going to be down a pawn if I take on d4. Bishop takes. Of course, there are some lines to calculate, but it seems it's not working out for some specific tactics. Oh, bishop takes g7. Ooh, that is definitely one line that the players are calculating right now. Bishop takes g7, king takes, and knight h5. It also shows how quickly there can be some tactics and some attack against the black king, queen h6, and there will be checkmate very soon. Rook takes e8, and there's a checkmate coming on g7. This is an important line, but it shows why black cannot mirror. And if you cannot mirror, you need to do something against d takes e5 and f4, and white is just going to steamroll the opponent. So probably you either need to take on d4 or you need to play d6, one or the other. But in both cases, white is just better, Peter.
Yes, I would like to have one question to Nicholas, that if instead of knight g6, black would have played the move c5 first to stop d4, then was f4 an issue, or could have black tried to block the position? That was very important, I believe, as a question.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at c5 instead of knight g6. So c5 also the computer didn't like too much. The computer is saying knight f5 is quite unpleasant because I'm threatening knight d6, and probably also the move f4 is gaining in strength. And yeah, this is...
But then what black should have done?
Black should, yeah, it's already a tricky position for sure. The computer likes bishop g5. Bishop g5 makes a lot of sense because you're stopping d4. Yes, you're stopping d4 and you're stopping f4. You're stopping both of the white breaks in the position. Bishop g5 is just a classy move. Both f4 and d4 are not possible anymore. So you get the time to play knight g6 and to play the other moves that you maybe want to play. But yeah, it seems that here Hans just went a little bit too much with the flow, just mirroring Levon, saying, okay, you play knight g3, I play knight g6, it's all normal. But white has this extra move and goes d4, and now Hans is under pressure here out of the opening. Judith.
Well, it seems like there is a big pressure on Hans, I believe. You mentioned that e takes d4 or d6. If I think about d6, I would definitely consider, if you go d6, I might go, but that's tricky. d5 is not possible because of c6 and the c1 queen
but okay,
is...
d6 is just passive, yeah?
Yes.
It's just passive. White occupy the center, maybe you play c4, for example, I don't know. You have many nice possibilities
d4
already.
I like it quite a lot.
Yes, and then probably black will, okay, if white grabs space with d5 and we are able to lock that down.
Maybe we can show that immediately d5.
Exactly.
Why does it not work? Because if d5, then c6.
Yes, here the problem is that there is a pin. So if we play c4, cd5, we are unable to recapture with the c-pawn because the hanging queen, and e takes d5 runs into bishop takes d5, winning material. b5 would also be good, but yeah, thank you very much. So the problem is that if after d4 we play d6, it's kind of passive, and if we take e d4, bishop takes d4, then we feel like Hans was saying that I want to use that tempo on hitting the b4 pawn, but what kind of tempo are we talking about? Because, for example, knight c6 would fit into this. Maybe white can just fall back with the bishop to c3. And the most important thing is that we got this lovely grip with the e4 pawn against the d7 pawn. With the knight on g3, we have all these lovely attacking possibilities with knight f5, knight h5 hitting on g7. And if black will have to play f6, then the bishop on d8 will be dead piece, and black will miss the coordination of forces. Hans was saying that, contrary to Vegas, I survived the opening. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure after d4 this is bad news for him.
So I think let's leave Hans to think, and until he is figuring
He
out.
just played d6.
He just played d6.
It's a set choice. It's a bad sign.
But okay, we discussed d6, which is, as you say, it's a bad sign and it's a sad choice. Let's go to the Vincent game but before we go into diving into the details, let's see what Vincent has to say, because he was also visiting in the confessional books.
I think we had a very, very complex starting position with many, many options for both sides. Arjun started with f4, which I think is a quite sharp move. It gives me the option to either just try to go for symmetry with f5 or to play c5 as I did in the game. We analyzed quite a bit of the structure I got now from e4, c5, and then I was not entirely sure whether it was the best way, but after f4, somehow I did feel like it might be a good idea to trust Fabi after some thought. Because f5, knight g3, I was not entirely sure how nice that position is. Of course I have the option of going d5, but that is extremely committal, and also I felt like I would need to calculate a lot and spend a lot of time to be sure this is nice. So I think now it's just a very double-edged position with chances for both sides. So basically I'm claiming that the bishop on a1, knight on b1, queen on c1 has a little trouble developing, while I will have to be a bit careful with my king where to put it. You know, on the queen side I pushed my pawns already, and on the king side I'm running into some attack, so we'll see about that. But generally I'm quite happy about the placement of my pieces, so I think as long as my king is gonna be okay, my position will be quite nice.
So Vincent is quite happy with his position, and let's talk a bit about it. How did white set up by Erigaisi? What did Arjun do? Because black seems to be nicely active.
Yes,
much better looking than in Hans' game.
It's like a Pausen kind of vibe, yeah, that we are getting in the Sicilian. And Vincent not knowing what Sindarov was talking about, because Sindarov was in the... Sindarov was he analyzing with Vincent? Yeah, he was.
Yes.
He was analyzing.
Yes.
Aha, okay. So Vincent also knew about this f6, knight f7, but it's not a secret. This was already one of the very first things that we kind of established, that c6, knight c7, or f6, knight f7 also is a very nice kind of square for the black knight. The same applies for white, of course, on f2 and c2. It just guards the position very nicely. And well, we will be comparing the situation because actually we did have different starting moves. Yeah, the Magnus against Fabiano game started out from e4, but we also got very much the same structure, keeping an eye on this Sicilian, close Sicilian kind of debate, who will prevail here with his strategy.
It's interesting that this f6, knight f7 setup is actually played in 3 of the games. So it is something kind of a natural way of continuing.
Yeah, because let me just push the position back. Yeah, so after b3, so far Vincent has also explained everything. This was the moment. And after b3, the big question, he also said, like, what am I going to do with my king? Most probably that king will have to castle short, but you also don't want to commit this castle immediately. And you know exactly that I have to solve this problem of my knight on h8, and that's how the plan of going f6, knight g3, knight f7 comes to mind. How do you continue with white, Judith? Yeah, okay, d3 just had been played by Arjun.
Well, very logical way developing his knight through d2, f3 probably.
Yes.
Some point e5 with white. It could be some gaining space.
Yeah, interesting. Also with black, that how do you react? What is the follow-up? Well, doing a castles would be natural, I think. Yeah, that one has to kind of solve this issue. Nicholas, did you check with computer? What are the nuances of the position? Because okay, we are talking general terms right now, but as we know, chess is a concrete game.
Yes, well, castle is definitely a move that makes a lot of sense for black here. Also, the computer is highlighting the move bishop to a5 to hit the rook on e1, but I'm not quite sure yet what the big idea is after knight to d2, which seems like a logical reply. Maybe just slowing white down a little bit, forcing white to make some kind of awkward move here, moving the rook so you can move the knight, get out of this pin. Because rook e2 or rook e3 don't really look so harmonious for white here, but otherwise the question is how you can keep making progress. So in fact, after bishop a5, maybe white should immediately go rook e2 and keep the knight on b1. So I guess bishop a5 is just a little bit of a unpleasant move for white to face. Other than that, castle makes sense. b4 is also a move the computer suggests, but I guess b4 is maybe aimed a little bit against c4, which could be another idea for white here. Let's say if black goes castle, then white can go c4. And that's another advantage of the move d3, also supporting the pawn push to c4. So some choices for Vincent here overall. Oh, he has made a move. He has played queen to b8.
And you know what? I was thinking, like, is he preparing the castle long in certain situation? Because he did not reveal his intentions yet. By the way, the move queen b8 had also happened in the Sindarov game. So this queen b8 move is kind of now becoming topical in this discussion. What else is the idea, or could be the idea? Bishop c7, trying to put knight d2, bishop c7, and you cannot play knight f3 because of the hanging pawn on f4.
That is
could also be something.
Yeah, but queen b8 seems a bit slow overall, I would say, because I cannot really imagine black going queenside castle in this position. Just seems too dangerous, with the pawns already on b5 and c5. But maybe, I mean, bishop b6, bishop c7. But as you said, Peter, knight d2 probably runs into bishop c7 now, which is unpleasant. So queen b8, a nice prophylactic move by Vincent, and a quick response by Arjun, the sharp e5, lighting it up in the center. Computer does not love it, says black can just ignore it and go castle, and white has lost a lot of the flexibility then in the center. Also the bishop now staring against the pawn. e5 is maybe a bit too premature here by Arjun, and it seems that Vincent is doing all right now after castle, Peter.
Yeah, but it probably also had an effect that he understood that bishop c7 is a plan, and he wants to counter it. But the good news for Vincent is that actually after e5 you feel that castle is a good move. I think this is very important to understand that actually after e5, because before the problem was that white can slowly build up an attack. So the reasoning that Vincent had, that he felt like the bishop on a1, knight on b1, queen on c1 are still far away from action. They could slowly move towards the king side, yeah, with knight d2, knight f3. But after e5 short castles, things are heating up. And if things are heating up and black is able to play bishop c7 and kick that pawn on e5, then actually white will have to react in some way. Very interesting. Yeah, we have some small destruction in our studio, and that's why we are laughing a bit, but yeah, we are not in any danger. In any case, yeah, e5 happened, and I think, Nicholas, this is your analyzing board, so if you want to make some moves.
That's right, yes. Yes, castle is the move that we expect. Bishop a5 was also possible, but castle is definitely very sensible, and the question is how white can continue here, because you always have to check for this pawn on e5 as well. I mean, the knight on f7, the knight on c6, the queen on b8, they're all hitting this pawn on e5. So, and you don't really want to take on f6. This would help black tremendously. Now black takes with the pawn on f6, the rook is guarded, and well, white has just spent 2 moves to give away the space advantage in the center, has opened up the position. So e takes f6 is definitely a move that white does not want to play. But then the question becomes, how do I continue here? Maybe bishop g4 makes some sense. Maybe this is the idea. Bishop g4 and e6. I could totally see Arjun going for this kind of plan of bishop g4 and e6. I think this is the direction he wants to go in. But here there's queen b7 lining up along the diagonal, having some ideas against the pawn on g2. Or you could even do it the other way around, going knight d4 first, because bishop takes d7 would run into this double attack with queen b7 and queen takes g2. This would not be the end of the world yet, because white still has bishop h3 defending against g2 as well, but now black takes on e5. Black gets a lot of initiative here, gets a lot of play, e6, all the pieces are coming out, and black is doing quite well here, in fact. So Vincent is thinking, but I would strongly expect him to go castle in this current position, and then he should be in decent shape here in this game.
Well, it's getting quite complicated. I would suggest to go on the bird's eye view, so we see how it's developing all the games, because it's nice to see a lot of similarities between the games at first sight, we can say, right?
Yes, and actually the game between Parham Maksodlu and Yavohir Sindarov, and also Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana, are a little bit similar, because in both cases white's bishop got to g4, the motive that Nicholas already mentioned before,
Pack das einfach zwischen meine Beine.
that is kind of an interesting idea. However, there Fabiano has placed his pawns on e6, g6. So is he actually even planning to meet it with some f6, f5? That will be also very interesting. But he slowly prepares bishop e7. So he's planning at some moment the king evacuation to the other side of the board. Wow. Very intense. Very intense. According to Evil Bar, so far only Levon Aronyan was able to get something out of the opening. But now I'm seeing some queen a3 happened. The queen a3 move is slightly mysterious, and Hans immediately used the chance to activate his bishop to g5. I think that strategically speaking, this is quite an achievement for black, activating that bad bishop on d8, occupying this lovely diagonal. Makes a lot of sense. The pawn on a7 is not really hanging, because queen takes a7 runs into knight c6, I believe. And there is pressure on the center on the hanging d4 pawn. I'm not really understanding this queen a3 move. Maybe we can even take a closer look at it. with the computer just to understand what are all these tactical nuances there. What do you think, Judith?
I can say something to this. I mean, the point is basically what Judith said earlier. She wanted to go d5, but d5 always runs into c6. But now that the queen is out of the way, you can go d5, and after c6, I guess you can just go c4. So d5 now would be quite a strong move, and he plays it.
And it's on the board. But before we go there, we have a confessional booth.
Another one.
Presentation by Arjun. So let's go what he has to say versus Vincent. Vincent was also in the confessional. It seems like players are playing on different fields.
Yes.
This was one of the positions where there were so many starting moves for white, and we were mainly discussing d4 and e4, and in the end someone mentioned b4, and at the board when I was thinking f4 also looked interesting to me, and I spent quite some time and I kind of liked the lines there. In 1e4 we were looking at c5 and e5 both. c5 I kind of liked for white, but after e5 I wasn't sure. So I thought I'll start with f4. So if I go c5, e4, this is what happened in the game. This is some kind of a Sicilian, but now pieces are a bit oddly placed. But yeah, right now, especially after he played queen b8 and I got e5, I kind of like my chances, but let's see how it goes. It's a double-edged game anyway.
Well, let's see. What is this e5 on the board?
Yes, and this is the reason why I always say that I don't like these question marks given by the computer, because as Arjun said, that he's very happy that he had the chance to play e5, and when you are sitting opposite to him, for example, and his vibes, his aura, his expression signals you that he's very happy that he made this very strong e4, e5 move, then whenever our audience looks at this position and sees like, wow, e5 was a bad move, they don't get the real picture of what is happening, and it's very nice to have this confession booth. In fact, Vincent reacted to it with bishop c7, and that is also not a move that computer likes, but he's hoping to evacuate his king towards the other side of the board, to the long castle.
That's tricky.
To the queen, yes, but he already did not feel secure on the side where he's standing on f8 right now. So just the computers are computers and humans are humans, and that's why we love to commentate those games.
Can bishop g4 be an unpleasant move here, so long castle is not possible to e6?
Yeah, bishop g4 makes a lot of sense, but can I maybe play e6? Because now that you put the bishop on g4, ef is not a threat, then I would open my...
And you're not afraid there. E takes f6, gf6, bishop h5.
Well, I'm not afraid, because it's not my game.
You just...
Yes.
It's your student's game.
Yes, okay, but he has time, he can handle it.
Well, actually, time-wise, he's behind, by the way.
Yeah,
he's
of course.
3 minutes behind. Not so good.
Yeah, he's down to 13 minutes. Yeah, that's scary, because this is a very tricky position.
But certainly after f5, my knight is not very well placed on g3, unless I can come back with the bishop to f3 and go knight h5 very quickly.
Yeah, but f4 is hanging, so I'm not sure if you are ready to... Yeah, that's the idea with queen b8, bishop c7. Yeah, Vincent is lining up, but we have a move.
Knight
e4. Arjun activates the knight, hints at the weakness on c5, trying to touch this pawn. Wow, how do we react to this? And he also played it quite quickly. The computer hates it. Computer doesn't like this move, but it is just a different kind of game. In a rapid game, humans relying on their feelings. One could argue, yeah, if we know that knight e4 is a move that computer doesn't like, that the golden rules are don't move the piece too often, which you have already developed.
But here, maybe black can take f takes e5.
What?
It looks awful. I understand.
F takes e5.
Yeah, and if takes, go bishop e5, and when you come up with knight g5 and you expect me to resign, I would go castle.
Wow. So this is the effect of the computer, that I'm losing my tongue. I just don't know what to say.
So I don't know.
But yeah, knight g5, your idea was to castle All the way, right? Or
No,
short castle.
Sure, just
I thought that you want to hit the bishop on a1. Yes, just short castle.
That's also that's funny. No, I
but
had
yeah,
just simple short castle.
Yeah, this works perfectly.
Just to give you a shock.
Yes, that would be a shock, but wait a second, Judith, you are Judith. Rook takes f7 probably is your move.
Well,
no?
yeah, I know that's
No
coming.
more castles.
I know that's coming.
Yeah, no more castles. And
But
okay,
it would just be so satisfying to play after knight g5 and they ask your handshake to castle.
Yes, yes.
Even then, maybe it was not.
I don't know exactly how is it first rook f1 check, but this one looks very shaky.
Knight g5, king g6.
Yes, maybe I first start with rook f1. Yeah, in any case, we're not going to see this after knight e4. Vincent actually played the move bishop b6 quite quickly. He also doesn't have so much time left, you were right. Down to 12 minutes, he has to speed up. It's almost like yesterday's rapid game, yeah, that it's a 10 minutes game suddenly.
With a very complicated middle game already going.
Yes, very sharp. So who knows? Well, probably who knows is not the right wording because Niklas knows. Niklas, tell us what's really happening.
Yeah, this game is definitely heating up. Both players making mistakes in the last few moves. Both players speeding up as they feel the time is getting lower and the position is so complex. So e5 was not ideal. We already pointed out castle would have been good here. Bishop c7. Knight e4 was a mistake. Knight c3 was something the computer quite liked, to bring the knight to d5. And the knight would join the action, get another piece into the game. This would have been quite strong. Instead, knight e4. And indeed, Judith was correct with f takes e5.
Yeah.
But after f takes e5, you don't need to take with the bishop. You could castle here, or you could take with the knight. But I think castle would be a very sensible move. And you would win this pawn on e5, open up the pieces, and black is doing quite well. Instead, Vincent played quite quickly bishop b6, which was the second best move at least, also a very natural move, get the bishop into a game, maybe hint at c4 at some point, and now Arjun played bishop g4, which is the best move here, developing the bishop and hitting the pawn on d7, and now Vincent has to figure out how to defend the pawn. The computer wants to see rook d8 or queen d8. Both are not really moves that you're so happy to make, but I guess you just have to defend this pawn one way or another. And castling, as Jude already pointed out earlier, would be horrible because of e6, and you are in a world of pain. So I would expect Vincent to somehow, yes, defend this pawn, maybe rook d8. I mean, you still have to always watch out for this e6 move. This is a bit annoying, but it seems objectively at least he is still fine here, but it feels like this is more of Arjun's position right now.
Yeah, I also feel that I would like to open up with c4 check. I don't know, somehow I want to open up.
You can, yes. It's also possible.
Because otherwise, I'm even worried that white will play at some point c4 himself and the bishop on b6 gets stuck. Just c4, c takes d, get some d4 square and then try to breed with the pieces. But we have also covered way too much, I think, this match.
Yes, I think we need to see Carlsen against Caruana.
Exactly.
We haven't seen that yet. And the action is definitely heating up there a lot
jump
as
over
well.
There. Here it is. Here it is. Black seems to have a beautiful position. Look at that a8 bishop, rook on g8, knight e5. Everything is looking against the white's king.
Yeah, but black has not castled yet, yeah? So Magnus is saying, what are you guys talking about? I'm checkmating my opponent, but yes, I'm
He just
with you.
castles alongside and he's happy.
Exactly. No, black seems to be doing extremely well. Just to very quickly see where did this come from. So very similar stuff. e4, c5, knight c3, b6, castle e6, b3, knight c6. Very logical kind of solid setup by Fabi. I quite like it. Bishop g4, g6. Very nice move. I really love this g6 move because he has not castle yet. He has a rook on g8. That's why he's being very flexible. He just wants to make sure that white is unable to break in the king side. Bishop e7. You don't know. Maybe queen c7, long castle coming. d3, queen c7, f5, ef5, ef5, knight c5, and now we are talking. Black has control of the position.
I can't believe that Magnus is too happy with his position right now.
Yeah.
Look at that g4 bishop, but actually I had problem with that g4 bishop also before. If you go back few moves,
Yes.
after g6, having the black pawns e6, f6, g6, look at this g4 bishop
Yeah.
and the g3 knight.
Those are horrible pieces.
What are they doing? Where are they going to find any entry points for in black's camp?
Actually, if I look at this position, I would almost be sure that Magnus is playing from the black side because
But
there is
you
this
know-
harmony.
But you know, maybe g6 was also a prophylactical move because white might have had a plan of playing e5, and f5 is not necessarily possible because of sacrifice.
Maybe, yeah.
It's too over-optimistic, but
Yeah,
I
but-
thought it can be also an idea.
But in any case, yeah, once I saw the move g6 and I understood what's going on, it already felt nice. So Magnus actually goes now for direct action, f take g6. He ignores the hanging bishop on g4. I think he has to go for this move per move kind of play. He goes for it, h take g6 and bishop takes e5, giving up his dark squared bishop.
Wow.
Well, if it works out move per move, then it's great news for white, but in long terms, black is now having all the fun, so white has to be very energetic.
But what is the idea behind bishop e5? I go knight takes e5.
Yeah, I guess queen h6,
Queen h6 check.
and then king
King
f7.
f7.
Where is the mate? Where is the mate?
Rook h8 next.
And the bishop is still hanging on g4. I'm not quite sure what's really happening here.
Maybe instead of queen h6 something?
Well, computer approved the move queen h6 according to the evil bar, but I'm not. I would pick black at any moment.
Maybe knight h5.
Yeah, you will have to. You will have to do something
What about
crazy.
knight h5, knight g4, queen h7, king...
And perpetual check.
well, I can't go back.
No, you
Six.
can't. You can't go back. Okay.
But okay, king f8, knight e to f4.
F4. Let's say
G
vamos.
takes h5. Okay, I'm very happy. Gave up already 2 pieces.
And also
I did my work. I'm done here in the office. It's your move.
Let me just show all the arrows that are also in the position. According
Thank
to computer, what you have done, it's perfectly fine because it's a draw. But Nicholas, please join us because I have no access to computer and I have no idea why is this a draw.
It's dead draw.
Well, dead draw would be maybe an overstatement. But yes, indeed, after queen h6 is the current position. Fabi has two choices, rook g7 or king f7, with king f7 definitely being the more logical one. I think it's already been played, if I see it correctly. And Magnus basically has to sacrifice here with knight f5 or knight h5 to not be worse in this position. The third best move would be to go queen f4, but then already black is definitely in good shape after queen c6, rook h8, and so on and so forth. So let's see the line that Judith intuitively found already with knight h5. So black, yeah, takes the bishop. This makes a lot of sense. Queen h7 check. King has to go to f8. You cannot go to e6 because you're running into all kind of discovered checks along the e file. So king to f8. And now knight e4 only move. Well, also there's the checkmate threat on h2. Let's not forget about that one. So knight ef4. And black takes the knight on h5. 2 pieces up. And now the only move for white. Do you guys want to take a guess? The only move?
Yeah. Rook e6. I don't know.
Just sacrifice what?
Just do something. Put something in.
I just resign with white.
No, I mean, that's the first what comes to mind.
Just queen takes h5 or what? No.
No.
h3.
h3 is the only move. Other moves are completely lost for white. h3. Yes. You need to get rid of this knight so you
What
can...
do you mean it will never happen?
It will never happen.
Well, I think maybe out of desperation it will happen. But yeah, it is definitely a scary line for white to go down into, because if you miss something, and obviously Magnus doesn't know this is a draw, and if you miss something you lose. And also Magnus is probably not happy just going for a draw of white anyway, right? So, but here after h3 now, yeah, if you move the knight, this is a perpetual after all, in one way or another. But even here, you need to see king g7, I have rook e3. Like, the lines, they're not trivial. There's knight f3. I mean, there's just a lot going on. So in the end, the computer says it's all equal, but for a human, this is definitely not easy.
I want to see the heart rates when they start entering into this line.
Yeah, actually, maybe we can just zoom on in the players at this very moment, because actually Magnus doesn't have the right to make a neutral move, then he will be worse. And I want to see his body language. I really want to see, and the heart rate. It's the first game, and it's all about deciding the championship. If Fabi knocks Magnus out, then things gonna be very crazy in this final Grand Slam.
This is not the position. This is our analyzing position. So let's get to the exact game position, which is this. And let's see, Magnus is about to make his move.
Yeah, look at the body language. Magnus,
knight f5 or knight h5?
Yes. But Magnus is not happy, and Fabi's in the driver's seat.
Which move he's going to do, Peter?
I don't know. I have no idea, but he doesn't like what he's doing.
Nicholas, do you think he will make knight move?
If he makes a move already now, after a few minutes, I wouldn't expect either, honestly. Like, you
but
cannot
wait
just...
a second, his heart rate, 77 in this position, when all at stake with the whole Grand Slam, or Magnus says, everybody calm down.
It's going up, it's rising.
It's going up, of course, it has to keep
rising.
Exactly.
And
Queen f4, bailout.
There was no way he's going to sacrifice 2 pieces after a 2 or 3 minute think.
But he's clearly behind in time.
He's behind in time, and now he's definitely also worse. He's objectively just worse.
Yeah, and he knows that his whole plan, what he has been playing for the whole game, is went done. Yeah, he's just very upset. If you would tell him that, Magnus, you are black here, he says, okay, I'm gonna win this game. Yeah, no matter what, no matter whom I'm playing with. Wow, what a chance for Fabi. And the clock situation is also fine for Fabiano.
Great. Okay, the question is, how good is it for black? Can black go queen c6?
Queen c6 is a great and logical move here.
But okay, knight comes to e4, and then all kind of threats.
It is a super sharp position for sure, because both kings are weak.
Yeah, but knight if I can just sidestep with my king to g7, and I'm very solid. And already are in this knight take g4, queen g4, f5 business as well.
You can even play it immediately after knight e4.
Yeah, no, it's for me it seems like in this position every tactic will work in black's favor, yeah, because of the bishops, yeah, the dark square bishop is a monster, the white knight on e2 is a horrible piece, yeah, if that knight would be on e4, yeah, look at this, Magnus is just in a state of shock, a horror that he thought like something will happen, he has some tactical idea but it did not work out in his calculation, and this is crazy. He's in a lot of trouble.
He is not happy with his position.
How can he?
Do you think Magnus also does that you might think, oh, maybe knight h5 was better. Maybe I missed it. Do you think it hunts him also during the game?
No.
Or he's a player who just looks ahead?
No, I think his previous strategical decisions are hunting him. Yeah, because why did I play this bishop g4, f5? It was not my style at all. I did not really believe. I let myself be convinced that let's go for it. It's the principal way, but now he's paying the price.
And guys, I need to interrupt, but we need to go to Maksutlu against Javokir Sindarov, because Maksutlu is winning against Sindarov. He's crushing
some
through.
Action.
We see the bishop landing on f6 here, and the bird's eye view on the top left. We see Maksutlu against Sindarov, and Maksutlu is crushing here. Bishop takes f6. What a blow. Maksutlu.
Killer, yeah?
Great, yes. Bishop takes f6.
Wow, so gf f5.
G takes f6, rook takes f6 has been played, but it does not really change much. f5 will come in the end. f5, it's already blitzed out, and white is to win back the material with interest here.
But okay, this is playable for black.
This is playable, yes. There was something stronger. Maksutlu played too fast. He played too fast.
You guys have a strange taste.
No, I'm already picking black here. Yeah, lovely exchange sacrifice. Knight f7 is coming.
Yeah, knight g3 instead of taking on g6 would have been much stronger. If we can get up my board for a moment, I can show it.
Yes, let's get.
Yes. So in this position, bishop takes f6. Let's just slowly go through it again. Here already, just going back a few moves after knight e7. This was still all right for Sindarov, but he is definitely under pressure. He should move the knight back to c6, but I think it maybe came from there, so obviously this is not what he wanted. But after knight g6, he just allowed this tactic to happen, which he maybe missed altogether. Bishop takes f6, beautiful strike by Magsudlu, and the point is that in the end, after f5, both knights are hanging on g6 and on h6. So king g7 was played, and here Magsudlu played too quickly. He had enough time. He has 12 minutes. He's 5 minutes ahead on the clock. If he had taken more time, then I think he could easily have spotted the move knight to g3, which is threatening knight h5, forcing the king away, and then the knight on h6 would once again hang. And here now you are... And also one important point is that knight f4 can be answered by queen takes f4. Well, there are also other options, but this is just crushing. And you win back, you win the exchange under much better circumstances than, I mean, black has to go like knight g8, and then you can go knight h5, and you have a very strong attack here going on as well. Well, it's maybe not that simple, but he definitely could have taken some time to think about. Instead, he grabbed...
Knight f6.
He grabbed it, and... Okay. Now queen f4, he trades the queens, but as Peter is saying, here black is definitely having a playable position. The advantage is almost gone already. g3, knight e5, black has beautiful compensation on the light squares. Black has... Well, black doesn't have a pawn, yeah, but it's just beautiful compensation.
Exactly, with the pawn we would be winning, but like this we are compensating.
Chess is crazy.
Yes.
All right.
Crazy, yes.
All right, well, with that being said...
Sindarov is on the safe side right now.
Sindarov, it has calmed down. We can go back to Magnus if you guys want to. We can also check out Levon. I mean, there's so much action going on.
Maybe we can go to Levon's game because we haven't been there for some time.
Or go to the bird's eye view just very quickly
let's go to the bird's eye view where we are standing. Because there is some interesting action with Levon going on here. What is his queen doing on a7 all the way there? Is it safe? Or he just has time to come back?
Well, he picked up this pawn. It seems like it is safe. Why not? The queen cannot move from c8 because the bishop is hanging. Okay, let's go into that game. Yeah, let's just check it out quickly. I already have it on my screen. And this is the current position. Knight e2 just had been played, hitting the bishop also on f4. That's the only bishop that tries to compensate for something. Just very quickly to jump back where we left. So queen a3, bishop g5, d5 was already mentioned by Nicholas being a very strong move. And then Hans was trying something, knight f4, c4, knight a6, bishop a4. Ooh, bishop a4, that was probably missed by Hans because this hurts. Now everything is tied down. Levon very masterfully enjoying the strengths of his position. Okay, things got out of control. White won a pawn. Black is trying to get some counterplay, but knight e2 was in time to hit that bishop. How do we react? What is the clock situation? Also, clockwise, Niemann is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's a question. Can he take on e4, or is just completely hopeless position? Knight takes f4, ef4, and queen comes back, queen a3, and strengthens the bishop power on a1 by playing queen b2 next, or queen f3 also.
And let's just also treasure that bishop on b5, yeah, keeping an eye on the e8 square, so black's rooks are not able to fight for the e file. White will follow up with rook e1, probably also f3, kicking the knight away, and then once we line up on the long diagonal, this will end up with a big checkmate. So horror scenario after knight e2, he has to move the bishop, but if he moves, then he also runs into f4. And once again, the long diagonal pin that was already hunting Hans yesterday against Magnus is in play. Maybe it's lost. Niklas, any chances for Hans?
It is definitely looking bad for Hans Niemann here in this position. As you said, he needs to move the bishop. He cannot allow knight takes f4, but if the bishop h6, well, maybe f4 is also an option, but you can just go f3 or knight c3. And white is up in a healthy pawn. Where's the compensation? Where's the play
Guys,
for black?
knight h5, f5.
You need to try it, yes, for
check.
sure.
I don't know, make some freestyle move like
But
queen
okay.
c8 to h4.
I'm also quite fast with maybe something like c5, c6 potentially, or c takes b6 opening up. This looks just
Nicholas,
like a King's
you're
Indian
cool.
going wrong.
You're cruel playing c5, c6. What is this?
Well, yeah, so definitely Hans is in trouble. He's also 2.5 minutes left against 9.5 minutes. I mean, that's a substantial time difference between the two here. So Levon seems like he's continuing his great shape from yesterday's round robin. And I think we should head back to Magnus against Fabi. We can check the bird's eye view once again, because I think Magnus against Fabi is just going to heat up in such a crucial game for the whole event and for the whole tour, potentially.
Let's go there. Let's go to Magnus's game.
All the games are heating up, honestly, it feels like, also between Erigaisi and Keimer, but of course we can only focus on one at a time. And here we have it. There were some inaccuracies in the last few moves, but now definitely Kawana is once again better. So here we last checked after queen f4, we said queen c6 was a great move for Fabi, but instead he played bishop d8, which looks a bit strange, but also has a point. It opens up the rook, it defends the queen, because there were some tactics in the air with bishop takes d7, so these are not possible anymore. And now bishop h3 was, well, guarding against knight takes g4, but not the best
Wasting
move.
too much time, no?
But wait a second, guys. Some development. Rook gf8, queen g3 happened, and the computer is saying white is okay. What's happening?
Rook
in the current position?
gf8.
Yes, and queen
Yes,
g3.
queen g3.
Threatening knight f4, knight h5, and things like this.
Crucial move. And now, in fact, the only move for black is to go king h6. Oof. That is very bad news. That is very bad news. It's bad news. If this is the only move to keep equality, oh no, Fabi.
But what's the final d5 after queen g3?
Why not d5? I mean, this is definitely the logical move. But here, I'm just bringing the knight back, apparently, to c3.
And the e6
And the
square.
e6 square is ready to be taken by my knight.
The horrible knight from e2 comes to life.
And Magnus, he could easily take over this game, honestly.
Yeah, and the time trouble is coming now. Before black was in such a nice position, everything was somehow protected. At least it looked to us.
But sorry, what's the idea behind king h6? Is it that after knight f4, black can go g5 and the h5 square is taken from the knight?
The idea is to go f5, after knight f4.
So the g5 square is
So the g5
covered.
square is taken. Very difficult. I don't really see Fabi playing this move. I mean, king h6 looks so unusual.
Can he find king h6?
Maybe. Let's zoom on in the players. Yeah, we have to see the body language, the shift also now. I think Magnus senses that actually I got what I wanted with this king side.
Magnus is happy now. He has a head on the clock. He's putting the pressure in the position. In the last few moves, it definitely went his way. So let's have a zoom up of the players.
Yeah, we need the players.
And see if Fabi is feeling the heat right now. But I'm sure he is. I'm sure he feels like it's slipping away and he is under pressure. Yeah. And the body language is reflecting the current position. Magnus relaxed, leaning back, and Fabi leaning forward. And the heart rates are also reflecting the position.
Suddenly we see a different body language, yeah? Magnus is kind of leaned back.
Magnus is again interested in the game, yeah? Yes, it's going in my direction. Look at this, I'm setting up this attack. Knight f4 is coming.
I have the feeling that he knows king h6.
You think so, yeah?
I think so.
You can read, yeah? He cannot hide his thoughts from you.
No, because, I mean, after all, it makes sense, right?
once we know
Once
the
you've
move.
seen it, yes.
No, but the thing is that knight f4 is coming.
Yeah, knight f4 is almost like, and then bishop f5, you are unable to play f5. And Fabi's idea with this king g7, rook gf8 was probably in connection with pushing f6, f5.
Well, maybe, of course, Fabi will be going rook h8, knight f4, rook h6. But you understand that...
Yeah, human way of trying to defend, yeah?
It's like you understand that suddenly, instead of being an attacker, you're a defender.
Yeah, very tough. And all of a sudden, yeah, it just looked so comfortable. Two bishops, lovely coordination.
He's down to 2 minutes, by the way. 2 minutes for Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, when we left before, it was 4 minutes ahead for Fabiano. 12 minutes versus 8, Magnus.
Yes.
And now there's a huge shift on the position and on the clock and on heart rate.
And you
Though
can
Magnus
see
is saying,
Fabi
okay.
fidgeting.
Yeah, he cannot believe what has happened in the last couple of moves.
Actually, this is one of the big problems. When there is a shift in the position, you had a very great position and suddenly you don't understand. Where did I do wrong? Why is this happening? That suddenly I have to watch out.
And you're also so angry with yourself that how could I let this happen? I had so many good options. Yeah, rook h8 played.
Yeah, rook h8 is a human move. It's also, it's
Yes.
not that bad. It's not that bad. Knight f4, rook h6.
It's the most logical continuation,
Absolutely.
right?
Yes. But then
And the
anyway,
safest
bishop
looking.
f5 comes.
Safest looking.
Yeah, I'm just setting it up with bishop f5.
Well, after bishop f5, you still have no threat. What you want to do is what,
Well, knight takes,
h4?
oh no.
h4, h5.
Yeah, just I want to pack you that nothing moves.
Yeah, I think Magnus is going to take this one.
Wow, already.
Well, it's just, practically it's much
That
easier
time.
to play for white. And he has more time.
Is it easier to play it with white?
I would say so. Mike, in the
After
end,
knight f4, rook h6.
For the next two moves, yes. And then who knows? Yeah, you make your rook h6 and you sidestep with the king
And
somewhere.
what do we do? Bishop f5, king f7. Go back or what?
No,
No,
then,
probably there's something on
then
the
already some tactics
Some
has
knight
to.
g5 or something.
Also, knight take g6 and then knight d6 check because you step actually into.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you
Oh,
play
yeah.
there, king. Can I make a move? Do we see?
No, this is-
No. Yes. Yeah. Actually, yes. So the line that we were talking about, bishop f5, putting pressure. For the moment, nothing is threatening. But if black actually moves the king to f7, then we are expecting some knight take g6, knight take g6, knight d6 check.
Ooh, knight
winning the
d6.
game, yes.
Oh, that hurts.
Yes. So there are all kinds of dangers like this looming in the air. Fabi is trying to calm himself down. He's now under 100 heart rate. Just when I'm saying it starts to move back again. And he's down to 1 minute 36 seconds. If he will have a problem to solve, it will be impossible.
What Magnus is also thinking. He's also spending his time. He feels the momentum.
Yeah, he feels like, wow, this is not the best position I had, or I was. Yeah, I was dreaming. Yeah, knight f4 played, rook h6 blitzed out. You need those 15 seconds, and let us remind our dear viewers that we have 15 seconds increment now for this rapid portion, with 30 minutes and 15 seconds extra for each move.
Nerve-wracking moments in this game.
And it's the typical Magnus territory that attacking without sacrificing.
Well,
This is-
it will come.
This is what comes to mind. Yeah, that also if ever that knight from e5 will be kicked, or if it's possible, then everything falls apart.
Which is why c3 is definitely
C3 is a move. Yeah, c3 d4. Yeah, that you know clicked in my mind that what would Magnus play in this position? C3 d4. And then later bishop
Because you have time for everything?
Yeah, and bishop f5 will come when it wins the game. Not when it's... No, but he first plays bishop f5. Okay.
Is it winning the game, bishop f5 already?
Not yet. But he was supposed to play it when it wins. Was my theory.
But it's definitely an awkward spot for black because you cannot move out of this pin. King f7 we already looked at. King h7 also fails to some tactics. So what move do you
Rook h8. Rook e8 to h8.
Oof. Really asking for...
That is also losing already. There are all these kind of tactics. It's
and how?
Knight takes f6.
Wow. Knight takes f6.
Crazy.
And then the queen will be hanging.
Queen is hanging on c7.
Rook, yeah, rook eh8 runs into knight takes f6. Incredible.
That's why it feels like a position is impossible to defend, especially with 1 minute on the clock. If you had half an hour, it would also be difficult. But with 1 minute, all these tactics?
Well, then maybe I have to take bishop e4, but this is a strategical capitulation.
You should play bishop takes e4.
Yeah, but only with the heart aching and bleeding and everything, yeah? Because bishop e4, you know that.
120 heart rate.
Yes, of course. That's the minimum for this position. Rook f8 played, trying to protect from knight takes f6.
Yeah, but knight takes g6 is already possible now. But it's not so easy. Knight takes g6 and sacrifice. This is not easy.
No,
but what is knight g6? Knight g6, knight g6, knight d6?
Yes, knight d6.
Ooh.
But okay, this I don't expect Magnus to play.
He will go there.
h4 is even stronger now.
h4 is very nice, yeah.
And it's very.
But you can play easily knight g6, knight d6.
But no. We easily play h4, h5, and
h4.
Yes.
It's like you said.
But it's very tempting knight g6, knight d6. When you see that knight on d6, game over.
Moves for black, yeah.
Yes. But if we don't know the evaluation, it's not so easy in a very nice position, in such a nerve-wracking moment, in such an important game to just sacrifice. Because if it's a wrong sacrifice, then we help our opponent.
And Magnus, if he doesn't need to sacrifice, why would he? h4. But okay, the game goes on. h4, king h8 maybe? Seems possible.
He'll go knight g6, knight d6.
No.
No?
No.
Magnus!
Come on.
I mean, we want him to, but I can't. I don't believe so.
Heart rate.
He's going to go h4.
Over 90. At least, finally, we see some human reaction by Magnus. Over 90. Not chilling there on 70-something.
Well, this is it. I mean, they will play this very complex position on 1 minute each with 15 seconds in.
But he looked aside like if he knows that knight, I mean, he has seen knight g6, knight d6, and he's trying to convince himself, should I do it? Look at this, the way how he's breathing. It's clear that he's thinking about some big move.
Fighting with himself. Should h4, knight g6. I want to go knight g3.
And he goes finally c3, the move that was there in the pocket, and the computer hates it.
Oh yeah, black is better. Black is better after king h8 now.
If he finds it?
King h8, I mean.
If king h8 he finds
it's a very lucky move, yeah, king h8.
Then he's back in business and
he will play it. He plays it.
Plays king h8.
Yes.
With 30 seconds on the clock, yeah?
Fabi is Fabi. Amazing, yeah, king h8. But
bishop takes g6, rook g8. That's the point.
Yeah, and he's so happy. He's so happy that finally his pieces are playing again.
And now Magnus is in a lot of trouble. The best move is bishop e6.
And he cannot believe it. He just cannot believe it.
Well, I cannot believe it.
He's in a lot of trouble now.
And Fabi 155 heart rate.
The second best move is knight d6. Both of these moves are very difficult.
What language are you speaking, Nicholas? What is knight d6?
Knight
what
d6
are you talking about?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's...
Now knight d6.
Now knight d6 or bishop e6.
Magnus cannot believe.
The two most obvious move in the position, yeah?
And if he goes back with bishop to h3, which is like
G5.
the... Yeah, g5.
G5.
Yeah.
You're just dropping the bishop on h3.
Magnus can't believe it. Goes to 10 seconds.
Oh my goodness. 10 seconds.
7, 6, and makes
bishop h3, but now g5, and it's basically
blitzed out
after g5. I mean, object.
Well, probably G4.
Well, even the technology cannot stand the pressure. Look at this, everything collapses.
Knight
There we see the
G5.
move.
Look what happened. What?
Wow.
All these moves.
All of this happened.
Oh my God, we need
Suddenly,
to catch up.
both of them.
Fabi's completely winning now.
Isn't Knight
You can see
F3 over?
Magnus. You can see Knight F3 is over, yes. But Knight G6 is
Knight
also
G6
over. It's
played.
just all completely over.
Magnus
He resigns.
resigns.
Fabiano Caruana wins with the black pieces.
Heart rate 157.
Towards the semi-finals. Wow.
What a nerve-wracking game.
What a nerve-wracking game. And as you said, the technology couldn't keep up. Just in the hottest phase of the game, it all collapsed for Magnus and the technology and Fabiano. Huge win for him. Huge. Because if he kicks out Magnus out of the quarterfinals, then he has a chance to even win the whole tour. And
He can't
Magnus
believe
is
it.
smiling. Can't believe where it all went wrong. But it was this moment C3, allowing King H8, and then it was really difficult to come back from that.
Yeah, just
Can't
cannot believe, yeah. Just when it looks so promising, but yeah, things were dangerous. Yeah, he is not talking to the camera.
Yeah, it's like, please don't follow me. I would like to have some time for myself. Well, we have 3 more games still going, and they all look around balanced, guys. So we had some developments. Sindorf is actually better. Niemann is back in the game. Vincent, we haven't checked. Where do you guys want to go?
Well, first, I'd like to go to Levon's game.
Yes, I think it's...
I know in almost all the games, well, Parham is in big trouble on the board and off the board on clockwise as well. So he's in very, very bad situation. But Levon's A7 queen is still there. Can we zoom in?
Yes, let's zoom in. Now C6 is played with the idea of trying to kick that queen, yeah, DC, bishop C6, and bishop takes E4. Everything is happening. Opposite colored bishop on F4, white's king on H1 in some kind of mating net. There is compensation. Finally, Hans is breathing, and he can really hop forward for some counter here. What's
Yeah,
the
the
clock?
bishop on B5 is out of the game. Bishop E3 is a nice move now, but it's not the only one. Just move the bishop, trade the rooks, and you have enough play against the white king. I would even be a bit afraid for white here, honestly.
Yes.
I think the game will end as a draw.
In a draw? Perpetual?
Well, 1 minute for Niemann. Levon still has 17 seconds extra, but yeah, things are out of control. And now there is the shift that we talked about. Yeah, the shift adjusting to the new situation is extremely demanding. But probably the good news for Levon is that he is still able to somehow control the situation. Bishop E3 will be played, yes, on the board.
It was inviting.
Levon is not happy.
Because there's this checkmate idea on the first rank.
Yeah, even after queen c6, there is rook takes f3 intermezzo, I believe. I have rook takes f3 intermezzo, super important, because then white is not able to pick up the queen, then rook takes f1, king h2, and this typical bishop g1, king h1, bishop f2, king h2, bishop g3 checkmate is possible.
But I think now takes on f7, everything, queen c7, trying to look for
You have to.
Recho.
You have to. It's the only way to not lose, in fact.
Yeah.
You have to take on f7. You cannot allow this rook takes f3, but that is a shock, because clearly Levon was hoping for queen c6.
But yeah, it will be a perpetual, and I think he will find it. I mean, there's just not much else to do.
Yeah, just takes everything, we trade all the rooks, and then queen c7, and we start giving
a lot of checks.
A lot of checks. Well, we have to, because if we can't give check, we get checkmated.
Yes.
Yes.
Fortunately for white, there is at least this perpetual. I mean, would you imagine if Levon lost this game, he would be...
And it's happening. Can't he play king h6? Is that a move? No, he takes king f7.
King h6
Rook h7.
Yes.
Ah,
no,
maybe
rook
not.
h7 was okay, but no, you can just give a no, I don't know. But yeah.
C5 was possible after...
Oh, okay, yeah, so queen c7, but now
F1 square.
Yes, now unfortunately black cannot run away, because king g8, queen d8, king g7, queen e7 check, and if you go king h6, I still have queen f8 check. I can hunt.
Yeah, and then you can go back queen f1 also. So black is better to keep his king.
After all, Hans should
G7,
also be
G8.
super happy that he survived this, right?
Absolutely. He was.
It's like a victory.
Yes, for sure.
And the heart rates, 125 versus 118. Where to hide? There is no way to hide, right? Yes, because yeah, queen e7 check, king h6, queen f8, and if king g5, queen d8 check, the white queen will continue chasing. Yeah, okay, king g8, so now we will see queen e8, followed by queen e7 check. And Magnus stays in the playing hall. He's trying to follow the action, trying to calm himself down by following what's happening on the other boards.
Probably he's watching this game. A lot of action was happening here too. But it seems like there is no way for white to play on.
Well, I think rather a question should be if black can play on here.
Yes.
But no.
Well, he can go with his king to h5, but is this a winning attempt?
No, queen f3. If you mean after queen.
Ah,
f3,
yes, because king h6, queen f8. If king h5, then queen f3 trades the queen. So yes, we're gonna see repetition of moves. Very professional by Hans.
No, I guess you can play on if you go to g5 first and then.
Queen d8, king h5.
And then
Yeah, but now Levon can actually just claim a draw by 3-4 repetition. So
oh, it's already. Okay. Yes, yeah, they're just repeating, and it will be a draw.
yeah, there we have. And Levon cannot believe. Look at this. He's laughing at himself that how I did not win this.
Yeah, there was an opportunity for him, that's for sure. Two games are still running.
Yeah.
Parham is suffering from bad position. Maybe we can go just shortly for a bird's eye view. Ooh, what a scary pawns, e4, f4 for black, for Sindarov.
Yes, Sindarov is pressing.
But also scary pawns in the Keimer game. Well, not as scary.
Yeah, but it's an exchange sacrifice. It's very interesting.
Yeah, both games feature in the exchange sacrifice.
But already Sindarov won back the exchange.
Oh yes, yeah.
Actually, it
plus
was
having the strong pawns. Yes,
Yes.
I didn't even realize. So Sindarov seems to be on the verge of winning. We can maybe go there first. I think the Vincent game is probably still going to go on for longer.
Yeah, let's check Parham against Sindarov. It seems that black is just having an overwhelming position because material is equal, but the position is huge for black. Black's pawns are so much more powerful. Also, black is starting to invade with the rook to b2, so white might have to play the move king c3, then the pawns are marching. So bishop g4 is played, trying to kick that knight away.
Well, black can just take on h4.
And the worst news for white is that actually Sindarov has 2 minutes on the clock, which gives him a lot of safe.
So much time.
Yeah, that gives him safety net. Then
Parham has only 20 seconds.
Yeah, there is nothing much to talk about. Just control your nerves. 130 plus heart rate, easily check, and now he's blitzing out knight takes h4. He collects the pawn, and rook b2, rook d2 is also coming. It's hopelessly lost. And that moment, yeah, when Parham had this 12 minutes, and if he just pauses for 5 seconds, he would have spotted this knight g3 move, which would have won the game. Looking for chances. Parham, an incredible fighter, but yeah, this is quite a lost cause.
Knight g6 back, simply.
Yeah, and then knight e5 is a threat also. Beautiful little coordination with knight protecting and targeting, and also this rook b2, rook d2 idea is still there as well.
And bishop g2 now, almost an only move, actually.
Yeah.
But he finds it.
Really?
He finds it, yes.
And it's there.
Yeah, because he holds on to the f4 pawn.
Yes.
What an intermediate move, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, Sindarov is extreme. You cannot give him chances. He's taking them. I don't really see him missing any chances. Whenever he has them, he uses them perfectly. Knight d5 check. A very sad move, very bad sign, but yeah, what to do? What to do? Life is hard. Yes, it is.
King d6.
Yeah, king d6 is unfortunately available, yeah, because as a defender you are hoping that maybe he's forced to take on d5 and then I survive.
No.
But no, black is not forced to take
King
on d5.
d6 or king f8 are winning for black.
White needs some magic to survive this.
Well, maybe he will take rook f4.
Try to liquidate, yeah? After king d6.
It will not be enough.
Rook f4, lovely. Lovely move, but we can just take and there is bishop f1 check. Picking up the c4 pawn. That's a problem. All right, back to the live board, so knight d5. This is the current action. Unfortunately, Judith's brilliancy to try to survive also does not seem to work. And then what else?
Hesitating where to go with the king.
Yeah, now under 50 seconds, at least Parham has some hope that please think some more. But there are now 15 seconds extra per move. That's quite a lot.
$15 seconds.
Wow.
King d6, finally. You can see the
And look f4, Judith in action. Judith in action, but yeah, bishop f1 check.
But it's not enough.
Yeah.
It's not enough, no.
This hit Parham's heart, this bishop f1 check. You hope that he has a chance, but this one is very unpleasant. Maybe king d4, you have to hang on to that c4 pawn in order to create some mirage of some idea, but okay, then the e3 pawn stays alive.
Not easy.
And he goes, yeah, he goes for king d4. It's the only move, only practical move, otherwise you can just resign.
No, rook c8 or rook b4, just going after c4
Yeah.
pawn.
Going
Rook
after,
c8. Very logical.
also avoiding any c5 check. Business.
Very professional.
Yes.
Taking his time, but also not getting danger in time. We have a draw in the meantime between Arjun and Vincent. So this is the last game which is running. Sindarov's, look at his heartbeat.
Yeah, bishop e2 played. This
Rook
is
f8.
total desperado.
Rook f8.
Rook f8, yeah? And everything falls apart. You win on the spot.
Or take on
Maybe
e2,
not.
play rook g8.
Yes,
Yeah.
if you want to be professional, but rook
Yeah.
f8 is just
No, but
to-
rook f8 c5 is tricky.
Ah, steals check, yeah. We don't
King,
want to calculate.
c6, bishop c3, bishop f3.
Yeah, just take rook g8. Let's not be fancy. He goes
Yes.
for it, yeah.
Of course.
Going for the simple solution.
Knight c3.
One more
And even you can take, yeah, but no,
rook
then
g5 check and knight
knight
f3.
f3, yes,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
crazy. That
e2.
the knight picks up the rook and is in time to cover back, but of course
Yeah, e5 is the best. e2.
e2 is
Or
the
king
killer move of
c6.
king c6, yeah.
It's also very clean because knight e4 now runs into e2. Yeah, and the 2 versus 2 is an easy win for black here, being the exchange up.
Yes, and with bad pawn structure.
There's nowhere near a fortress for white here.
Yeah, if it's not for the dramatic of the situation in a classical game, white would just resign.
Yes.
There are no hopes here. Just don't blunder your rook.
Don't play king c5, basically.
Go rook h3.
Yes, just put it as far as possible.
There we go.
Knight e4, rook e3.
Yeah, rook e3 is the end. And once king c5 happens, it's all over. Rook h4, okay. Inviting king d3, and then we will go after the a2 pawn with rook h2. Yeah, okay, everything is winning here.
Everything's winning here.
As long as you don't blunder your rook, and it's very instructive that black has placed the rook as far as possible. It's the common knowledge that just go as far away as possible from the range of your opponent's knight. Going after the a2 pawn, now if white drops back with the knight to c3, then black can finally get the king to c5. a4 played. Still trying, but it's a hopeless cause. There is one line: if rook h3 check, king c2, rook h3, knight c3, king c5, king b2, almost trapping the rook, but there is king b4, and then the line continues: knight d5 check, king takes a4. We might be seeing this because it's a principal kind of line, and it also wins for black by force.
Well, maybe he's going to d4 here.
Then rook a3.
Yeah, well.
Knight c3, and then just a pass like a6. And it will go d6, even avoiding c5. King c2 played.
Let's play rook e3.
Okay, now this is the fourth line that I have been talking about. It was the logical one.
But why to do it even? a5 is so good.
It's played. Yeah, you don't want to think anything in this position.
No,
Yeah,
calculate.
yeah, no, we don't want. Yeah, king b2, rook e3, or king b2, rook h4, yeah, because he was insisting on rook h4 idea.
After knight c3, I can already play rook takes c3 even.
Even, yes. But okay, why?
Just to show
yes.
what I can do.
Yes, it just shows that it's completely hopeless. Yeah, there was this moment, yeah, we immediately talked about that in a rapid game, when you have compensation for the exchange and good pawn structure, those kind of things are outweighing the even objective evaluation, because it's so much easier to play with black. And then Sindarov beautifully took over and seems to convert it nicely.
Sindarov's heartbeat is going down.
Yeah. He knows he's going to win.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time.
No need to be nervous anymore. Okay, now
Rook
time
e3?
to also time to collect, no? With rook a3, why just not to collect the pawn?
Yeah, rook a3. And resignation.
Yeah, what an unfortunate event Parham is having. Yeah, if somebody looks at his results, 8 games, 8 losses, but in almost every single game he had a chance to actually win. Yeah, it's just shows that he's very near.
Well, great players in this tournament. Everybody's fighting. Everybody wants to win. Everybody's looking for receiving a chance.
Yes.
And they take it.
Yeah. There is the resignation by Parham. You just cannot believe.
Well, it's finished from the quarterfinals, game 1 of today. And it is a great victory for Sindarov. It was not as smooth as it looked in the final moves of the game. That's clear. He won yesterday. And then he was the one who had and gained the opportunity to choose his opponent, and he picked Parham, which it could have been a mistake. Seemingly at one point there was a moment where everything seemed like it's a bad moment for Sindarov today, but luck was turning to his favor. So what do you think, Peter, about the first game?
Well, actually, shocking news and very important news for the tournament and for the whole Grand Slam series, because Fabiano has taken down Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. All it takes for him is to make a draw to knock Magnus out from the contention of fighting for the first place. We do know that he has a big advantage leading the series, but if he gets knocked out and it gets to this, very dangerous kind of scenario that he might even not win the whole series after he has played so well, then I want to see how he handles this situation.
Let's see the bracket and just see what has happened today in game 1 in the quarterfinals. So we see Sindarov just finished his game, collected the first victory, which was essential, and in game 2 he's going to playing with the white pieces. Fabiano won with some small miracle. At the same time, he played well also, just there were some danger zones in today's game for Magnus. Is he going to be able to recover and bounce back with the black pieces? He's in a must-win situation. At the same time, Aranyam probably needs this short time, which we're coming up for the players as a break. Only a draw. He had such an opportunity for himself, what he created. Hans was in big trouble up to some point in the middle game, and Eric Gaisi came here. We were looking the opening phase. It was quite promising for Eric Gaisi. And maybe we can, Nicholas, I can ask you to show the 2 highlight moments, maybe of Eric Parham, where he missed his opportunity, because I think that was a nice moment to show. And also in Magnus's game, before we go for a break.
Yeah, definitely would like to take a look at Magnus's game. But we can first look at Parham's game. He had a winning position. He played a beautiful tactical blow here of bishop takes f6. But also credit to Sindarov, who found the best defense. He spent some time, about 2 minutes, found rook takes f6, knight takes f6, pawn takes. Now after f5, at least he eliminated this knight on h5, so he can play king to g7. And after f takes g6, pawn takes, he got a lot of harmony. He has control over the dark squares. The white pieces are not so impressive, and the position is not as bad. This is actually still better for white, but it's not so clear. Instead, this was a huge moment in the game, because if he had played knight to g3, another knight could come to h5, and black would definitely be under pressure and objectively losing after knight to g8. Now first the knight goes to h5, king f7, pawn takes, and here you can even leave the knight on h5, because if black takes, the bishop comes to h5, and there's a skewer. So queen b2 would be best. This is it's not over yet, but definitely a much better version for the being an exchange up than what we saw in the game. In the game after knight takes, pawn takes. Here we
Actually, I think it would be nice to show a couple of moves, because I remember that black's bishop got to c3, and just that how Sindarov took over.
Yes, let's just see how. So already going into the endgame was not ideal for Maksutlu, knight f7. And just in a rapid game, this is so much easier for black to play. So here the bishop came to c3, came to d4, where it's very well placed, and here already black is better. So it can happen very quickly. Just all the black pieces are perfectly placed. White doesn't have a lot of entry points for the rooks. And this is always the question, if you're up in exchange, can the rooks actually have an effect? And here there's one open file, but the rooks cannot really do anything. They cannot enter, they cannot really cause damage. And already here black is taking over, and Sindarov strikes back here and wins a huge game with the black pieces. And so did Fabiano Caruana in a very messy game. It all came down to this moment here after, well, let's just see it here, rook h8.
Well, maybe let's start where he had a wonderful position, and then how in 2-3 moves it got so critical.
Yes,
I think
so
it's very instructive.
Wonderful position around here, queen f4. Position is very complicated because both kings are a bit weak. Black has this very strong bishop on a8, but white has some ideas against the king, some tactics. So here bishop d8 was fine, queen c6 was maybe a bit better, but bishop d8 was fine. Now, bishop h3 was a mistake by Magnus. King g7 was okay, rook h8 was also possible, but king g7, knight e4, now there was a critical moment. Fabi defended the pawn on h8, but this was not really necessary. He could have played rook h8, since if white takes on f6, black plays rook to ef8, pins the knight, wins the knight, and wins the game. So rook h8 would have been a stronger move, and maybe sometimes there are even some tactics to take on h3, play f5, line up on the diagonal, and black is clearly better. Instead, Fabi played rook f8, now queen g3, preparing knight f4, but here Fabi, going down to 1.5 minutes, found rook h8, which was not the best move, but at least it kept him in the game, defending against knight f4, putting the rook on h6. And here Magnus played bishop f5, which was fine. But after rook f8, to our surprise, he did not play the human move or the, well, very inviting move h4 to hint at h5 and so on and so forth. And now after king h8, he could bring the bishop back. And this is the key difference to the game, where g5 was a big issue. Here it's not an issue. White is better, and I think Magnus would have had good chances to even win the game. Instead, he played the move c3, which 1 moment ago, before bishop f5, was definitely a decent option, but here was hit by king h8, and this is certainly a move that Magnus had missed. He cannot take the pawn on g6 now. It once again runs into a pin. Black wins the game. So he needs to do something else, but here, with seconds on the clock, he needs to find bishop e6, which is just incredibly difficult. That would be the only move to kind of stay in the game, but also here black is better. Black should not take this bishop because there's a fork coming, but black could go g5. It would be a huge mess now if the knight takes g5, just absolute craziness. Instead, he played bishop h3, going down to 6 seconds on the clock, and now g5 is just crushing, because if you move the knight back, let's say to e2, then bishop takes e4 happens, pawn takes, and g4 is going to win the game. Because if the bishop takes g4, knight takes, we see the advantage of the bishop being on d8, defending the queen. And if the queen takes, then black just starts this huge attack against the white king. f5 actually a crucial detail here, and is winning. So instead, after g5, Magnus played knight takes g5, pawn takes, and here I think he just missed something entirely. He played knight e6. It is losing already anyway, but he needs to try rook takes e5 at least. Rook takes e5. Queen takes e5 is now not possible because of knight g6, and the queen is undefended, and white wins. So instead, black would take on f4, hit the queen. Rook takes f4, and now the only, I think, winning move, yes, the only winning move here is queen to d6. There's a good chance Fabi would have found this move, but at least you're asking some questions. And now black is up a piece against 2 pawns and should win eventually. Let's say rook takes f8, queen takes, queen to e3, threatening rook to e8. King g7 again an only move. I mean, here you could have definitely asked some questions and made it more difficult for Fabi. Instead of the knight e6, I don't even know what the idea was. I think it was just an oversight, because of the rook takes f1, rook takes, black just collects another piece, and Magnus was also shaking his head. I mean, he just missed something completely. I don't know what it was, but here just nothing works. He played d4, but here black is just up 2 pieces, so he resigned. Magnus did after knight to g6. And just to put this in perspective, I looked up the statistics. Magnus, in the long format in freestyle chess, up to this game, had never lost a white game. In fact, his with the white piece was 14.5 out of 15. 14.5 out of 15. So you had only conceded one draw in the whole of freestyle chess since 2024, and that was against Vincent when he lost in Weissenhaus this year. So this was the first game he ever lost, and he is definitely under pressure now, coming back with the black key pieces next game, Judith.
Well, thanks, Nicholas, for showing the key moments of the first round. And, well, there is a lot to be expecting from game 2, I believe, shortly, because there is a bounce back. Can Magnus win the second game and come back? Can Parham win his first game, which can be crucial, and it's the most important game for this event for him? Let's see shortly, but until then, we are going for a short break, and be with us again for game 2.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
This is the start of something new. Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No 'cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. 'Cause this is my time. What I wanna do with my time. My time, my time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time, my time, my time is mine. And now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. My time, my time. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. My time, my time, my time. What I wanna do with my time. I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had it down until now. From the moment you came over, I'd be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So you're selling me a lie, la 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie, la 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie, la 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie, la la la
Wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me, and we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me.
I don't know. Can't fight the feeling that it just won't flow. We've been deceiving everyone we know. Do we let the secret out and take it slow? You say it's time to let it go, but I just don't believe it. Choosing if you take me or you make me disappear. Before the end begins, we lose ourselves and take control again. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we will never hold up. We just wanna try some more. This can't go on forever. Can we escape and start again when no one can get us? Now you say that the most we can be is a memory where we are. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we will never hold up. We just wanna try some more. The higher that we let it fall, the harder we will fall. The longer that we string it up, the more we wanna know. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we will never hold up. We just wanna try some more. Underneath the neon, denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the reg, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hands up on your hip, like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see it dip. Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3, chorus on the phone. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, better get your thing ready. like a dream, I think I see one. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the cold dew, but you the one shining bright. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the cold dew, but you the one shining bright. I'm like, ooh, better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Body like somebody, gon' be missing ain't somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie.
I've been trying to find the words to say you mean the world to me. When I'm fighting and you see me hurt, don't walk away. I've been holding on for days, hoping just to see your face. Let me know you're coming back, and I can't wait. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Hoping that I found the words to say you mean the world to me. When it's getting dark, you make it turn to brighter days. You found a way to lift me up, even when it's getting rough. You don't ever turn your back or walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Don't you walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Don't you walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't walk away.
Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. If this is how we're meant to be, 'cause all along I've been waiting. Just take me for a ride.
It's the small things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go. Take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take 'em flight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, that feeling. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that feeling. Never stop dreaming. You take me to a better place. Never wanna leave. Affection in a million ways. When you're next to me, all of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go. Take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take 'em flight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, that feeling. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, 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 that feeling. Never stop dreaming.
Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the second day of the quarterfinals of Freestyle Grand Slam series. This is the final leg of it. This is the big finale of the Grand Slam event series. And we've been witnessing just not long time ago, half an hour ago, about finished the first game of the day. It was some epic games, especially Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano. Their clash was incredible. And it can influence quite a bit the outcome and the final standing of the whole Grand Slam, even though Magnus has a big lead. And maybe we can bring up the standings, how they're standing in points in the Grand Slam, because in this one, there is a doubling the score, the points, there is an option as this is the final. So Magnus is on 65, and Fabiano is on his neck, not exactly in points, it doesn't seem so, right?
No, Magnus has 85.
Oh, 85.
I think 85, yeah. He has a big lead, 32 points lead, I believe, because we talked about it with Niklas. Fabiano behind. Hikaru Nakamura will be clearly overtaken because he is not playing this event. But as you said, the winner of this event gets 50 points. Yeah, that's huge. And if Magnus is losing this quarterfinal match against Fabiano Caruana, then he will be only fighting for the 5th to 8th place. And maybe Niklas knows the best. You have already calculated what has to happen in order that Fabi can maybe still take the event,
well,
the whole series.
Fabi definitely needs to win the event. Then he gets 50 points. And Magnus, if he loses this match, he still has it in his own hands, because if he gets 5th place, if he wins the other 2 matches, then he gets 20 points, and that would still give him a lead. If Fabi wins, he gets 50. If Magnus gets 5th place, it's 20, and then he would still be ahead by 2 points. But if he doesn't get 5th place, if he loses another match after this one, which of course is not granted yet, he can strike back in the next game with the black pieces, then Fabi can actually win not only this event, but also the whole tour. Of course, this is still a far cry. First, Fabi has to not lose this game, and then he has 2 more tough matches, but it would definitely make the run for the tour winner open again.
Absolutely, there is a lot at stake in the next game, and before we move on, let's see the brackets again, just to see for our viewers also to have a clear picture on that, what has happened, what are the brackets there. Sindarov is leading in his match, and Fabiano is leading in his match. And actually, whoever going to be winning those matches, they are going to be playing against each other. So there, Sindarov, if he is going to win his match, it seems that he's not going to have an easy one, whether he's going to be playing against Fabiano or if Magnus Carlsen bounces back and wins. So that is a big semifinal. But before that, we have a lot at stake and a lot of action to be in the playing halls, because it's very clear that the tension is highest than ever before, I think. Well, at least now there are a lot at stake and the players are feeling it. We are playing here at Hrodbos, a very beautiful natural result. Everything is very quiet, beautiful sunsets, but the playing hall, we can say many things, but that it's quiet and relaxing, it is the last thing I would say. What do you think, Peter? What Magnus has to do in order to be able to kick back and bounce back?
The playing hall is boiling for sure. Yeah, there is so much action happening. Also, the 2 games that ended draw were like crazy fights. Well, Magnus, first of all, he needs to calm down somehow, yeah, because it was clearly a very painful loss, especially because he got a chance in the second part of the game. Yeah, it was, it will be hunting him. Then also, after all, he's a human. We have seen it today as well in this first game. He can make mistakes, and then it can cross his mind that I have been dominating the whole series, but wait a second, if I'm losing this match, I'm actually in a danger zone.
Absolutely. He feels the danger right now, but he is very excited, I'm sure. What kind of position is he going to be having, playing with the black pieces in a must-win situation? Is he going to be lucky or unfortunate? And we are just about to see it in a few seconds on stage, what is going to be the next position.
Did you notice Magnus wasn't even there?
He walked outside.
Welcome back. The first game of the quarterfinals is in the books. We have two players who are in a must-win situation right now. It's Magnus Carlsen, who lost to Fabiano Caruana, and Parham Magzoudou, who lost to Javakir Sindarov. We might see tie breaks later on. That's going to be exciting. But first, we need to draw the next position. I'm delighted to be joined by Michal Mazurkiewicz, who is the reigning diving world chess champion. And Michal, you were playing with the players. You saw them play at the Silo Hotel. What was your impression of how they did?
They did really good. Some of them were struggling more, some of them less. And obviously Hans, who trained and paid off, won the whole event, so kudos for that.
It was a lot of fun to watch. We're delighted to have you here. And I'm going to step behind the table. Are you ready? So it is position number one. In all our events, we never had that. Impressive job. So position number one, players, best of luck. There we go. Position number one for the very first time. For the fans at home, have fun. Michal, thank you.
Thank you.
Something similar.
This is.
B5, C5, no?
B5, B4?
This?
B5.
Then this guy is stupid.
C5, B4.
Yes. Maybe we can play like this, yeah? E6, bishop of 65. Or you think it's not good? Yeah, before, say 6. E3, yeah? Maybe slightly better for white. Yeah. C6 is too passive. Or is it okay?
I like F5. I don't just play like F5, B6.
Ah, you mean B6, yeah?
So you take the old man to blitz. That's my idea. But D4, maybe B5, yeah? So we don't like D4, B5, yeah? So
I think Parham will play B5.
Yeah, for sure. I think for them, the thing is that to play for a win, they'll see this and then they'll be like, okay, wait, but even E4 here could be strong.
That's the same thing, no? The D6.
No, but I mean,
to stop that.
D4 out of 6.
F3 is maybe.
Yeah, then F3.
I mean, like, also, it's probably the same, right? Is there any way to exploit
I
it?
thought D5 maybe, and take ED and...
No, it's D5, it's like we
yeah, this
not
okay,
take,
fine,
yeah. Okay,
It's not
it's
too bad,
bishop. I mean,
Okay.
bishop is...
Yeah, this one I'm ready to make.
Yeah, no, F3.
Okay, so what about like B6 or something?
Well, I just think that anyway, like
Okay,
black
B6, let's say.
anything would be
B64, this is really annoying.
No, it's so bad. Yeah.
like E4 is anything.
No, E4 is no, it's like B5, C5.
It's solid.
Yeah, solid.
Are we actually better here just to understand?
Okay,
I mean,
you have
of course
to take.
it's-
You have to take.
Yeah, you have to take.
D6.
Nice looking. How do you play?
I went, yeah.
Yeah, I just change it.
F3, bishop F3.
Bishop F3.
Just change it.
No,
No, this is you can play. Yeah, I think
but
for us.
we have time. We have time. We have time.
Okay, this looks.
For example, you always have this.
Yeah, it's no.
What's wrong?
No, I was just thinking like, but isn't this like even more annoying?
Yeah, exactly. No.
I mean, D5 bishop F3 is just like, it just wins a pawn, right? Or
You can take.
oh, what am I thinking?
Yeah.
Let's see.
No, but this is
D5, C5 is at least safe, yeah? Probably just better for it.
Yeah, I agree.
Just better than knight
B3. Let's see if there's some way to maybe A4? No, it's not.
Okay, D4.
D4, E4? Okay. What do E5? Wait, maybe E5?
B4?
So you're laughing at D4, E4, but now C4, E5. So
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not good.
Yeah, it should be not good like.
Because you have to play
F4.
No, this is just bad. And the queen now, you're locking the queen? Okay, so
C5 and B5 are the two moves.
Yeah, B5 is like.
Okay, B4 is like the only move, right? Otherwise, if I get this, then I just.
Yeah.
Then we just crush, right? So here. So, okay, let's choose one or the other.
I mean D4, F5. But I don't know.
Okay. There's no point.
It's little risky.
It's a little E4. Yeah, why not just play E4 then? What is the downside? Only the possible downside is E5.
Okay, E5 is B3, D4. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, B3.
Okay.
D6.
Okay, D4. Yeah. I mean, to D6 you can
Once
take
you
the
get
queen.
out, it's
I'm not.
big
Don't
problem.
take.
Yeah, if there's no tactical issues, then the scary thing
Okay,
is
B3. If there is knight F6. So
Yeah, this is like knight
I
F6,
mean,
D6,
E5,
queen
B3, knight F6. I want to play rookie. Yeah.
And then what? What rook?
I cannot play something.
No, but I think D6 is
Yeah, D6. Okay.
same, right? Isn't it always the same? We're just playing the move against anything. I don't understand how we can't be better here.
Yeah,
we not
with
be
the
better?
structure and if you develop this piece, then yeah, I agree.
How can we not be better?
Maybe just. So wait, this is probably the critical. So here.
Okay, so no tactical issues. Like if
So,
queen B4.
what about D5?
D5.
Yeah, okay, just push it. Yeah, it's okay. So better. You can decide, yeah.
Is it in? Okay.
Okay, so if queen B5, then queen C2,
Wait,
right?
yeah.
Or D4.
No, D4.
Okay, wait. If D6,
D4? You are planning to play.
Yes, we can also.
D5. Wait, let's just see what the most concrete.
B3, yeah.
B3.
I mean, H4 is too much. So let's say C4 here and this. Although I'm not sure what the big deal. What is the big deal? H6.
Yeah, because no, actually H6, G5 is an option.
Also.
H6, yes.
Yeah, this looks comfortable.
Yeah, it looks
Should
nice.
be okay, yeah.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Rotate and move on for now. So after B4,
So
are we
wait,
going to-
we start C4, B6, yes? C4, B6, E4, is it?
No, C5. Don't believe this stuff.
Okay.
B3?
Ah, you meant to play with D4. Ah, okay, I see.
E4, maybe we can go to the F5, yeah? Like,
Yeah, bishop B3.
B3. Yeah, bishop B3.
Okay, castle and then bishop B3, yeah? Or
Yeah, I think castle and bishop B3 and E5 was coming in. It was just crash.
Dangerous, yeah. No, taking castles?
the E5, C4 in the end? I'm not so sure about that.
So what about F4, D6? No, F4, knight F6 also move, yeah?
Yeah, F4, knight F6 is also good. Do we have to play F4? Just
Well, let's just find a safer
Knight
version.
F6, I take E5, right?
Knight E4, D4, yes.
Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay, wait. This for example.
we also don't have to play D4. Like black wasn't threatening anything.
Maybe. Wait. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Wait.
I mean, we definitely have a lot of options in this position. Like
Queens.
bishop B2 is an option. I don't know. In general, we have choices here.
Yeah, bishop B2 I liked, yeah. So we are waiting to play knight F6 and F3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
D4 take it, bishop F6, you think?
B6 will come. They cannot stop it. Okay.
Nice position. Nice. And good luck.
1 minute to the start. 1 minute.
And the second game of today, day 2 quarterfinals, just have been started. And it was quite entertaining listening the players. Peter, what was your take on the players' communication, especially with the white pieces?
Yeah, it was very funny and very interesting, but also how it started. When the arbiter set up the pieces and Magnus looked at the position, he was just sitting there for like 10 seconds and then he left because he understood very much that actually is in a must-win situation. That's a completely different kind of attitude required compared to Levon and Arjun. Yeah, the other players who actually want to be as solid as possible. Parham, yes, Parham was actually joining. He was saying that I'm going to go f5 and b6. I don't care, I'm not panicking. Magnus left back to his playing, and Magnus is going for the c5, b5, c5, b4, which Fabi and team Fabi has anticipated that if black is in a must-win situation, probably this is the way how he will react to it, and they were analyzing it. Wow, and everywhere c4 happened. Niklas, can you reveal what Magnus is doing? Because clearly that's the game of the day, basically, because it's so important for the tournament situation. What's at stake there? Is Magnus risking a lot?
Well, Magnus needs to risk in a way because he needs to win with black. And the position is not such that you can just play in a normal fashion and then hope to get chance. I mean, maybe it's also possible, but the normal way to go after c4 would definitely be to play c5, which is also the best move, by the way. Not a big surprise there. But yeah, so far we don't see c4. No, we don't see c4, c5 in any of the games, I guess for different reasons. For Magnus, obviously, he wants to create an imbalance, and he and Maxudle are must-wins in a must-win situation, so both players decide to create this imbalance in one way or another. f5 is a very risky move. b5 is definitely playable. White is better here after c5, b4, but you definitely immediately create a little bit of something. Now d4 was played quite quickly by Fabiano. Not so sure about this move, honestly, because you're also blocking the bishop. And now Magnus has played e6. And honestly, this bishop is looking quite good. Similar to Fabi's bishop in the last game on the long diagonal. And I think Magnus is going to get a game. I think he is going to get a game. And he can be decently happy with the openings so far. I mean, only 3 moves, but so far so good.
Yeah, I think that what we have already learned from all these games, since we are following all the freestyle action, that this c4, b5, c5 kind of reaction from white is aimed to kill the knight on c8. Maybe we can switch to my board, my analysis board, so that I can highlight that with the pawn push c4, and why we consider the move c4 b5 normally risky, and that was the first I think the first wording of Fabi was that yes, c4 b5 c5 and we crush. Well, if white gets b4 in, it will be horrible for black, but Magnus and also team Fabi understood that the only way to play b5 is to play b4. It's a desperate idea trying to get counterplay, and in the next couple of moves we will be seeing after d4 e6 that Magnus is probably eyeing some f5. The knight from c8 will eventually have a wonderful outpost on d5. The other knight from e8 can be developed to f6. That would be the dream scenario for black. Of course, I have made a couple of moves. That's not going to happen. Fabi will have something to say against it, but that's the spirit of Magnus's way to try to create the unbalance. Judith, what's your
Is
feeling?
it possible that white's plan could be playing e3 and playing bishop f3, eliminating and somehow try to simplify the position in order to have less attacking opportunity for black?
So, for example, e3 here. Let us continue f5 in the same spirit that we mentioned. Bishop f3 was your kind of suggestion. It's a logical kind of way. But finally, when we are trading these pieces, then actually I'm also happy. Yeah, the light square bishop is ignored, and as Niklas highlighted that bishop on a1 will be a long-term issue, and that's why this move d4 was kind of double-edged. Here already we see that the computer, or at least I'm seeing that the evil bar says that black is perfectly fine. Maybe I'm fighting for something. So I believe that Magnus was extremely smart. Team Fabi had been anticipating this, but they were not yet ready with the correct answer. That's my feeling.
What about controlling the center with white, playing e4?
Yes, okay, e4 will be met by f5, I'm assuming. There is no other natural move, I would say.
And maybe after that to play bishop f3?
Bishop f3, but even there, when we trade everything, I get knight f6, knight d5. I again get control, I get the grip. Yeah, and again, I have something to play with, yeah?
It's nicer to play it with the black piece.
Yes, I even don't know if I need to take. I'm just highlighting that basically then this knight is going to d5. The other knight might end up on c6 as well. It's a lovely outpost. Black queen can join the action with queen b5. So yeah, light square strategy. That's what Magnus is playing for, and I quite like compared to the starting position. This is a dream come true for Magnus, because that's why he left the premises so quickly, that he felt like the starting position, let me just pull up the starting position, that what is terrifying, that we have kind of very safe kings, all the pieces are harmoniously placed, so potentially the chances of playing something like c4, c5, b3, b6, e3, e6, and then bishop f3. I think we have already seen something like this in Weissenhaus, and then Weiss has perfect harmony. Weiss is not risking anything, and that's why Magnus needed to create the unbalance with c4, b5 instantly.
Yeah, it's interesting that already from the very first move, it's a must for Magnus, right? So the first 5 moves, it's kind of, I'm not saying it's the only move what Magnus is doing in order, in his situation, that he has to win. But definitely, the key moves, these first 5, 6 moves, right? But if we go back to the live position, I have a question, continuing my question. After d4, e6, if I go e4, because I still want to play somehow in the center, and after f5,
f3, or what?
Exactly.
Yes. Okay, but then you are losing the right to castle if we trade everything on e4.
But do you really want to take everything on e4?
Yes, why not?
I mean, on e4 and f1.
Takes, okay, I can castle after knight f6. I'm gonna go, okay, I'm almost winning. Knight f6 is coming, hitting on e4. Queen b5 is coming, the millions of bishop g5, bishop e3 coming. I'm in a state of shock.
This is not possible again.
Yeah, not possible. Yeah, that's why we feel like all of a sudden that just 3 moves had happened. And if you ask me after the drawing of lots, what are the chances for Magnus to bounce back, I would have said, wow, he actually got very unlucky with the starting position, and I feel like he needs a tremendous miracle. And I see that he can just play a normal game of chess with everything coming naturally. He knows what he's doing and why he's doing it, and he will get a chance.
Okay, I have one more question to ask. Bishop a4.
Yeah. That was a move that was a little bit bothering me because, yes, if you force me to put the knight on f6 protecting the pawn,
After
I'm
that,
not,
I want to play f3.
yes, I'm not able to play.
And we have a move. He went knight c1 to d3.
Yeah, knight c1 to d3. And actually, computer agrees with the move bishop a4. So finally, you came to this clever idea of attacking this pawn. This is the vulnerable pawn. We usually always mention that please everyone pay attention to unprotected pawns in freestyle positions, but the move knight c1 to d3 had been played, a developing move. And we already had our debate with Judith. Nicholas, please tell us what's the truth in the position.
True.
Just a simple question, Nicholas.
Well, I think in general it can be said that, yes, it's a full game. Magnus is happy with the outcome of the opening so far. There are definitely some strategic risks that white is taking with the bishop on a1 and the pawns on c5 and d4, which means the light squares are weakened. Bishop a4 was a decent move here. I was also checking e4 a little bit, but yeah, this is exposing white too early. f5 is an option, or knight e7 first. So I think it was wise by Fabi to go knight cd3 first, developing the knight, and now, well, computer is always hinting at including h5, h4, sometimes also for white to go h4. But I think knight e7 is a very sensible move here. Get the knight into the game, controlling the d5 square once more. And it is a very rich position, honestly, which will be difficult to play for both sides, but this is exactly what Magnus wants. A rich position with a lot of pieces on the board, and he has just played knight to e7. And maybe this is also much more his kind of position than the last game where he was just strategically forced to go for the attack and it was getting messy and he lost control. So I think so far he can be decently happy with the opening, but of course it's still a long shot to win from here, obviously. Judith.
Well, it is still a long way until Magnus can say that he's winning this game. It's going to be a long fight. But I agree with Peter when you pointed out that you like it for Magnus. He has a much bigger chance before when the starting position did not seem to be a good start for Magnus, right?
And look at the heart rate of Fabi. He's almost 110. He was in fact 110. Just shows that he is not happy with the development. He also has to pay attention for the clock because black's moves are so natural. We know exactly black wants knight e7, f5, knight f6, transferring the knights. And what is white doing? And Magnus leaves the premises. He just walks away, and Fabiano is sitting there, and he has to find a good setup, which isn't so easy.
Well, this is a sign that Magnus is feeling comfortable in the exact position. This is basically what he was looking for, to have a game going, right? And it's only 4 moves has been played, and we are heavily in the middle game, right? Yes. This is why freestyle is so interesting for elite players. And
just look at the body language, the way how Magnus is sitting there, like signaling that, yes, I'm so happy, and Fabi is like in a state of shock. We have to also say that it's not every day that you win a game against Magnus with the black pieces, and it's a mini match. It almost feels like I'm very close to winning. I only need a draw, and then you get a position like this where you will not be able to trade a single piece for the next 50 moves maybe. And you will have to come up with very difficult strategical decisions. I think everybody would be picking black here, humanly speaking, because it's just so much more natural.
Okay, I think we can leave this position for a short while because Levon Aronyan went into the confessional booth, and let's see what he has to say about his position. It's a complicated middle game already.
I decided to play in a more aggressive style. I think the idea that Parham came up with is very interesting. This f5e6 setup, and I think the position is kind of sharp. I mean, strategically, of course, it's very risky for both sides. But yeah, it's a big battle, and I think I'm threatening to make a long castle at some point. So in Parham we trust.
interesting that he shared with us that his plan is at some point to go long castle, which is a kind of understandable idea to be able to attack on the king side, right, Peter?
Yes, and after 97, let's just quickly make the moves. We don't know exactly in which moment he talked about, but since he revealed the possibility of making the long castle, that means that probably this g5 knight wants to go to g7, or black wants to kick the bishop away with g4, and then setting up in any case. Hans reacted to the move knight e5, a very committal kind of decision, which invites bishop takes e5, but after bishop takes e5, d5, we get this transformation of structure, which is very interesting, and I don't know yet how to evaluate it. Knight goes to g6, now there is this backward pawn on d7, so if white gets the chance to line up against the d7 pawn, it will be a potential weakness. Let's not forget that black will never be able to push d6 in this structure, because then after e6, white's bishop would be tremendous on the long diagonal. A risky kind of strategy, and if we know that Levon only needs a draw in order to reach the tie break, then it's kind of a very risky strategy to go all in with black. It can backfire.
At the same time, we've also heard that Hans said that he's happy to go on the tie break.
Yeah, we were not sure if he was joking or not, yeah, because I think it was...
With him, we never know.
We never know, yeah. It was that Sindarov and Fabi were team Hans, yeah, and they were saying that actually we prefer to keep everything quiet, and of course everybody understands they only need a draw to win their matches. And then Hans, I think jokingly said, but I'm also looking forward to the blitz, yeah, so I'm fine. And trade on a8, f3, getting some control of the light squares. Is he saying, hello, I might crawl out with rook f2, rook d2, and then make the short castle?
Exactly.
Is this the way to coordinate forces? Judith, how do you feel? Normally you are the one who like with black to create mess. Is this mess according to your liking?
I don't know, to be honest, since Levon was expressing his plan of long castle, I'm thinking about it whether is it really safer or better the king on g8? Because black can attack without too much of a problem, I think, having his king on g8, playing h5, possibly having with the rook on h7, g7, depending where you need it. But I fully agree that white's plan is going to be somehow rescue the rook from h1 and somehow activate it with rook f2 and rook h1 to f1 castle. Of course, the d7 pawn, I'm kind of worried. That is not something I'm very happy about. And the e8 knight is something I'm complaining. At the same time, where is the white knight going to be? I mean, for the moment, it seems like, is it going to be standing so great on d3? Are you going to go on c2? Probably it's the best for the moment to stand on e1 and make security for the king's side on f3 and g2. But for now, I would think that the rook has to go to d2.
Yes.
But I would go h5, like, I think.
Yeah, you have to create some, or you have to ask some questions. Yeah, h5, h4. White will have to react with h3 probably. Yeah, so let's just make this natural moves.
Yeah, but if you go h3, then I can go h4, and I have my hopes.
And knight g7, knight h5.
g3.
Exactly. Let me just put it that, yeah, h3 would be thematic, but then the knight which we talked about that might be dead knight, it comes to life. And let's just, for example, of course, white can play rook d2, but let's just show what happens after castles. Knight h5, and all of a sudden that knight jumps into g3, rook ff2, and already maybe somewhere some g4 break, whatever is hanging in the air, feels very risky for white. So I believe I'm with you, Judith, that pushing the h-pawn looks very tempting. Nicholas, what do you see with the computer, because we are just sharing our feelings?
The computer believes that white is a bit better here. But yeah, it feels like a difficult position maybe for both sides to play, especially with these knights on e8 and g6, the knight on e1. First I thought, well, it's easier for black. I have a clear plan. I'm going to push h5. I'm going to push g4, h4. But whenever black goes g4, white probably can just go f4, and there's not really a way to open up the position. And I was just looking at what you guys said basically with this this position after, let's say, h4, h3.
It was no, we played rook f2, h4.
Yeah, you played rook f2, but maybe I do it in a better way.
Yes. Yeah, please. Please, yes.
Yeah, h5 is on the board. So here, actually, your computer was not too worried. Even it gives the option for white to castle in the other direction.
Wow.
To castle to the left side, long castle, very long castle.
I like this. I like this.
Yeah, long castle. But even if you plan to play something like this, rook d1, knight h5, and short castle, also here it seems like white is better. And knight d3 is actually on the board. So the computer wants to see g4 now, g4 right away, which also makes a lot of sense, just opening up the light squares. And I think here f4, it's weakening the light squares a lot.
Yeah, queen e4.
e4, you cannot do this. So,
but he went h4. I think this is maybe premature. He was just relying on this strategy, but this is a rapid game with 30 minutes time control. There is no reason for Levon to rush like this.
He had time here, because after h3, now g4, I don't think it works as well anymore. I can takes, and knight f2 is very strong. Oh.
Ooh, it wins on the spot.
This you cannot do. So h3 has been played, and knight g7. Both players are blitzing here, even though they both still have over 20 minutes. And yeah, he's going for the exact plan that we're talking about, that you guys mentioned, with the knight coming to g3. But this is maybe not as good as it looks at first sight. This move, long castle, is an option, or queen c2 first, and already long castle is on the board. Niemann is playing quickly, and he's playing strongly. Find the right direction here, when now it feels like all what black is doing is going, well, is pretty much not achieving anything with g4 and so on and so forth. And white has a clear target with the pawn on d7. So it is an advantage for white right now. Knight h4. They're blitzing.
Yes.
I'm not even, I cannot even.
Yeah, they
follow.
basically want to impress each other. Yeah, nobody.
It's already played.
Nobody wants to blink.
Nobody wants to blink. They're playing it like it's a blitz game. And now, well, maybe now black can also play the long castle. It would make some sense. But yes, white is better, enjoying a space advantage. These knights are not really going anywhere for the moment. So Niemann is in better shape. Oh, for a moment there's no move, surprisingly. All right, so Aronia is thinking, at least for a moment here.
It seems like they are blitzing their game. And maybe we can go to Vincent games. What do you think? Because also we have a little help to understand this position, I think, because he was in the confessional booth. So maybe we can start with Vincent's comment. Let's see what Vincent had to say about the position.
I think we got a quite interesting position as white. Right now I'm quite happy with my position. I think the queen on b8 has some issues to get out. My last move h4, it was a difficult decision. I had many options. Generally, I think I have an idea of going like b5, knight e5. That would be very nice strategically, but you know, with these rooks on f1 and h1, I think also h4, h5 makes quite a lot of sense, because he doesn't really want to allow me to go h5, h6, but also he cannot really move the h-pawn, so it will be interesting to see how he reacts to that. And also, I'm not exactly sure where his pieces are gonna go. Like his knight from c8, whenever it goes to d6, I have the option of just playing knight e5, so I think that is quite reasonable. And yeah, other than that, it will be interesting to see what he chooses. I think it's yeah, very complex position, and again, I'm not really sure about h4. Maybe I had better options, but I feel like it was an interesting idea, and yeah, I will see how he reacts to that.
Okay, he understands the complexity of the position very much, right? He's not sure about this h4, h5, if he's going to be allowed to do that.
Well, and actually the game continued like he was saying, like after knight d6 he will play knight e5. Arjun played the move knight f7, immediately challenging that knight on e5. Clearly that knight is very disturbing. And after knight takes f7, rook takes f7, we know one thing for sure, one thing is fact, black cannot castle long anymore, but he's not even thinking about that, he just wants to get his rook from h8 to f8, and then the king stays on g8 and he solves the problem with the castle. Now, is it time for the other knight to try to join the party with this knight d3, knight e5 idea? Is that an option?
Well, that's a very logical continuation.
Yeah, but
At the
it's
same
a
time,
little bit strange to put the knight on d3, for example. Or should I just continue with Vincent's plan of going h5, h6 first?
you can also try to go knight f3 and keep an idea knight e5 as
Yes.
well as knight g5.
Yeah, that is also possible. This is a harmonious kind of move, knight f3. Just that, yeah, Vincent with the knight from c1 was going to d3, that made sense. So a lot of different possibilities. Let me just try to see if computer likes any of these options more. h5 is also kind of computer's move, because what Vincent was saying, that black never really has the chance to stop that h pawn, because this comes at the cost of weakening the light squares. Then the white knight, I don't know if knight f3 is the right route or knight d3, but definitely will be heading towards the weak g6 square, which will be very unpleasant to face with black. And if black castles in, if you don't play h6, then what else? Let's just push the castle, then white pushes the pawn to h6, and then, for example, after g6, this long diagonal will be an eternal problem. White can just line up, for example, with something like queen b2, make sure that that knight never moves, and then slowly you will be bringing your pieces. So white certainly got a very interesting position. That's my feeling. Nicholas, what is your feeling? Is Vincent really getting something? And it's also according to his style, this position.
Yeah, I think so, and he has just played h5. This was his idea. Before he took an f7, the alternative would have been to just get the other knight into a game, also look quite reasonable, or to go h5 immediately. Because it feels like a little bit helping black to put the rook on f7 and preparing castle. But still, this is good for white. h5 is a good move, and now it is a difficult position for Arjun, a difficult decision and maybe also position for Arjun. If he allows the pawn to h6 or if he goes h6 himself. Both moves have their drawbacks, let's put it like this, as Peter already highlighted. Allowing the pawn to come up to h6 just feels so uncomfortable with the bishop on the long diagonal. And you just always have to worry about your king's safety. The computer is saying to go bishop e7, but honestly a human does not really play like this. I would rather expect Arjun to go h6 here and say, well, it is the lesser evil to give the g6 square away. Yes, I have to watch out for the knight coming to g6, which would really hurt, but at least for the moment of the knight d3, you could kind of bail out of bishop e4 still and trade the bishop against the knight. Also not a happy decision, honestly, but there's something you need to do, obviously. So the computer is even saying to play it a bit slowly, to play f3 first and then knight d3. Tough spot, honestly, for Arjun, who, well, is looking at both of these options and is probably not liking either one, going h6 himself or allowing white to put the pawn on h6. And yes, this also feels like a good position for Vincent to play. He made a draw in the first game, so if he wins this one, he would go to semifinals. And this is a tough spot right now for Arjun, Judith.
Absolutely, and I think it's a very interesting position, and it's a great question for black. It's not easy to make your decision because it has pros and cons, both of them, and you don't like to play h6 to have this weakness on g6 when you know that your opponent has a knight on e1, only 2-3 moves away from the g6 spot. It does not look good. And so until we wait how Arjun is going to be reacting, Levon was just making a move, but before that, Hans was in the confessional booth, and I'm very curious what he had to say to us. What are his plans?
Considering the first game, this is going quite well. I think h4 was a mistake. It's sort of hard for him to play g4, but he's only opening up the position. My bishop is the only sort of issue, but it's hard for him to really do anything, so I'll sort of slowly build up my position, put some pressure on the d7 pawn, and you know, it's an incredibly difficult position for him to play.
Well, he just wanted to share with us that he has a good feeling about his position, and he's pressing, and Levon has a very difficult position to play. And this long castle was very committal and seems to be a very strong move, going away from g1 with his king from every potential attack. At the same time, having the pawn on b4 and c4 seems to be a little weakness for white. What do you think, Peter? Isn't it a weakness? It's okay for white?
Well, first of all, I would like to start with that. I was quite impressed by Hans's judgment that he said that h5, h4 was probably a mistake from Levon, because Levon blitzed it out, and we already knew from Nicholas that computer was saying that, yeah, maybe keeping this option of g5, g4, even doing it immediately was certainly better than this. Levon just probably forgot about this long castle, honestly, and once it happened, once Nicholas mentioned us that, yeah, he actually starts, the computer starts with knight d3, because there is the option of castling all the way to the queen side, making this long move immediately. I think both of us had this heartwarming feeling that exactly that's what the position requires. If we evacuate our king, because all of black's pieces are on the king side, on the right side of the board. So that's why we don't really, answering your question, don't really worry about this b4, c4 pawns. I feel like white has enough forces. I don't know, maybe a move like queen c2 would be the most natural move. I'm not sure if this is the best, but I have just natural moves taking care of everything, and that weakness on d7 is not running away.
That's what Hans is playing for, right? And the f2 knight is actually seems to be not a very good knight, but actually it has it gives white a great control against the defense against g4. So black can have some unpleasant issues with the d7, queen b3.
Played also with a lot of confidence. I felt like queen c2 is the move if you are cautious. Queen b3 is the move if you are really ambitious and you feel like, wait a second, I'm really loving and believing that my position is huge.
At the same time, what is the benefit with queen b3 compared to queen c2?
Well, I was thinking that maybe somewhere some b5 idea is there in the position from black side, because otherwise at some point maybe white will start to threaten with b5, and then if the queen moves, the pawn on d7 will fall. Yeah, it's one of those reasons that I felt like queen b3, if black plays the push b5, then now we have a choice. Do we play rook c2 or do we play c5? What would be your kind of
Well, there is not
intuition?
much of an option. It's only these two,
Yeah,
right?
but two completely different ones, yeah?
Very different. At first c5 seemed to me to be very good.
But it
And then
weakens the d5 square,
The
right?
question is whether knight e7, d5 ever reaches there, because the d7 pawn is under attack, so for now black cannot do it.
Exactly, just like, let's just quickly highlight that, yeah, this is the idea we are talking about, but here somehow it seems that this is not in time.
I mean, maybe at some point black should be giving up the pawn in order to have some activity for his knight.
But also you can start with a5 first. Yeah, I don't like c5. Yeah, it gives black exactly the counterplay that he probably is hoping to get. No, okay, so and what about rook c2? Can we just play a small little rook c2? Also targeting the queen, and I want to make sure that the dark square bishop, once we, I don't know, just to illustrate some cb, queen b5, a4, bishop b2, and we push b5, this bishop still potentially has a chance to activate itself via also the a3, f8 diagonal, just in case.
Well, I also think that black has a very difficult position, and not only that he has a weakness, but one of the biggest problem of black, I think, whether is he going to have counterplay?
Yes.
Because it can easily be that white is just pushing the pawn
And Levon
b5.
pushes b5, yeah. There is
Of
no
course.
other move, yeah.
Because actually, of the move of queen b3, I also thought that it prepares very much to push b5. It protects the e3 pawn. And also it covers the a3 square. So if after b5, queen c5, white was completely prepared against that. Rook c2.
Yes, blitzed
Immediately,
out.
instantly.
Yes. Yeah, this is very much Hans's position because he's always playing with a lot of confidence. So it is very important not to give him a good position, yeah? Because if he gets a good position and his confidence, he plays very quickly. This we have talked about when we have seen the players' cards, that his time management is, of course, extremely good. And when he has the chance, yeah, queen b6 played, he has chances, he's not hesitating that, can I play this, I can do this. He just picks one direction and goes with brutal force in that direction. And I'm feeling like Levon is in a very difficult spot. If he loses this game, he is knocked out from the chance of fighting for winning the tournament after having that wonderful day
Vegas.
yesterday and also in Vegas. Yes.
Yeah, and yesterday he was performing really fantastic. And in the game one, he had a great advantage. It was a complete misplaying it, and it is hard to recover.
And he keeps on blitzing. King b1 also blitzed out. Nicholas, we talked about it, that it's fight of egos of the two players. They are blinking, but it's, I mean, who blinks first? It seems like Hans has got a wonderful position with total control. Is there something that Levon can do here?
Well, Hans is blitzing, but they're all great moves. They're all just great moves. Hans is playing really well in this game. He has built up, well, close to winning advantage already if we look at the computer, +2. So that is quite a strong advantage. We also see the evaluation bar. And even though it felt like with b5, Aronian got some counterplay, there's not really much counterplay. This pawn on b4, yes, it is exposing the white king a little bit, but there's no harmony in the black's piece. They're all scattered on the king side, on the right side of the board. There's rook on h7, far away, the knight on g6, knight on g3. They're not doing anything. They're far away from the action. The bishop can also come to d4. Rook b8 was now played by Aronian. At least one more piece on the queen side, but now bishop d4 looks very logical to hit the queen. Queen goes back. Now you can bring the knight forward, knight to d3. There's just great harmony.
In fact, let's just add that his last move, king b1, prepares bishop d4 because steps out of knight e2 check.
Exactly. So king b1 was a logical and strong move, because now after bishop d4 there's no knight e2 check. So the bishop can be improved. Bishop is perfectly placed here. And if the queen goes to b7, the knight can maybe come to c5 with a tempo as well. And there's no counterplay for Levon really either. I mean, he's probably hoping at some point to do something like a5, or to somehow get the knight to d5, but it seems like he will not be really in time. Let's just put it on the board, knight e7, knight c5. Queen probably has to go to c8 to defend a pawn on d7. Yeah, I can imagine a game going in this direction. The problem is that even if the knight lands on d5, it's not stable there. White can go e4, push the knight away again.
Maybe knight takes d7 was an option?
Knight takes
already or no? I mean, I understand that this is a solid way instead of bishop b2. I was just wondering if tactics.
If tactics are also available already, yes.
Knight
yes,
d7.
Absolutely. Judith, you're sharp as always. This is also just crushing.
And there is some e6 weakness.
Yeah.
So, of course, I've made a lot of moves. This is the current position, but bishop d4 is very logical, and this follow-up with knight d3, knight c5 is also very logical because you want to go after the d7 pawn. And Hans is having a great chance here to win this game and win the match.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible. And he's playing so fast. He has 6 minutes advantage and a great advantage on the board. I would like to go and visit Fabiano's game.
Yes. Exactly.
Because there are such crazy things happening. Just, I don't understand. The pieces are standing in places where they should not. And some of the pieces did not get out where they wanted to. So can we go back a little bit and talk about it, how this happened, Peter?
Yes, definitely. But let's also first treasure the bird's eye view, all 4 games in action. And there we have the current position. let's first make a count. White actually gained the pawn, which means that Magnus has sacrificed the pawn in order to get nice harmony. He got the harmony, but his bishop on a8 is kind of stuck. It's all about being able to hit that c6 pawn in time. Let's go back to understand how we got this craziness. So e6, knight cd3, this we have seen. Knight e7 was the question. The move queen c1 happened by Fabiano. Interesting that he started with queen c1, and after f5 he jumped on the possibility on this bishop a4 move that already Judith mentioned before, hitting that pawn. And my feeling was that, wait a second, but exactly this moment then black is in time to place his knight on f6. So why did he do it in this moment? Well, we see it after knight f6. Fabi had a very concrete idea with this queen c1 move, targeting the b4 pawn with queen c4, and Magnus decided to play knight ed5.
Because there was also bishop takes d7.
Threat.
Yes.
Yes, so it's a double attack. Yeah, basically queen takes b4 and bishop takes d7 tactic, because knight takes d7, queen takes e6, check would capture back the knight. So okay, knight ed5 makes sense. Now Fabi pushed the move pawn to c6, shutting out that bishop on a8, but after this the b6 square is available. So Magnus opted for knight b6, sacrificing the pawn, and now we are getting closer to the current position. Knight fd5 coming with the tempo, queen b3, d6, and I have to say, remove this evil bar from me, because I'm just loving what Magnus is doing. It has perfect harmony. I don't care if it's objectively good or not, I'm just enjoying it.
You like the bishop on a1, right?
Yes, that one.
Right there, not doing anything, far away from everything, going to better location.
And I like this grip, this d6, e6, f5, knight d5 combination, and also this lovely knight on b6 hitting the light square bishop. I don't know what is the objective of evaluation, but intuitively, Judith, what is your feeling? Whom would you choose here?
I don't know, I just wanted to get to this position because I feel that it's very, very, very strange.
That's for sure.
It's just strange from White's side to have this a1 bishop, and also I can't be so proud of my a4 bishop to be.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm thinking to go bishop b5 and trying to go a4, a5. At the same time, I'm kind of very sick of the idea that I didn't make a single move on the king's side.
Yes. That's
all
what
of
Fabi,
the pawns and all of the pieces are still there where it started out.
That's also what Fabi says. Wait a second, let me develop my pieces.
Okay.
So he played the move knight f3, but now the bishop can be actually captured on a4. Whether this is good or bad, this is already a huge question, because
What
then
do you
at
mean?
least after knight a4 queen. I cannot.
No,
Sorry, you
Not yet,
cannot.
not yet.
Okay, so even this queen is hanging. Okay, then the bishop does not have to move. All right. Okay, great. Then
I think that's why he was ready to go knight f3 first.
Exactly.
And only if black is going to be moving away with his bishop from d8, then he might go bishop b5. Or if queen c8, then knight a4 maybe is not something that he's worried. Maybe he just goes rook c1 and then castles.
yes, so then bishop f6 or bishop e7, where you want to develop that bishop?
I don't know, f6 seems to be more,
more active.
logical, more active, keeping the e7 for the knight.
And knight's the big question then.
g5.
G5 on the board.
Wow.
Okay, it was also the top choice of the computer, but I did not want to cheat. So yes, G5 is
And
the
after
move.
g5, can I go h4, or you're just going to grab it on h4? With the idea h4, g4, knight g5, and pinpointing on e6. Though maybe you just go queen e8, queen c8, and my knight is trapped.
So this was the idea, yeah, that you had in mind.
Maybe I'm just trapping my own piece.
I don't know, but it's so difficult to say. But I'm also worried if you just take this a4 bishop and I'm not gonna blunder my queen anymore. So takes. If I just take this, can I do this and play? Or queen b6, or I don't know, just to attack this this pawn on c6.
Yeah, but I like my h1 rook. It will show up on h6.
Yes, definitely.
That's for sure?
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah. But
were
okay,
expecting
if my bishop also appears on the long diagonal, then I don't mind it. But will I be in time? So, for example, if I play queen b6, you play rook c1, and you are probably in time. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. Okay, very sharp position. Interesting. Fabio already reacted to g5 by going e3. E3, little soft. Little soft move. Okay, we see the question mark, but I like your h4 move to counter g5 much more than just leave everything like this.
Well, it's interesting how Magnus wants to continue.
And Fabi down to 9 minutes. Things are out of control. Magnus is making giant step forwards to create chances of a comeback. Nicholas, what is the truth? Tell us the truth. We want to know it.
Yes, I would like to bring it back to this moment after c6 because I think this was really a critical moment in the game. When Fabi played c6, probably what he expected, what I was also expecting, what most people expected when they saw this position was that Magnus will not allow his bishop to be trapped on c6. He will take on c6, bishop takes, pawn takes, and now white can take on c6 maybe immediately or just get the knight out, finish development, maybe rook c1, castle, b3, and white has quite a stable position and is maybe a tiny bit better, nothing crazy, but white is quite safe. Instead, Magnus, after c6, he found this really genius idea to sacrifice the pawn going knight to b6, giving up the pawn on b4, now putting the other knight on d5, forcing the queen to b3, because if you go to a3, there's also bishop e7 hitting the queen once again. So he needs to go to b3 and now playing d6. And you really had to see far ahead here and realize that the bishop will not be trapped on a8 forever because you have ways of getting this bishop out and going maybe after this pawn as well in the future. So with that pawn sacrifice, Magnus kept the position complicated and poses questions to Fabi, which he did not solve in the best way. The computer wants to see something like knight c2, maybe bring the knight to b4. Instead, Fabi played knight f3, and Magnus immediately took the chance to go g5, gain some space here, also play g4 in the future, and we saw exactly this in the game. Magnus is just in his element. He's playing brilliantly right now. e3 was played. h4 was a move you guys mentioned. It was possible, but after g4 one should probably also go back to d2. The computer wants to see knight d2 right away. After e3, black is already better, g4, knight d2, the bishop comes out, the queen is protected, and knight takes e3 might be also looming sometimes in the air, not quite yet because of queen takes e6. And Magnus is taking over in this game. He will take on a4 in the right moment, and then he will go after the c6 pawn. And if he wins this pawn back and he keeps the bishop on a8, he's just strategically winning. So basically, Magnus has good chances to win this game, and it seems like he found his shape just in the right moment, Judith.
Well, it was unbelievable, the last few moves, what has happened, really having the a8 bishop, giving up the pawn just for playing d6, and having both knights on the queen side. Knight b6 is keeping the queen on b3 and protecting, but those two bishops. And actually, after g5, g4, I'm loving it, of course, because I'm a big g5 believer. And look at the bishop, comes to g5, it not hiding away his intentions, sacrificing something on e3. And there is a great chance that even he's going to be playing more h5 and bringing more pawns and pieces into the game. I'm also wondering maybe queen e8 will show up at some point, bringing it possibly to g6, but also keeping an eye on the c6 pawn. So it's starting to be extremely dangerous for Fabi. And actually, time-wise, just as much, because he's down to 7 minutes, while Magnus has 12 minutes. We can understand that how clearly Magnus is happy about this position right now to have it.
Yeah, you know what I'm worried? That it's not only dangerous, but it's also bad. Yeah, and this combination, being dangerous and bad, it's not something, because if it's dangerous but it's good, that we can live with.
Yeah.
But this is really like Magnus taking over, and you guys beautifully highlighted that this pawn sacrifice, change of structure, everything was brilliant play by Magnus. Now Fabi played the move knight c4. He tries to clarify the situation because this bishop on a4 is stuck. The bishop on a1 is kind of trapped. Yeah, Magnus immediately grabs that bishop. Yeah, you should not be able to keep that light square bishop alive. And now it's the moment of truth. How to continue.
Isn't it queen e8 which comes to mind first?
And then knight a5, you already gonna hit on e3, yeah? Or?
You really want to play knight a5?
Okay, I have to protect the c6 pawn.
This must be this idea behind knight c4. Must be.
Yes.
Because if I can just take on c6,
I can resign.
Yes.
Yes, I can resign. So that's why I was saying it's dangerous and bad. I agree, but I have to at least lock that bishop out of the game and provoke you to sacrifice.
Well, he's not going to sacrifice yet.
Well, it's surprising to hear that out of your mouth, Judith. No, maybe.
Not sacrificing, okay, all right.
I can't be so irresponsible sacrificing Magnus's pieces just like that. In a crucial moment like this. It's funny also, I'm thinking whether the h1 rook is actually standing maybe well, protecting the h file.
Even the
Well,
h5.
I don't know,
yes.
queen h5, rook f6, rook h6 would be a possibility, right?
But I can also at some moment castle the other direction. That is still...
You're joking.
Well, if you are lining up there with queen h5, I will definitely run... I can still castle, yeah, that is the game changer.
So maybe after all it's not bad, but only dangerous.
Well, but at the moment, if I castle, then there is knight e7 hitting my c6 pawn, and I feel like if I castle and you anyway win the
No,
c6
but let's
pawn,
say if black goes queen in g6,
then I castle.
well, not really, because
f4, yeah, then it's f4.
f4 would be a killer.
Oh, yeah, let's just highlight that, yeah. Almost safety, give me one more move, g3, and we talk, but f4 is coming.
So maybe after a move like queen g6, there is g3.
Yes, exactly.
Preparing long castle.
Definitely. But yeah, that's what Fabi is saying. All right, I know that it is dangerous, but I have an idea. I have a vision. I know what I want, how I want to at least put pressure on Magnus, that he cannot play moves just by his hand, relying on his feeling. He will have to be forced to calculate all the lines carefully.
Okay, what happens if I just don't look anywhere, just focus on the attack? Queen e8.
Okay, queen e8,
Knight
knight
a5.
a5.
Queen h5.
Queen h5. Okay, but I'm somehow happy when this queen goes that way. This is my intuition. I don't know. Can I castle? And then f4.
You want to castle now.
If g3 you already take on e3, yeah, that's your idea. I feel that I don't have the right to play g3. Then you will hit on e3.
Queen e8 is on the board.
Yes. This is very bad, so this should not be allowed. Yeah, queen e8, we will be seeing knight a5. I'm pretty sure about it.
Yeah, what else?
Yeah. Otherwise, it's capitulation.
I mean, how desperately white wants to push that b pawn.
To b5.
Yeah, to b5,
yes.
no?
If it could jump all the way
I mean,
to b5, yes.
that bishop on a1 is already dying.
And then suddenly bishop would come to life, and the bishop on a8 would be boxed. Yeah, knight a5 had to be played. And all eyes on Magnus. He's a must-win situation. He knows that he has a chance. He has lovely pieces. There should be something. But at least with this knight a5 construction, there is pressure on black. That black has to find the way through, otherwise white will somehow coordinate his forces.
Well, actually, it's a three-move game now.
Yes.
If white can make long castle.
But long castle
G3.
still runs into, yeah, but it
No.
runs into knight e7.
Yeah, but knight b4 you have also.
I have knight b4, yeah, that's...
So actually, if I have g3 long castle,
Yes.
then maybe the game is over from the perspective that black cannot win or
Yes.
cause any trouble for white.
But then what do you do if you don't even you said that you are not sure about sacrificing on e3? Then how are you?
Sacrifice. Go for it.
Go for it.
for
Yeah.
it?
Yes.
Knight takes. Yeah. Knight takes e3.
Okay, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes.
Takes and rook f2. Yeah. This is what we are kind of expecting. It's the human move. It's apparently horrible according to the computer. You just play f4 and then g3 is coming. Is that the end? Maybe just f4 and g3. I cannot stop g3.
But what? Because knight c4.
Yeah, so then Magnus will of course take on e3. Forget
Knight
about
f2 is also there, yeah?
Knight f2 is the only move, yes.
Okay, so knight f2, f4. Anyway,
We will be seeing this position pretty soon. Yeah, there we go. Knight is
Let's
happening.
do it.
Magnus in his element. He knows that I have done a wonderful strategical masterpiece. Now it's time to, go after White's king.
wow.
Now it's time to turn into a tactical masterpiece.
Yes.
And I said not yet.
And you said not yet. Exactly. Judith, you said not yet.
Black had to do something.
No,
as you guys said.
actually, after we analyzed it at G3 long
Yes.
castle, it was no question, but actually, it shouldn't be winning yet.
Yeah, and then let's toss it to Nicholas. Yeah, tell us all the truths, all the forced lines. What's happening?
Well, in fact, White should not accept the sacrifice. White should not accept the sacrifice and should
Rook
play the
E1?
move h4 here,
I thought about
which
that.
is
Wow.
a difficult move to play. But maybe it can come to mind because after g takes h3, now you can take and you have a square on h2, or you have, well, it's not like you're going to go there, but at least you can get a construction here where the pawns are not rolling down the board anymore. Even this, honestly, looks very dangerous. Somehow it works for White. Unbelievably, king can go to f3, and I guess it's very important that the bishop is still locked out. And after h4, if black takes on f1, which obviously would be a logical kind of continuation, just take the rook. White takes on g5, the knight drops back to d2, and White is getting some play here. Maybe the rook comes to h6. Honestly, it is a huge mess. I mean, this bishop is also waiting to be included in the game, and it could have a huge effect on the position. So it is a big mess. But after knight takes e3, yeah, if you take this knight and then bishop takes e3, knight f2, f4, black's on the attack. And well, what can White do? Rook e1 looks logical, I guess, to stop g3. If you are stopping g3, I think so. But black has ways to
Queen g6?
Yeah, queen g6 to continue. But now I can actually castle.
Ooh.
I can actually castle. Not even the computer is managing to keep up with the position. I mean, it is a big mess. Maybe he will take on e3. One way or another, Magnus has a chance. Magnus has a chance to win this game and to equalize the match. He's also had 4 minutes on the clock, which is not to be underestimated in such a complicated position. So we are in for a big fight here.
Yes, maybe we should also zoom in on the players just to feel the tension, yeah, all the body language of the players, yeah. Magnus is sitting there like nothing is happening, like it's the most natural sequence of moves that was played, and Fabi declines the capture on e3, declines...
Rook e1.
Yeah, he goes rook e1. Reasonable, kicking the knight back, but okay, now black has actually recaptured the pawn. White is unable to castle long anymore. Yeah, so White's king is stuck on the king side. This is good news for Magnus.
Well, it was kind of understandable that Fabi did not accept the peace sacrifice.
Yeah.
Seemed to be a safer road to ignore it.
And knight d5 back, yeah, safer, but yeah, and b4, yeah, he wants to get b4, b5 in. The dream of all dreams, opening the bishop and locking out the opponent's bishop. But this knight on d5 and bishop g5 is, of course, two monster pieces, and the structure, this d6, e6, f5, g4, just gives so much harmony for black.
Huge clash. this
Yeah,
game
yes.
again. The first game was also quite amazing, and this one is even more.
Well, there
I
is so
must
much
say,
at
in some
stake.
ways.
So much at stake, yeah? Magnus knows that I need to bounce back.
And we know how difficult it is, right? I mean, with the starting position, it was so clear that it's so difficult. One of the most difficult starting positions from the point of view when
To
you
create anything,
have a must-win situation. And he was able to do that, Magnus, and he's leaning into the position so much, focusing. He has a great time advantage for the moment, but he has to come up with a plan.
Yeah, at least what Fabi is doing is a very consequent kind of play, and he knows that this will also kind of put pressure on Magnus. Yeah, Queen G6 played very natural. The Queen gets to G6, probably even setting up some F5, F4 ideas, opening the diagonal, preparing some GC, F3 attacking moves. Yeah, and he can just ignore this bishop on A8. I don't need the bishop on A8. I have enough attackers on the other side of the board.
Do you?
I feel yes.
This is the question.
Because white is missing the light squared bishop. Yeah, that is the problem. And that bishop on A1 with the cemented knight on D5 is doing absolutely no harm. It's equally bad as the bishop on A8. I'm very optimistic for black. So how does white play? Yeah, because we would love to castle to coordinate forces, but I don't really feel like castle really helps me so much. There's this H4 idea that you guys already mentioned. I think, Judith, you were the first, then even Niklas was saying that H4 is sometimes a move. Yeah,
Queen D1.
Okay, just to stop F4. Yeah, F4 is stopped because of queen takes G4. Very important.
Is it really stopped?
Well, you can go H5 and then insist on. You anyway said H5, then Rook H6. That would be your kind of, no? Just keep on putting the pressure.
Well, Queen D1 has its clear point, and after B4, it's only one move away to push B5.
And then with A4, you can always secure, yeah, whenever black tries to break with A6. A very tense moment, and the clock situation, 3 minutes 20, and Magnus just switches sides. He goes look B8, eliminating the option of B5. He wants to
Queen
play
comes back to D1, immediately it
Yes.
gives the target on B4, and look at that. He goes there. What is his plan? Maybe he wants, after A3, let's say, white protects the pawn. Does he want to go castle and then bring back the rook to E8, the other one?
Well, I think he just wants to castle and to avoid this B5. No lockdown of the bishop long terms, and who knows, maybe he will even be going after that pawn later on. It's just lovely how he eliminates, because he knows exactly that Fabi believes that if I get B5, A4 in, I have something to play with. Then the knight from A5 can jump back to C4, but without B5, the knight is stuck on A5 as well.
Indeed.
Lovely move. That's the feeling, and also putting pressure. Now Fabi is down to 2 minutes 20.
I like the move H4 now for white.
He goes Queen E2.
No, Queen E2.
He goes Queen E2. He wants to touch this E6 pawn, but I don't know. Maybe
But
when black
he?
can. Exactly.
Why can't black take on B4? Rook B1.
No, King F7. Yeah, tranquilo. Yeah, you can do King F7. Solving all the issues and just B5. Wow, lovely, brilliant. The computer says question mark, but it's fantastic that because
He
B5.
takes knight E5 takes and E4. Gives up an exchange, no?
Okay, but how is
Interesting, but not the best.
and who knows what it is, because the bishop is anyway still locked out on A8. In any case, Fabi is fighting, trying to create channel. Now he's also hoping for knight C4, jumping back, and then knight E5 fork. Yeah, he gets some tempo, or even tempis. Crazy fight, amazing fight. What a battle. Two giants.
B5, unexpected opportunity for white, and for some reason that question mark is
Exactly, forget this computer. Yeah, we are humans, and we just talked about this, that rook b8 was stopping b5. So if white is able to, with some very smart idea, get b4, b5 in, it will have an effect. Maybe black has to counter it with f4, and then trying to set up this f3 idea. Breaking. Nicholas, what are your feelings?
Yeah, you're spot on, Peter. The problem with b5 is that you need the queen on e2 to keep the pawn indirectly defended. As we talked about, rook takes b5 would run into knight e5. Just to show it what Judith was talking about, this continuation is also very interesting. What a messy position here, but objectively it would be, I guess, around equal. Huge mess. So this would be possible, but stronger for black is to go f4. But
he went h5.
He went h5.
And it gives Fabi the time to coordinate.
That gives Fabi time, yes. That gives Fabi time to go knight c4, and he's actually back in the game. He's even better here. h5 is too slow. He didn't need to defend the pawn. He could have gone f4, because if queen takes g4, rook takes b5, it's just everything is working beautifully for black. I don't know why he played h5.
Well, the question is, after f4, a4, f3 was the plan?
After a4,
what was the plan?
f3, yes.
Yeah, I saw the f3.
And if queen e4?
Queen e4, and here already I can trade and go.
Bishop d2.
Bishop d2 is also there in the end, yes. Yeah, I can
also
trade.
somewhere a6 is coming.
f6, and then if rook e1, bishop d2, yes.
Okay, but it's good because of concrete things.
Concrete reasons,
yes.
Yeah. But okay, yeah,
if you
let's
don't see bishop d2, then you don't understand
But
it.
let's get back to the live action. Yeah, that after h3, h5, and maybe we can also now get the players, because this is now such a big moment. Let's get the players back on our screen. Body language, feelings, emotions, and Fabi goes h4. He blocks.
h4 was not best.
But okay, they play
Also not
h4.
terrible.
Bishop h6.
Bishop h6 is also not best.
a4 blitzed out. But let's get the players on our screen. We need the players.
a4 is another miss. Position's just too difficult, even for two of the best players in the world to play. Knight c4 to win this tempo, bringing back the knight would have been huge.
Okay. Yes, interesting that he thinks that I can do this any moment. And why can't he? That's
But maybe
another big
black has
question.
better. For example, now black can go f4, knight c4, queen f5, so you have a better coordination.
You have a better coordination, yes. And you still have this a6 break in the endgame later on, which will open up your bishop. Clock situation, 4 minutes for Magnus, 2 minutes for Fabi.
Well, definitely the situation has improved for Fabi. We can say that on the clock, in the position. He has more stability, but he's still worse, actually. He's still worse. But it would be so difficult to evaluate this position if you don't have a computer, right? The players probably also don't know really what's going on, but Magnus knows he has chances.
Yes.
And he will try.
But also Fabi should have the feeling that, okay, Magnus has chances, his position can be dangerous, but it was more dangerous. I think that's clear.
At least he got b5, a4.
And he has this, he fixed that bishop on a8. There is a good chance it will never come out.
But I really like this, what Nicholas mentioned, yeah, that if black plays f4, and then after knight c4 we play queen f5, then we are threatening f3 and we are kind of inviting the queen trade with queen e4, but Magnus goes rook e8. Now white can jump back with the knight to c4, he should, and he does. Hopping back with the knight.
Rook e8 was also a good move, and now you can move the king to g8.
And what about knight e3? Can white start to eliminate the knight on d5? Or maybe bishop b2,
bishop b2,
c1?
bishop c1, yes. This would be kind of my choice if I can. A king
The bishop
g8
comes
plays.
out, that's a celebration time.
But then black's bishop falls back to g7 and targets the weakness on d4. And this
that's how it
a6,
goes.
I have to highlight that a6 break is coming any moment. Very tough spot for Fabi. Because he cannot really change the character of the game. And a6.
Yeah, at some point a6 can also come. At some point it will come.
And if it comes, then it will be deadly. Yeah, it breaks everything.
It will show up.
Yeah, how to play at all with white, and he's down to a minute 20.
Well, actually, he can also at some point castle, and after a6 to go rook b1.
He should castle now, yeah.
He should, yeah. It's bad because king h2 runs into these f4, g3 ideas, x ideas, yeah. So,
Maybe this is the time to castle.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's thinking when he went under a minute.
yeah, and then get the rook to b1 and the other rook to e1. Very easy to draw the arrows, but very difficult to make a
Some
decision.
more energy to
Yes.
make it in reality on the board.
Fabi down to 40 seconds. And he does it. He castles. He finds the best move.
What, f4?
Ah, wow, because even if we trade, then rook b1 will be bishop takes c6. Let's just show this.
Yes.
f4, queen e4.
Cannot go queen e4.
It's happening because takes, a6 break. We would love to keep the control, but then there's bishop takes c6 with a pin against the rook because the white
Okay,
rook
but
moved.
white has a move knight a3.
Yeah, but
Queen e4 takes, a6, knight a3.
Oh, he goes queen e4. It's losing. It is
he goes
losing.
for it.
This
And
is
Magnus,
a6.
yeah, there you go. Magnus blitzing
he
it
has
out.
bishop takes c6 and rook b3 in the end against knight a3. This is the tactic that Fabi missed. This is the tactic that Fabi missed.
And there
Black
we
can
go.
still take. Black can take now, take on b5 first,
And Magnus
and it all
sees
falls apart. It all falls apart.
Magnus
for
sees
Fabi.
it.
He has to see it.
He will see it, yes.
Yeah, he includes
And
it.
equalizes the match.
Takes on
Well,
b5.
all eyes on Magnus.
He can take on c6. He saw it. It's just double checking. Bishop takes c6. Finally getting rid of this dead bishop.
Yeah, he's about to make.
Yeah, look at
And
his
you keep
hand.
all the
No,
trumps in
yes,
position.
there you
keep
go.
Everything. This is crushing.
That's it. A masterpiece.
Wow, what a shock for Fabi. Seconds.
He could not keep the stability.
Yes.
He understands
And
that
this
his position
tactic.
is falling apart.
He was almost there, just one more tempo and stability, but no, Magnus just with beautiful coordination.
Magnus being Magnus. Just when it's important.
Then it's the most important, yeah.
Yes.
And it's also so pleasing, yeah, Fabi captures on f4, at least eliminating that pawn, tries to create some chances, but that bishop on a1,
Well, I guess knight takes.
that bishop on a1 is the big problem.
Also, pawn on c6 will just drop.
Yeah, black has too much activity and too much control.
Takes with the knight.
Well, you have to go to c2 and then rook b6.
Yeah.
Because knight c4, d5.
Yes, knight c2 and now rook b6 picks up the pawn. Is there a chance to put up great defense with rook b6, knight e3, planning some d5? But my rook might get trapped. Wow. What a power performance by Magnus.
Yeah. Quite an incredible.
But he still has to keep the nerves, yeah, because we know that it's not so easy to win winning positions under tremendous pressure. d5. Making sure that rook e3 is impossible to... No, rook e3 is possible, but it does not change anything because after rook b6, rook c3 is not working due to the fork. That will be a huge issue. Fabi... Okay, Fabi has time now. Players are getting 15 seconds, but he doesn't have a position. Rook e5. At least trying to keep an eye on the h5 weakness.
No, he can play bishop g7.
Yeah, then rook g5.
But rook g5, king f7, and then
Yeah,
bishop f6.
and then you trap it, yes. But what can I do if I if I come back? It's also equally bad, yeah. Rook e5 is like an all-in move, kinda.
Well, after bishop g7, you go rook b3,
Yeah, rook e3
rook
he
b6, and you
G3 at
claim
And
that
then
you have only
G3.
one pawn down.
Yes, then there is no knight h3 check. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely true.
Well, rook e5 is at least asking some questions. The best is rook a8, apparently, with the idea of rook a2. But then you have to calculate g3, and
Yeah, you have to.
white has some activity.
No, rook e5 was practically the only move. It was the only move that causes some trouble. And bishop g7 played, rook e3 blitzed out.
This is not over.
Rook b6 is very natural, and then g3, yeah, kicking that knight away. And finally, there is no more knight d5 retreating square. That monster knight got eliminated.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he felt like d5 was already necessary.
It was a committal move.
Yes.
If it does not win, you will regret it.
Yeah, the fighting spirit and resourcefulness with these guys is just unbelievable.
It's just crazy, yes.
Now, Fabi understood. He's over on the shock. Now he's ready to pull up his best defense.
Yeah, he adjusted to the situation, rook b6.
Yeah. Okay, that
But let's
one is
see.
gone. Bye-bye.
Because the objective evaluation is still very bad.
Yes.
Yeah, objective is completely lost after g3 when rook takes c6.
Yeah.
Knight before rook c4 is possible, for example.
Yeah, that's quite bad, actually.
What's my issue? Yes, that is lovely.
Yeah, it still looks very bad.
The g3, rook takes c6, and knight before rook c4
But at least take on f4 and play f5.
f5, yes.
That's what you gotta try, something like this.
Yeah, it will be played, yeah, g3. Magnus picks up the pawn. Well, do we do with knight b4, rook c4, or gf immediately and then f5? What are the differences?
Knight b4, apparently. But don't ask me why.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
and,
does so.
and he does it.
All right, rook c4 or rook b6, but rook c4 is more logical. Yeah, and white goes f5 and rook fe1 and puts some pressure on that e6 pawn.
He was knight a6. Where is this knight going? No. I saw there gf f5 was the only chance.
Where is knight h3 and rook a8?
Yeah, rook e6 is still there.
King f7.
Rook e1, I guess.
Rook a8 played instantly.
Yeah, rook a8 is strong.
Immediately.
Okay, it is very strong. Yeah, you don't get rook e6 and gf rook a6. Thank you very much.
Yeah, now
he
you
got
don't
out
have
of this
this
f5.
F5
Yes,
play.
exactly.
And knight c7, I have knight h3,
Yeah.
intermediate check.
No more pin against the rook. Knight c5. But now it's the question even that do you go for this or you just go against the
Knight h3, best move.
yeah knight h3 and now he just goes e5 breaks. He does not want to take on c5 and take on a1 because with the knight on
He's
h3 no
merciless.
reason. Yeah, just breaking the construction, and this is very much resigns territory.
Brutal technique
Yes.
by Magnus.
Yeah, knight e6 played. And actually, e4 is very tempting. Yeah, just to probably you can take ed and it wins, but also e4 and then the rooks come to the second rank. That bishop only actually the bishop hasn't moved in the game
You
yet.
want to torture, I see. Peter,
No, I want
you're
to,
not hiding it. No, you're not hiding it.
I just want to, enjoy the maximum benefit of this position. Yes.
In the
Vincent
meantime,
has won.
yes.
Wow, Vincent has
just
won. That's very huge. Yeah, Edie played.
So he's in the semi-finals, we should point out. He wins his match against Erigaise. A huge win for the German.
Yeah, also for the combined standing, it's very
Yes.
important for him.
Because
Yes.
he's in third spot.
Yes.
Or fourth, I think.
Fourth.
Yes.
But because Hikaru is not participating,
Yes.
so basically
Yes.
third. Yeah, because he was just 3-4 points behind.
And Javukir and Niemann are also winning completely with the white piece at this moment. But we'll stick with this game, of course, where Magnus Carlsen is set to strike back in the match and take it to tie breaks if he wins with the black pieces. But looks like he will.
He is very close
with
to that.
3 impressive pawns in the center of the board. You just can't get this bishop into the game. It's just locked out.
Where? Rook b5, c6, rook c5. Trick.
Yeah, but even this is
c6, rook c5.
this is a cute trick.
Drama.
A bit.
Shock.
Yeah, after rook c5, rook e4 would be the only move to keep the winning advantage. But this,
Yeah, that hurts.
it's a very cute trick.
But it's lovely trick, yeah, by Fabi. He's fighting like crazy.
Yes.
Absolutely, yeah, these guys just never give up and they never collapse.
But Magnus has time. Of course, c6 the move he wants to play. Just needs to see if that after rook c5 he can go rook e4.
c6, rook c5 on the
Yep.
board. It's beautiful. Yeah, if rook takes c5, bishop d4 would start a new game. Of course.
But after rook e4, rook c1,
Yeah, rook e4, rook c1. I will play rook c1 for sure.
Yeah?
This is not over yet. At least there is something to hope for, and Magnus is also slowly getting to 1 minute.
he's surprised. What am I
Did he miss
into?
rook c5? I mean, rook e4 should be yes.
Yeah, rook e4, rook fc1 blitzed out.
So he's going to win the pawn on c6. His problem is though that the d pawn is very strong. So black can trade a rook, play king f7, and then after rook c6, d3. It's crushing.
But yeah, Magnus is not happy that he cannot just rely on his technique, he has to calculate.
But there's still some counterplays, some problems here.
He thought it will be easier.
Yes, for sure. So he takes on c5.
King f7, he will play, yeah, he's moving around towards the king. And then rook c6, d3, yeah, this will be his play.
Yes, because... Yeah, because in the end... No, wait, there's d3... Yes, d3, rook
Well, there is
c1.
also this rook e2 idea, hitting the f2 pawn.
And then...
And then d2, rook e1 together, everything, no?
So it doesn't look like it's immediately over, at least. So rook c1, rook e2, bishop d4.
Lost.
How does it... I mean, the computer says it's completely winning, but for a human it's not that obvious yet. What is the crushing idea here? Oh my goodness. There's some knight g1.
Ah, wow. Yes, that is absolutely crazy. So
oh my god.
we are
I think
talking
you
about
need
this.
it. You need the knight g1 idea.
Yes, and do you need to include rook e2 or you just...
Yeah,
I saw the rook e2, bishop d4, d2, rook d1, and then the knight jumps to g1 because you cannot take with the rook, then rook e1, and you cannot stop the pawn from queening. And if king takes, then rook e1 check forces the trade of rook, and you queen the pawn. Otherwise, the knight hops to f3 and it's over. Wow.
That is a crazy idea. It's the only way for black to win. Also, if you could even allow the king to come to f1, you could still play this knight g1 move.
By the way, just an information, Levon Arnya is fighting back. It's some crazy mess happening in that game.
He's even better right
between
now.
Hans
My
Niemann.
goodness.
But okay, all eyes now on the Magnus game because yeah, this is so
Abi
huge.
down to 10 seconds. He goes rook c3. Oh, but also here the knight g1 idea will break.
Again, the same knight g1.
Yes, d2, rook d3, rook e2, bishop.
And Magnus sees it. But he goes rook e2. Yeah, so he goes for... Okay, this is just winning the bishop and winning the game. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's easy enough. Rook g1, very precise.
Yeah, now knight f2 check, knight e4, okay, or king g6.
He almost played king move. He almost made the king
And then
move.
he stalemate.
He almost
made the
move.
king move, yes. He was moving towards the king. Don't do this,
Yeah.
Magnus.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he shakes his head. Oh my God.
Wow, this would...
Fabi almost
He had
survived.
this movement with his
Exactly.
hand.
Almost
Ooh,
a stalemate.
how lucky was he didn't touch it.
Yeah.
He was almost. He was almost there.
Oh no.
Gosh.
Oh no.
Oh,
That
look
was the
at this,
last
yeah.
trick. That was the last trick.
He just cannot believe that. Whew. Oh my God, yeah, because you think like it's over already and any move was winning, yeah, just knight f2 check. Just get out of this stalemate trick. Whew.
But he deserves to win this game.
Exactly.
It's been heartbreaking if he stumbles
Absolutely.
into a stalemate trick at the end.
There would be one more chance. Rook e2 he's gonna do.
No, rook b2 he played.
But why rook b2? Why not rook e2?
And what is the big finesse?
Rook g1 check, king h2, then king moves something, another stalemate.
Well, but
option.
there is no more king move, yeah. Rook d1. And the king is coming. I think Fabi will design. No, he still makes a move. Yeah. Fabi was fighting. He almost survived by a miracle. And there is the resignation.
What a game.
What a game, what a performance by Magnus Carlsen. He deserved it.
Absolutely.
He deserved it to equalize the match, and after this they're going to have about 15 minutes break, and they will play the playoff where they play 2 games with 5 minutes and 2 seconds.
And probably they're going to be joined in the tiebreaks by Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian, who are set to make a draw, most likely.
Yes.
Maybe we can pull that game up or on the bird's eye view.
Yeah, let's get the bird's eye view quickly also to see what's happening in the Sindadov game. Apparently he's completely winning.
Yeah, and he only needs a draw, and, well, the other game has just finished in a draw.
Yeah, so then we can go full screen on Sindadov against Parham.
Yeah, and as far as I've seen, was following a bit the game, Parham had not much chances, always a little bit worse or more. And now it seems to be a lost position, but as always, technique is always useful to have to convert your advantage. Though I'm not sure Sindarov needs so much playing rook f7, capturing the f5 pawn.
Yeah, he's in a too comfortable situation, yeah, that he only needs a draw, but probably he will just win the game because it's completely winning. The king is beautifully protecting against black's pass pawns. And white will be able to pick up the f5 pawn, and then slowly everything will fall apart.
It's even a little bit of a zugzwang.
But it does not really matter, yeah.
No, I mean, after rook f5 immediately, then king g7 could take on g6 or trying to get, but after c4, rook f5, king g7, rook d5
Rook
attacks
D,
the bishop, and then f5.
Yeah, bishop g1.
Let's take on f5. Rook e5 next.
Yeah, rook e5 or rook g5.
F5, F6. Looming.
Is the plan.
Yeah, it's basically time to design. There's not much to hope for in this position. Okay, c4 played, pushing the pawn, but it's not going anywhere. Just rook e5, rook takes e4, rook c4, get behind the pawn.
Yeah.
And then we take and go king f3 and it's over.
Or f5. What about f5? Bishop d4, yeah?
But then we have to calculate. No, just systematic.
Yes.
Systematic. Rook e5. Let's keep it simple. Chess is hard enough. When we have a chance to play simple, we should. And Sindel, it will be already his 6th victory in the tournament. And still being undefeated. And Parham had that big chance in the first game.
Is 6th or even 7th?
He finished 5.5 out of 7.
Ah, 5.5.
Yeah.
5.5, so plus
Levon
4.
was 5.
Ah,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, but he won enough games. And he keeps on winning,
Keeps on winning since the World Cup.
Yes, since the World Cup, and all the Uzbeks keep on
Well,
winning.
he was there for like 25 days. He just got used to it, yeah?
Yeah. Just keep on
In the
winning.
mood.
Yeah, king takes g6, rook e4, king f5, so that after rook takes d4, king g4 happens, but okay. f5 check.
He's gonna go king f3 and
Yeah,
resignation.
king f3. You
Yeah.
don't even give this chance.
Usually in such a positions, you rarely get any practical chance.
Yeah, there are no chances. Bishop h2, now you get a check and you design. Yeah, poor Parham. And this is his 9th loss. And he had chances
In so many games.
in so many games. Not in this
So
one.
many games.
Not in this one, but in general, yeah, he had so many opportunities, and we know exactly what it means. Yeah, that once you get that first win, then things start to get so much easier.
Well,
And
we have
big congratulations to Yavohir Sindarov, and he will be facing the winner of Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen match.
Absolutely, what an amazing quarterfinals we were witnessing. We have two winners who proceeded. We can maybe see the brackets also. We have Vincent, who had quite an ups and down kind of game. We were not very much engaged with that game, but I was, with half of my eyes, I was looking. The bar was going back and forth like a roller coaster. But he made it. He won, and he won 1.5 to half against Erigaisi. He's number 4, Erigaisi number 5 in the world. Incredible clash. And Keimer is in the semifinals. For tomorrow, he can rest for today. And he's going to be resting, but I'm pretty sure we are going to see him in the playing hall, because just shortly, in a few minutes, the match between Aranyan and Niemann, which was also quite an incredible clash. Aranyan somehow made a very risky opening, and Hans made a fantastic game until a middle game or so, even further, and something went wrong. We were not able to follow it because we were very much glued to the Carlsen and Fabiano game, which was quite amazing. So I'm sure Sindarov and Keimer also, they are going to be looking at it from the front seat, who is going to be. And actually we have a short video with Keimer. Vincent, so let's see what he has to say after his win.
I think we're establishing a saying in chess now, Vincent. Thou shalt not pick Vincent Keimer if you have a choice.
Yeah, I mean, not every event has gone great, but I think I've won, at least this season, every single first match I played, even in Las Vegas, although there I was already in the lower bracket, but still. Today it was incredibly fighting match. I think in the last game I had a very nice position out of the opening, then messed it up somewhere between a lot and completely. So I hope I wasn't lost, but I certainly felt like I missed a lot of things. And then I think he just must have missed bishop h3, which basically gave away the game in one move. I hope I didn't make any big mistakes after that, but with this time control it's so difficult because we had quite difficult starting positions, which meant that we had very complex middle games, and therefore we got complex positions already being nearly 0 on time, and then of course playing on 15-second increment, it's incredibly tough. So both games today were basically decided in that phase, and I'm just happy I managed to do it. Also, I did have the feeling that I was feeling better today. I played better chess. I didn't blunder like pieces or pawns just randomly, so I also have the feeling that I can slowly start to trust my calculation more again, which is quite important, especially in this little bit faster time control. So it has been a good day.
And that brings me to my next question, actually, because I was going to ask you about the time control. You have done better the more time you have here at the freestyle system. Do you have enough time in this time format here to actually make it work?
Well, I hope so. I think judging from today, it's okay. I still think that if we had a little more time, for example, the second game today, I could have played much better and maybe converted cleanly, hopefully. It's always difficult, but still. And nevertheless, now that's the time format we have to play here, and everybody has to adjust to it, and so do I, and I'm just trying to do that.
And you know what? I think the most important part is you're a semi-finalist. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks.
We've seen there a happy boy, Vincent, who just passed to the semifinals. It was great, and he's right. He has to get used to it in every time control because everybody has that. But of course, he also expressed it very clearly that the more time he has, maybe the more control he has. And of course, in freestyle especially, it can be extremely useful to have those extra time. So we had an exciting round. Can we go back and check what has happened between Levon game? Because there it seemed like Hans is just killing Levon in the middle game. We thought there is not much chance. What kind of magic happened with Levon? Nicholas?
Yeah, obviously we missed a lot of excitement in the other games because we were completely glued, rightly so, to the Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen game. So I'm just going to go through it and we can see for ourselves what happened. So this is the last moment where we saw it basically. I think around here, King B1, yes, Rook B8, Bishop D4 was played here. We had talked about this idea of Knight D3, Knight C5 for a moment, which would have been a bit stronger than what Hans did, but still here he's doing quite well. But at least Levon was able to get the Knight to D5. Now Knight to C5, Queen C8, E4, takes. This was all still fine, but already it was going a bit in the wrong direction. A5 is a beautiful move by Levon, because when you give him a chance, he strikes with these kind of moves.
Wow.
You cannot take the knight on D5 because of the C takes D5, actually. If the rook moves this, rook takes B4. In fact, this would be playable. You could sacrifice the queen here and you're still better, which is funny. But Hans did not play this. He went for A3, which is the best move. And knight F4 was maybe going in the wrong direction, but it's just such a difficult position to play. King to A2 was good, rook F7 was good, and queen A4. All right, A takes B4, rook takes, and knight to E2, bishop B2, king H7. So far, Hans is still doing quite well. He has this very dangerous A-pawn, passed A-pawn, whereas black doesn't really have a lot of counterplay right now. But as we're going to see, he will create it. Levon will. Queen to C4. This was all good play at this stage from both players. A4 makes sense, Queen A7. But yeah, but it's not so easy to keep advancing. And bishop D4. So far, both players really played well here in this phase. A5 also makes sense, but now knight F1. Levon, the trickster, if you take on F1, the knight on C5 is loose. So this is all he needed to create some trickery, bringing the knight to e3, suddenly going for a g2 pawn. And at this point, I think the game completely got out of hand. Here, white should go queen d4 and then maybe rook b7, and is still having good chances. Instead, queen b4 was played. Now knight takes g2 was another mistake. Maybe you can try to trade queens. Actually, this makes some sense to well, get the strongest piece off the board here, but also not so easy. Bishop d4, g4. Now black is creating a pass pawn of his own on the h-file. Knight takes e6. What a game. This was also just a complete
The tiger is
messy.
out of the cage, it seems.
And
Yes.
both players had like 10 seconds each or something. Yeah.
No, this is just complete madness. Here, maybe knight d8. Actually, it seems like Hans still had 3 minutes here.
Still,
Yeah, very difficult to navigate. Now the queen comes in, and here already it's anybody's game. Bishop takes e3 was a mistake now. Now black is even better. Knight takes, pawn takes g4 was another mistake. And here Levon shut the game down of queen c4 in a way. He could go h3, but obviously to evaluate the consequence of a6, both players have a passed pawn. It is very difficult. So he decided to play it safe. Queen c4, takes, and now with this double attack, he's getting rid of this dangerous a-pawn, but so is white getting rid of the dangerous h-pawn. So in the end, it all came down to his endgame where, well, all the pieces disappeared eventually, or, well, a draw was offered and it was accepted. So this game, Hans had a chance, Levon had a chance in the first game. In the end, it's 1-1, and we see more of the two, but for sure, they're playing very exciting chess.
Absolutely. It was, well, it's understandable. Levon suffered so much in the game that whenever he saw the opportunity to simplify. But I want to listen him after the game, what Levon had to say before he's going to the playoff. He was sharing his thoughts.
Levon, it seemed to get tense at a lot of times during this game. How did you feel yourself?
Yeah, it was like the mirror of the first. Well, I mean, he was in trouble in the first game, I was in trouble in this one. So, but then some tactics were missed, and then the game landed in a draw.
And you mentioned pressure after the first game. Is pressure the key word here?
Yeah, of course. Huge pressure.
Good luck in the next one.
Thanks.
Well, huge pressure, he said. Well, it's kind of fair. He had a big advantage in game one. He was suffering in game two. What are you expecting in this match between Hans and Levon?
Well, judging from the games that we have seen, expect the unexpected. Yeah, it's just such a big fight. One can see that both players are fighting as much as they can. With ups and downs, Hans played a wonderful game in the second one. Yeah, it looked like he was playing quickly, he was playing very precisely, but he couldn't just nail it. Levon was always finding the sources, driving Hans crazy. Probably that's what more or less happened in the first game, vice versa. I think that this blitz match is completely wild and completely open. It's a 50-50 one. Also, based on the games, nobody really has the upper hand psychologically, because both miss chances. The other one between Fabi and Magnus, there I think clearly Magnus has the upper hand because he bounces back and he carries all those positive emotions that,
Well,
yes, I'm in the game.
We are about to see what the starting position going to be. Fiona.
Welcome back, everyone. 2 matches have been decided. Congratulations to Vincent Keimer and Yavakia Sindauer who are through to the semi-finals. 2 spots remain to be decided. The match between Carlsen and Caruana, as well as between Aronian and Niemann, continues. And I'm very, very happy to be joined now by the owner of this wonderful resort here in Grootboos, Michael Lutzeyer. Michael, how does it feel to welcome these players here to your magnificent resort?
Well, I don't think one could wish for a better quarterfinal, the excitement, and I wish the players in the next half an hour everything of the best.
They will play 2 games of 5+2. The action is going to get very fast. They will only have 5 minutes to prepare, and let's find out the position. And it's going to be position number 478, 478. And once again, 5 minutes preparation time only. Michael, thank you so much. Players, best of luck.
Good luck.
Height number 7 incoming? Yeah. What are you doing?
This looks very dangerous.
Might be through.
This.
G3, C6.
C6 is a bit passive. Okay. This?
Yes.
E5 maybe?
I can go see. Anyway. It's a B6.
Yeah, but white takes the center, right?
Ah, you do? But how? For E5. Yeah. I see. So, knight D3, you want to go E5. Knight D5, knight D6.
Yeah.
But this is not dangerous.
No, maybe it is, but we have to fight for the center. Yeah?
C6.
This?
Yes.
It's very dangerous now.
Now I can go D5. You go D4 or what? D4, G6. F4. You want to take?
Maybe.
I don't care.
You don't, huh?
No. Take as
Okay,
much as you
even...
like.
Castles?
So if I go G5, you want to play...
I mean, there's E4 as well, right? TE, E4.
Very
Like,
fast,
yeah, I feel
then
like
bishop B4. No.
Yeah, but bishop B4,
Oh,
just, yeah, I mean, we're just crashing through.
And you're happy. Here?
Here. This is not gonna end well, I think. Yeah, but the queen not there.
But I play E5, huh? Or E5 immediately.
Jeez.
Very dangerous stuff. Maybe I should go E3. E3, E5.
Yeah, okay, this is maybe... I mean, anyway, it looks very...
Scary.
Very scary. It's probably like top 10 worst.
We will start in 1 minute.
And the playoff of the quarterfinals are on. Let's see what's going to happen between Hans and Levon, and also between Magnus and Fabiano. Both of their games were nerve-wracking, the previous one for sure. So how did Fabiano, for example, recovered all those negative things happened in his game?
Yeah, very difficult, I guess. He opts for G4. It's a very thematic kind of way of opening up the queen from H1. But we have to talk about the king's position. Yeah, this king on D1, king on D8 is always very irritating because you are just not used to this king. Magnus even called it out. I think that this is maybe one of the 10th worst positions. It was a very emotional call, of course. One should not take this literally, but just expressing his feelings that, yeah, it's not so harmonious, basically.
But maybe it also shows and expresses his nervousness of the case, right? If he would be playing with white, maybe he would have another take on it.
Yes, exactly. But maybe also he doesn't know what Fabi was thinking about the position. Yeah, maybe Fabi was also like, I just lost the game with white. I would love to have more control. And with king on D1, okay, we are expecting the castles to happen just to get the harmony. But is this also so good? Maybe some A5, A4 ideas are there if white castles, for example, here too prematurely. I don't know, I'm just highlighting some ideas. Because the black's pieces, queen on H8 and the bishop on G8 are also lining up on those diagonals against white's king if white decides to castle there. Not so easy. What to do?
Seems like a nice starting position. I mean, starting after a few moves with black.
Fabi's going for checkmate.
Yeah, knight c5 was threatening checkmate on b7. Knight d6 clearly stopping it. Knight f4. Where all this adventure?
Very symmetrical. Knight c4, and everything is
well, but
symmetry.
Who gives the first check on b7 or b2?
Or the checkmate.
Yes, that's quite a big difference. There's also not much time to analyze anything. We just go with the feeling, with the flow. Of course, if there will be some real line to show, then yes.
Well,
but
can it be that b6 would be a blunder, knight d7 takes, and bishop g2?
well, maybe, but there is still knight e4. Let's just highlight. So b6, knight d7. Judith is asking king takes d7, bishop g2. Good luck figuring it out. There is knight e4 counter move, and then b2 is also hanging. I'm not qualified to judge this.
You don't want to judge it.
I don't want it. It's completely out of control. But intuitively, I feel that also for Magnus it will be very difficult to go along these lines, because if you miss something, can he just castle? Is that a move? Is that a possibility? Just get some stability and then see what's happening next.
Well, there is a great chance that castle will happen. White also castles long, and we'll see how
He
the
goes
symmetry.
e5. Wow.
The best
Wow.
move.
Best move.
Taking initiative.
Taking initiative with king still in the center. He wants to break open everything, but this is not an easy move. That if this is really the best move, then it's a sensational one. How does he do it? And what's the clock situation? 2:49 versus 3:30.
And Magnus took quite some time for this move, but
And the queen is out into the
queen is
center.
out.
He activates.
And actually, activity always counts seriously.
Yeah, because bishop g2 would be kind of desired from white's perspective. You have to occupy this long diagonal, but who knows if you have time to do that. What happens after bishop g2?
Well, there is no threat.
Well, I want some bishop d5, you know, I'm just a
You want to
simple guy.
simplify.
Exactly. I'm already terrified. Magnus played a brilliant game. He's trying to take over. I want to somehow do damage control.
But after bishop g2, I think knight c4 might
Yes, knight c4 is a huge issue.
be. And then c5 knight is hanging, b2 check.
Yes.
then maybe white has to go back to d3, but that's
D3.
not exactly what you want, right?
No, definitely not, yes.
To switch places.
But okay, it comes with a tempo, and then if I'm in time to play bishop d5, I'm kind of happy, but all right, let's take a look how Fabi reacts, because his clock is also ticking.
He's behind in time. He was just ahead before, a minute ago.
Yeah, 2:30 in freestyle. This is kind of total bullet.
Very difficult to handle. White doesn't want to go back to d3. That's not the reason why he went to c5.
Bishop g2 played, yes, exactly. It made so much sense. You have to kind of develop those pieces and to set up this bishop d5 idea. I think this is the key idea. Simplification is the name of the game here.
I have some crazy idea in mind. Maybe it's not good.
After all, in long terms, black has compromised his pawn structure, just saying. Just very silently highlighting it.
f5, isolated pawn bothers you?
Yes, if it gets to an endgame and I can block it, then thank you very much. That's what I'm looking
Well, bishop d5 is a serious threat. True.
Nicholas, whenever you have something big, tell us.
Yeah, I don't have something big yet. Castle is a good move that Magnus just played. There was also this idea of knight b5, which was a bit crazier, some tactics. But castle is a very sensible move. And bishop d5, now he gets to play this idea that you guys mentioned, but the computer does not like it so much.
Ooh, don't tell me.
Knight e4 seems to be a good reply. For example, knight e4.
Yeah, knight e4 is a classy. Yeah, knight e4 is a classy move, but I think the players have already sold it and we have to have them on the camera.
Yes,
I just
let's
think
bring
that
the players up. They're down to 1.5 minutes each, more or less, so the moves will come in quickly, but knight e4 would be a strong move because you need to take the knight with the knight on c5, and then black can take on d5, and in the end black should be on top. And Magnus is reaching for the knight, it seems.
Yes, he
hesitating.
And it's so much Magnus' style to go knight e4 here.
Yeah, it's just a very tempting move.
Interesting that he's spending so much time on it.
Yeah, well, Fabi's already done to a minute. Just shows how quickly the time vanishes in freestyle chess. They have only made 9 moves. 9 moves.
Well, Levon is even down to 30 seconds. So
he has a very.
And he changes his mind. He goes bishop h6 and
But he's
shaking
not
his
happy.
head. Yeah.
He's not happy.
Yeah, there was something he didn't like about knight e4 apparently.
For sure, bishop h6 was not his first intention.
Yes. But okay, it's a good move. Yeah, eyeing the d2 pawn, making sure that white feels uncomfortable.
And knight e4 stays in the air.
Yes.
Though not necessarily, because the bishop was on f8, so it doesn't attack the c5 knight anymore after knight e4.
So Fabi's up on the clock.
Yeah, by almost a minute now, wow.
Almost a minute, yeah. Magnus down to 35 seconds.
They only get 2 seconds increments. so you
only
don't-
2 seconds.
You really don't want to get
5
into
minutes
the
and 2 seconds.
time trouble.
And castles. Protecting everything.
Bishop d5.
Yeah, queen d5.
We get some clarification. Goes into the end game.
Well, long terms, I'm happy for white if white is able
Well,
to
I think
coordinate.
Fabi is very relaxed. Rook e5,
good move.
okay.
Yeah, very good move.
Pushing back the knight to c3,
Not allowing the
and then probably
blockade.
knight e4.
Yeah, because white would have loved to go with his knight to f4 later on.
Well, he needs to go to c3 here.
Yeah.
Only move.
But it hurts. You can see how it hurts for Fabi. It was not his route.
It hurts, but it's a must, and you have no time.
Yeah, what is he thinking about? To go to f6? No. This looks wrong.
Spending so much time.
Yeah, spending so much time. Finally, he will have to play knight c3.
Maybe he's worried about knight c4.
Knight e4.
But knight e4 is on the
right
board.
away.
Yeah, solving the issue of the weak pawn on f5, making an
24
asset.
seconds for both.
Wow. Knight d3, trying to play against the f5 pawn with rook f1.
Rook e6. He can go back to c5.
But he doesn't want to, no? He came from there.
But then go rook f1, right? e2 is
Down to
hanging.
less than 10 seconds.
Rook f1.
Oh, he could have taken the pawn on e2. Knight takes c3 and rook e2.
Rook g8.
Okay, but they have no time. But he thinks out of control. Magnus is
Going
pushing.
out of control, 5 seconds.
And knight d5, he gets a grip on the f4 square and all is good. Yeah, Magnus
Well, not
is...
with 5 seconds on the clock and 2 seconds bonus.
That is.
Yeah, but f4 square, that's what matters.
Knight e7.
Yeah, Magnus is going for knight g6 idea.
5 seconds each.
But now bishop e3, bishop is coming out.
Yeah, white is.
Well, somebody will lose on time.
White
They
is
will
better.
not be able to manage that.
Cementing the position.
Wow, f5 pawn.
f4, nice one.
f4, pushing.
Knight g2.
Players are on second. c5,
e5,
b3.
counterplay.
Magnus is taking over.
Yes, suddenly
c4.
c4.
total shock.
Knight e5, knight e5, powerful.
Wow.
And you can
Takes
see
f4 should be played. Oh,
Go,
knight
go, go.
c4. Magnus is winning. He's taking the pawn on c2, d2. Ah, did he lose on time? No, not quite. Ooh,
3
almost
seconds.
lost on time.
But okay, it's
The position is completely lost.
Piece is gone.
Rook c8, king d1. And he's just down a piece. He's just down a piece.
Yeah, we have to zoom in because there,
yeah, he
and there is a resignation. Wow, crazy. What a wild affair, and Magnus comes
They
out.
couldn't switch in
on
their
top.
brain with the time
Of
control.
course, it's impossible. But we have action.
And here it's
Levon
still
is
going on.
completely
Levon is winning.
You just catch the handshake. Two
Wow.
black wins in the tie breaks.
Wow.
What a start for Magnus and Levon. They have a few minutes of break. Ani, Levon's wife is there rooting for him. And the supports are always nice to have. So there is only few minutes for the players to recover from this game. Of course, for the players who won, it's easier to recover than for those who are in a must-win situation. And in 2 minutes' time, there is the next draw going to be what position they are going to be playing. Wow.
Crazy.
Well, we were not able to follow Levon's game,
Not
but
at all.
with Magnus, it was, well, what was the key element, you think, that why did Magnus won?
Well,
Was it a good decision in the opening, that gaining time, or?
no, I think that, okay, things completely went out of control. The trick was that Fabi finally lost the game because he suddenly got ambitious. That with 5 seconds on the clock, he felt like objectively he got a chance, and then he wanted to make the most out of it. Magnus started to fight for his life. He was regrouping the pieces, and then suddenly this c5 contra came out of nowhere, and Fabi's position fell apart. Yeah, just moves before, for sure, he could have shut the game down. But if we have a chance to look it up, maybe Nicholas can just quickly highlight the most dramatic moments at the end, yeah, when things turned.
Yes, sure. I mean, it was all about who could handle it better with the 2 seconds increment and having no time. It's so difficult. And if you get posed some problems, if you have like 3, 4, 5 seconds on the clock, it's very difficult to then solve them. And this is basically what happened here. Position is tiny bit better for white, maybe. So Fabi is trying to trade some pieces, going for the f5 pawn, but already here now f4 is coming. You cannot take because this rook takes d2 or knight takes d2. So he moves the knight. He wants to win the pawn, but now suddenly these problems arise with c5. And Magnus was alert to see this idea. And Fabi now played b3, which makes a lot of sense, but here already king c1 would be better. Maybe you could find this if you had more time, but not easy. But b3, b5, renewing the idea. And c4 is logical, but here already black's taking over. And Magnus, having no time on the clock, he finds all these moves. Knight e5, trying to trade the knight. And now it would be absolutely necessary to go rook takes f4. But also this honestly just looks horrible. Somehow the computer survives with king c1. But with seconds on the clock, you're not going to play like this, obviously. So he goes knight takes f4. But after knight takes c4, now the pawn on d2 will drop and the position is just lost. Rook g7, trying to get some activity, but c4 is coming, just everything is working out perfectly for black. And here the hope was, well, I'm attacking this knight and then I can take this one, but just rook c8 check, force the king back to d1, and now the knight can just move, and this pawn is pinned. So black is just keeping the piece, and knight c3. And Fabi resigned. The king has to go to c2 or c1, and another knight will drop. And black is winning easily. So it was just all about, the control of 2 seconds on the clock. And Magnus did it. And he's only one step away from the semifinals now.
Yeah, it's so interesting that, of course, we are, all three of us grandmasters. We had so many games in our life, classical game, different time controls. And people, of course, ask me also what to do, how to switch, how can you settle yourself. And each time they go there, and they don't know the answer. They have experience, and they're doing it, and everything is there. But still, now, what should Fabi do, right? Just focus on the clock because that's what it caused his death in this game, practically? Or should he be more careful in the opening, that not wasting a lot of time? Or should he tell himself that if I have 30 seconds left, it's all about intuition, I cannot think? Because it seems like it's nerves, it's intuition is the game right now.
Yeah, now he needs to bounce back. So in order to create chances against Magnus, probably his strategy will be to try to play as quickly as possible. Yeah, because if he falls back on the clock, then more probably he will not have any chances. So I'm expecting Fabi to really play quickly with the black pieces. He doesn't need objectivity. He needs to keep fighting position. He has to play as quickly as possible. And Magnus will have this kind of nervous situation that now he is the one who needs only a draw. But we know that usually Magnus is very good handling this type of situations.
Yes, absolutely. I still had the feeling watching live this game that the players were not able to switch from the previous time control mode of 30 minutes and 15 seconds.
And yesterday 10 minutes plus 5 seconds, now it was 15 seconds, now it's 2 seconds. It is just so confusing. Your intuition does not tell you that be careful because you feel like I have time.
Because I had the feeling during the game that also actually Magnus was the first to realize that, oh my God, it's only 2 seconds per move. This is nothing. Basically, it's nothing, right?
Yes.
It's
when it escalates.
When it escalates, when it's complication, it's nothing. 2 seconds is good if you have a queen and against the king that you give checkmate. Yeah, very technical positions, right? That when intuitively you can go all the way until the very end. But having 2 seconds, like the players were still in the mindset of trying to understand the position. And when you're playing 5 minutes and you get only 2 seconds per move, it's not the type of game. It's the type of game that intuition goes first, and sometimes the luxury is, but you have to make a choice when you think 1 or 2 times in a game that you spend those 1 minute or 2.
Yeah, well, actually, I had the feeling that when both players got down to these 5 seconds, they made some incredible regroupings. So actually they played a tremendously high quality game. How Fabi with rook g1, rook df1, king g2 got his setup on the f4 square with bishop e3. Magnus at the same time understood that, yeah, I missed it. He put the rook on d6, knight e7, knight g6, fighting for the f4 square, setting up this c5 counterplay. Yeah, actually, it's quite stunning that, yeah, it was a crazy time scramble, but what they did, both players, was high quality chess. Just feel that Fabi's knight g2 move, with which he felt like, I'm targeting the f5 pawn. This is my moment. I might win the game. That let him lose the game because he entered into this c5 counterplay. Bishop on e3, if he just plays some c3, king c2, or b3 preparatory move, actually Magnus would have been just very happy, keep the status quo, and probably the game ends in a draw. It just shows that how dramatic and heartbreaking chess is when finally you lose a game like this.
Yeah, somehow it felt that the knight on d3 is covering all the problem with the d2 square, and then c5 came from out of nowhere. And suddenly, of course, seconds on the clock, you can't handle it. And there were like all these great moves, c5, b5,
and by
knight
the way,
e5.
Magnus prepared it with b6, king b7. Yeah. Also, yeah, seemingly slow little move, doing nothing, but in fact he was already probably waiting for the right moment for c5.
Yeah, it was quite amazing, and of course it's incredible to follow Magnus, how he's turning all these kind of positions. But now let's see what is the next position they're going to play. Fiona.
What a round that was, with both Carlsen and Aronian winning with the black pieces, meaning Caruana and Niemann are in a must-win situation to take it to Armageddon. We're about to find out the next position. I'm very happy to be joined by Sean Ingels, the general manager of this wonderful resort here in the Grootboos. And Sean, you're lucky to be getting to spend a lot of time here. How do you think it might inspire the players?
Fiona, I mean, what a place to be. What a privilege to have them here. But you know what, we can feel the tension building in the room at the moment, and I think just to step outside and take a deep breath of that champagne air that surrounds us, it's going to make it happen. Calm the nerves.
Calm the nerves. Let's find out the next position now. Off we go. And it is position number 745, position 745. Thank you so much, Sean. The players get 5 minutes. Good luck to them at home. Have fun.
F4 looks nice, no? G5, G5.
This is like the mirror of your game with Fabi, eh?
Yeah, but it's a much better version, no?
Yeah, because the knights are good.
Yeah.
These are good knights.
And then F5.
Stuff, there's nothing, yeah? G5. Knight G3. Ah. And if I go H5 there?
Okay, this is already...
This is already not safe. This is already not... Don't do it at home. Ah, but this is good, yeah? This guy is...
I don't know, so how is a position like this?
Takes X5?
Yeah.
And then H5 business, yeah?
Yeah. I'm not sure we have
yeah.
the best squares.
It's decent for blocking.
Yeah. E4 is also quite reasonable. G5 or something else?
G5, D4.
Oh, it's already very nice.
This has to be
This
yeah?
has to be done.
Some F3, yeah? Yeah, we need some stability now.
Yeah. Really,
The chicken stuff is required. 97, 93, and we slowly come up with C3.
Gentlemen, it's 2 minutes to the start.
So what do you think, Peter, about this position, starting position? What are the chances for Fabiano and Hans? They both actually did not go out and talk about their strategies, but they were sitting at the board.
Yeah, I think at this moment you have to forget about your chances. Whatever, you just have to fight. You give your maximum, try to drive your opponent crazy, try to create some problems. You even don't know what will be your opponent's first move. Yeah, it's such a jungle, so these 5 minutes are nothing, absolutely nothing. It's more like socializing, trying to calm your nerves down. We have seen that both Levon and Magnus were very relieved, had wonderful emotions. Yeah, let's say stay solid. Every solid decision is fine. But Hans and Fabiano, they both need some craziness happening.
Well, let's see if Fabiano is able and Hans to do something Magnus magic, what Magnus was doing in the second rapid game. It was quite amazing. He had a very unpromising starting position and he created something really special and opportunity for himself. Let's see. Second game is just about to start.
And e4 played by Magnus and also Levon. Just controlling the center. e4, e5. Symmetrical play by
both
Hans and Fabi.
Both games e4 and f3.
Yeah, e4, e5, f3, knight e6. Played by Fabiano. Knight e3. How do you create unbalances here? That's a big question. Okay, c6 looks like a very natural kind of move. That bishop from d8 should try to find a good square on c7 or b6, depending on the situation.
Nicholas, we would ask you about what is the evaluation of the starting position. Of course, in a blitz game, it's not something matters that much, but still.
Yeah, it's maybe a tiny bit better for white, nothing spectacular. Obviously, it's nice for white to have the king on b1 already, pretty safe. And a5 just played by Fabiano, which will probably be answered by a4. It's very typical on freestyle chess. We see it a lot in these kind of positions. You try to activate maybe the rook via the 6th rank in some cases, so the king can just stay there. You don't need to castle the king if the king is already in a safe spot. And I don't think Fabiano is trying to immediately create some big imbalances. He just wants to keep the game going, keep potential going, and then who knows? If it gets down to 10, 20 seconds, anything can happen. We just saw it in the last game. It doesn't need much. So he just wants to control the time and make sure there's enough potential in the position, and then he can definitely get some chances. I mean, Magnus Carlsen, he is human after all, so let's see what happens.
Well, it's interesting, the setup, what Magnus is doing. A4, he went E4 after that F3, very stable, and the C3 and bishop C2. Seems to be, it's a very safe
Yeah, it's a
way of
harmonious
playing.
kind of.
Bishop F2, bishop C2.
Important that against knight c5, he had d4 before. Now that his move bishop f2 happened, he moved away his bishop. I'm not 100% sure if black is unable to go after this weakness on a4, yeah? Because knight c5, d4, yeah, okay, the game already progressed with bishop f7. Finally, when black captured on a4 with bishop on e1, there was b3 trapping the knight, which was not the case afterwards. But yeah, let's keep an eye on the current action. Bishop f2, bishop f7, queen d1, protecting. Okay, so basically after knight c5 we already got the answer that queen d1 was possible. They are both preparing castle short. Is that the castling all the way to the right side of the board, to the king side, official king side in classical chess? Yeah, d4, queen d7. Okay, Magnus occupies the center. It should be very good for him. Maybe just knight e2, continue developing, then put the queen on d2 and then really castle. But he grabs space, even more space with d5.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Shutting out the bishop on d8 as well. Fantastic position.
It seems after d5 we would want to play with the white side.
100%.
No?
Yes.
You're not?
No, for sure, yes.
The last two moves, d4, d5.
Yeah, the pawn moves. Yeah, the pawn breaks. Who occupies the center, and then if one side is able to suffocate the other side, that's really huge. Yeah, Fabi jumps knight to f4, trying to invite some g3. Then he can hop onto h3 and create trouble against the bishop on f2, which is one of the dream bishops, dream piece in the position. And Magnus plays h4, making sure that whenever after g3 the knight jumps to h3, then that knight will be trapped.
At the same time, by now, after h4, I'm not sure Magnus will consider it too much to castle short.
Yes, but he doesn't need it anymore, yeah?
Having the pawn on d5.
Yes, it cuts the position in two halves. And what is Fabi doing? Yeah, where are his counter chances? He has to try to break somewhere, c6 on the board, because the bishop on d8 clearly wants to reach the b6 square, but in order to reach there, you have to find a good spot for the knight, which is very difficult.
Maybe we can go on bird's eye view for seeing both of the games, because there are similarities actually.
Absolutely.
Levon also basically had the same idea and execution. Very similar setup, having very strong space advantage in the center, e4, d5, c4 pawn, even bigger space advantage than
Looks even more harmonious in a way.
Magnus.
But also more harmonious for black, maybe.
Yeah, and one piece less at least, yes. Yeah? But okay, it's a horrible situation. Yeah, black is trying to get the bishop to h6, at least to say hello from there, but nothing really moves.
Well, maybe you're saying hello there, but maybe you will say goodbye also.
Yes. Question the clock. Yeah, he's trying to play as quickly as possible. He has 1 minute time advantage. That's the only asset that Hans has. He's basically closing his eyes. I don't care about the position. I want to try to play against your clock, Levon.
Yeah.
Levon regroups the knight.
At some point, f5 will be on the board.
Yes, bishop f7, and that king will evocate all the way to g8. But if he plays bishop a6 and there is a trade on h6, then the king cannot castle anymore. That's the problem. That's a huge problem.
Well, he can go bishop g7 and castle.
But then you will not be able to play bishop h6.
Yeah,
you cannot get rid.
Everything.
Yes, but that's why Levon played knight d1. The mysterious move knight d1 was amazing. Yeah, bishop g7.
Giving the option to go bishop h6.
Yes. Yeah? Please trade it. Knight a4, setting up c5. Now black has to castle, but it runs into g4.
Yeah, black can maybe try to play c6.
Well, he
Right.
castles and then now g4.
G4, powerful play by Levon.
On the board.
f5 at some point.
Yeah, you will have to, but
Break out.
when is it a break or is it a collapse? That's a problem. Now king h7. Now there is no more f5 for sure. But okay, he wants bishop h6, g8, gh. Okay, Levon also made this committal decision. The knight is far away from the f5 square, because that knight would love to reach there. And this whole route is now taking way too much time. And black wants rook g8, bishop h6, trade and get active on the g file. I'm not sure I'm liking what Levon is doing, practically speaking. Yeah, rook g1, rook g8 happening.
Queen e3.
Maybe queen e3, then queen f8, insisting on bishop h6.
Also knight f8, knight g6 is kind of a
Yeah, this is
idea.
this is the best position that Hans had after move 5, I believe. This really got out of control because Levon is also down to a minute and 18 seconds. The heart rates are telling the story as well. Both players very tensed, understandably so.
Is he going to go knight f8? And he went.
He is going knight f8, yeah, trying to go knight g6, knight f4.
Though I don't know if white can go f4.
He needs to win the game.
c5, knight
c5,
g6.
knight g6. Black needs to close his eyes and go, but knight f4 takes, e5, check is there.
Maybe c6 will be painful now.
Oh, he probably wants to go bishop h6 first.
Bishop h6 first, yeah. See this?
No, I mean, white plays c6, I had the feeling.
Okay, life goes on. Life goes on.
Yeah, but this is not so horrible for black.
No, not at all. Just where
You
to
don't
put
have,
the rook.
you cannot make control the c5, so rook c7 will not show up in the
But
very
maybe
near future.
actually it will come. Rook gc1 and bishop moves and rook c7. We know Levon is a maestro.
Yeah, just bishop a4, rook c1.
Yes, and also bishop
Also
d7,
bishop d7,
bishop
bishop
f5,
f5.
exactly.
Ooh, beautiful idea.
Ooh, playing on every instrument. That's maestro Levon.
So it's time to go f5.
Time to trade those bishops. Yeah, let's get this f4 square at least, because the only counterplay will be on the g file.
Yeah, true.
And Levon down to 48 seconds.
That's still plenty of time.
But the rook is showing up on h7, on
Yes.
c7.
Just in time.
Well, rook c7 is a brutal threat.
Is a brutal threat, and everything that Levon has played makes perfect sense. Heart rates over 130.
I think black needs to try f5.
Okay, he
Now
takes on
trades,
d2.
And now he goes f5.
Yeah, he has to free his queen.
Well, he's thinking to go rook c7, but I'm not sure it's a good choice. Well,
That is good.
sorry, it's good, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. f5.
Bishop d7.
Bishop d7 was not ideal. Now black can take on e4, play knight f4. Oh, he takes on h4. This
Takes greedy. Rook c7.
maybe too greedy.
Because bishop e6 will show up. Knight d7.
Bishop e6 is powerful now. Oh, he takes on b7. That's a mistake.
Rook g2, counterplay. Rook g2.
Rook g2 was not good.
But okay, of course, played instantly.
But how can you resist to rook g2?
Yes, this is out of control anyway.
It is out of control. Queen f2, queen f4. But black needs to win. Queen f4 is good.
And look at Hans' senses that, wait a second, I have some chances.
But bishop
g6.
bishop h3 check. He blundered bishop h3.
But he doesn't see
misses it. Levon misses it. Bishop h3. Just collected the rook on g2.
Well, okay, let's zoom in. Yes, exactly. Let's just focus on the players fully, because it's all about nerves and time.
He needs to take with the king. Yes, he does.
And he does.
Takes.
Practical chances. Levon
Absolutely practical chances.
down to 10 seconds.
Queen f2 is looming. I mean, it's not winning, but... Oh
Queen
no, Queen
c8.
f3. Queen f3, Queen f4 is winning. Queen
Wow.
f3 or Queen f4.
But ignoring Queen g8 check, it's impossible. Knight f3 played.
No,
Bringing the
big
knight.
mistake.
Bringing the knight closer. Queen e6 check. Now white
endgame.
trades the queens. Oof. Levon is very happy.
Yeah.
And then he still has this b5 break and counting on the a pawn.
Yeah, that was a chance for Hans. He had enough time, but of course difficult
Yes.
to allow these checks.
Yeah, to allow the checks.
Knight d2, king c2, good move.
King f6.
King d3, good move.
Yeah, these are now human moves.
Yeah, and king e6, rook h1, so he goes h4, but still rook h1. Still rook h1. Yeah, and there's just nothing. There's just absolutely nothing.
Levon down to
Knight
few
f3,
seconds.
b5, yeah?
Knight f3, rook f1, and then b5. No king e2 even.
That's it.
Yeah, that's
Game
it.
over. Game over.
Yeah, and Hans cannot
Hans did
believe
not
it.
manage his time well. He had a chance, but he played too quick.
And in the meantime, Fabiano also lost his game. Magnus just won.
Magnus
2-0.
always prevails in the end, it feels like. No matter what you throw his way,
Absolutely.
even losing with the white pieces, he came back in the second game, and now he won the blitz tiebreak convincingly and goes to the semifinals.
Absolutely, it was what a match. Hans was close. He came back from miracle, bad position, but he made it. He had a point where he could have equalized the match, right?
He had the chance, absolutely, 100%. But do you guys know what that means? That Carlsen won his match. He is already the tour winner at this point.
Yeah, he's the tour winner, which
we can congratulate him.
yeah,
already.
we can congratulate him, and he has also done with tremendous style by bouncing back with the black piece against none other than Fabiano Caruana in what a game.
In a style which was
Yes.
just absolutely brilliant.
Amazing.
It was incredible how he made it. He was, I mean, after that first game, which was also quite something, it was mass, it was very interesting action, what was going on. Maybe we can go back for
Yes, absolutely. So to have a look
what was the key moment? Actually, basically the opening, Magnus was just clear cut.
Yeah.
It was incredible that he knew what he wants out of this opening.
Yeah, playing symmetrical against Magnus in e4, e5 structures. No, don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, objectively, it was right to play symmetrical, but it is.
But I think the c3, bishop c2.
Yeah.
This was knight b6 apparently was a step in the wrong direction. The knight was not well placed here, and yeah, just this queen d1 was strong to prepare d4. And once he got d4, d5
Yes.
in, he's just much better. Maybe the knight should go to c5, but either way, already here, white is clearly better. And I think Magnus never let it go. The knight is just completely out of the game. And bishop c7, knight d3, takes, castle, g4, knight f4, takes. And he just went after the pawn on f4. Let's not forget the king can still theoretically castle to the other side of the board. And b5, bishop d3. It looks like black is getting some counterplay, but not really.
It doesn't work against Magnus.
Yes. Yeah, it could have worked against maybe anyone else, but not against him.
He's collecting the pawns. He's just up 2 pawns at this point. Rook c1.
He does not even castle.
Just
yeah.
keeping all the pawns. He's just keeping all the pawns.
And can you just tell us what was the clock situation? Was there any chance?
Well,
for
they were
Fabi?
down. I mean, Magnus is down to 18 seconds at this point. Fabi is down to 9 seconds.
Okay.
Objectively, he should have taken on b5, but he's never going to win this position either. This is the problem. He needs to win with black. So, yeah, I mean, there was just no chance, I think, unless... No. There was just no chance at all.
Yeah, okay, this is hopeless.
In the end, Magnus even with the exchange sacrifice, not necessary, but nice. and coming in, taking the pawn d6, giving a check, and here Fabi resigned after king h7. Well, white could, for example, give the perpetual check, but you can also play g6 apparently
and win the game.
I mean, it's all. How's this winning exactly?
Well, knight d8 is also at some point.
Knight d8 is there, so here's this fork, and if the king goes back to g6, then what can I do? I can do queen g4. I'm not, well, f4. Well, I mean, there are many ways, but Fabi knew, okay, he's not going to win this. He just resigned.
He just resigned.
And maybe we should visit this crazy chance for Hans, that Niklas highlighted then this big-time scramble, and Hans still had some,
F4.
Yeah, some 30 seconds or even maybe more. Niklas can check it on the screen how much time Hans had, because he had some time.
He had time, yes. I mean, yeah, there was all kind of craziness happening, which is expected in a blitz game. But Hans also, I think it was just a blunder in this moment after queen c3. He played bishop g6, allowing bishop h3 check. I don't know. I mean, or maybe was he hoping to get something here? But
no, I don't.
Yes, he's hoping.
He can hope, but it doesn't mean that he was not blundering bishop h3.
Well, you never know, but actually it's not a bad position with 10 seconds on the clock for your opponent.
Yeah, well, here queen f4 was good, but after bishop g6, bishop f5, so this is what happened. And now queen c8, Levon is going for the counterplay. But yeah, indeed, here to go queen f3 would have been very strong for black. And this just, there's no perpetual here, because the king is going to g5 and the knight can guard from behind, and then the white king is just way too open. Queen b3, queen takes e4, all of these threats are looming, so that after queen f3, what is white even supposed to do? Let me have a look. Queen f3.
Well, he
forced.
forced.
Just lost, basically.
Yeah, basically he forced from the chair after queen f3, because he played the move queen c8 with the intention the queen cannot move because of queen g8.
Yes.
That's it, and Hans believed him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Hans had like 49 seconds here.
Wow.
So if he felt like this was the moment, he could have found it. Knight f3, especially allowing this queen trade, which really makes White's life much easier. This was a huge practical mistake. You got to keep the queens on the board. I mean, this is the biggest issue for White in this position, is the king.
But I think he was just not aware of queen
I think
e6.
he blundered queen e6.
He was
also,
not aware.
Levon didn't see queen e6. Levon was very nervous, and then suddenly, with few seconds, he noticed, I can play queen e6, and he was so happy.
Yes, and then it was basically over. So that was the critical moment in this game, in this match, you could say. And Levon taking the Vegas form into South Africa. And what a semifinal we have now, 2 amazing semifinals.
Yeah, we should look at the brackets.
Yeah, let's see the brackets, how it unfolds this day 2, the quarterfinals, because we see the semifinalists. Sindarov is going to be having the clash with the winner, Magnus Carlsen. What a game, what a match is going to be. It's definitely something to follow live. And Vincent is going to be challenged by Levon Aranyàn.
It's clash of generations, in both semifinals. What an incredible semifinals, and let's congratulate Magnus for winning the whole series, but let's just enjoy what kind of final leg we are getting here.
Absolutely. There's so many excitement going to be happening, and what an incredible day we had with Fabiano and Magnus Carlsen. No matter who won, who lost, they both performed incredibly. They were entertaining us quite a bit. And before we say goodbye, I think it's time for us, because we have this tradition, to have the move of the day. We have been spoiled in action today, so I asked Niklas to show what was the move of the day for us.
Yes, let's have a look. I will take it from the second game of the quarterfinals between between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen. And there were a few moments which stood out, but I decided, let me just find a moment. I decided to take this moment. It was this position Black sacrificed the pawn. That was also a genius moment by Magnus Carlsen to sacrifice the pawn. And he has built up a lot of play, and the white pieces are not coordinated. But if white gets some time here, white will be better as this bishop is locked out and white is up a pawn. So black has to do something, and Magnus realized this is the moment to shift from strategic play to concrete play, and he played the stunning knight takes e3, sacrificing the knight, which was not accepted by Fabiano. If white takes the knight and bishop takes e3 is happening, you have to put something in between, and black is having a strong attack here. It's not over by any means, but black is definitely in the driver's seat. Instead, after knight takes e3, Fabiano played the rook to e1, black dropped the knight back to d5, so black has regained the pawn and kept a lot of the positional trumps, and in the end, Magnus managed to win this game, take it to a tiebreaks, and we saw what happened. He won the tiebreaks and then moved on to the semi-finals. So this was definitely a very critical and also beautiful moment in this game and in today's quarterfinals.
Thanks, Nicholas, showing the highlight move of the day. And let's see the star of the day, what he had to say after his victory.
Magnus, that turned out to be quite a hat trick at the end here after losing the first one.
Yeah, for sure. Losing the first, of course, was a big blow, especially the way that I did. First, kind of surviving a difficult position, and then just giving it away and having like an absolute brain hemorrhage in a few moves, thinking that I could take his queen when I'm in check, and like I'd missed his previous couple of moves as well. Like it was like a complete and utter meltdown. And from there on, I was really pissed that we had to wait for like an hour and a half for the next game. But in retrospect, it was probably not a bad thing. And I was thrilled about the opening in the second game. We managed to get a very complicated position where I felt that I was not considerably worse, which is really all you can hope for with the black pieces. From then on, I thought I played some really good sequences, probably some bad ones as well. But overall, I think it was deserved victory in a very hard-fought game. And then it was, I mean, I did feel really good about being there, but it was still quite difficult to adjust to playing quicker chess. I had to tell myself several times, make a move, come on, what are you doing? But then my intuition wasn't really telling me anything, which is because we're playing freestyle, and it's more difficult. The pieces are in slightly different squares that I'm used to. But yeah, fortunately, when it came down to a bullet scramble, I was I'm usually a bit better than him there, so I managed to pull it out. And then yeah, second game it got a little bit low on time there as well, but I think I always had a very good position.
How do you beat Sindarov tomorrow?
Well, I mean, the way it's going, Sindarov is not easy to beat. He won the World Cup. He's looked fairly convincing here, but I've been in these situations before where I've kind of stumbled, and then I'm playing whomever is playing the best chess, and then sometimes I can pull a rabbit out of a hat. But he looks very good right now, so I'll certainly need to play much better than in the first game at least.
We're looking forward to the magic tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was nice to hear Magnus already, a different Magnus from yesterday, and he explained every detail of this match, what was going on, how he won. Well, this was for today, day 2 from South Africa, from the Grand Slam final, and actually we can say that Magnus won the event already, but there are a lot of action to be taken from tomorrow on day 3, semifinals. It was a great pleasure to be with you, Peter and Nicholas. I was enjoying it a lot. I hope our audience did as well. So join us tomorrow, same place, same time, because a lot of action to come.
Will you help me get 'em out? You know I'm always
Do you want to?
If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring me old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life. Frustrations keep swelling, I'm spiraling out. My mind's overthinking, I can't hear a sound. Stop looking past me, putting me down. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my doubts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
I was falling, now I'm shouting. I was trying.